Rooftop. The twilight glow spreads across the sky, gradually disappearing into the distant horizon like a dying bonfire. He can't remember the last time he looked up at the clear sky and has long forgotten how to let go of all his burdens and to face his own heart. The man extinguishes his last cigarette and places his phone inside the folded coat beside him, then struggles to climb onto the edge of the rooftop. The bustling traffic rushes past beneath his feet as the man stumbles, nearly toppling off the high-rise building. His survival instinct makes him desperately try to maintain balance, like a fish stranded on shore, struggling to take in its last breath of oxygen. However, no matter how much the man tries to breathe with his mouth open, the suffocating feeling doesn't fade, and the surrounding air grows murky from his presence.
もう、たくさんだ。
In the long shadows cast by the setting sun, an invisible hand suddenly reaches out and grabs his ankle. That hand is an amalgamation of different faces with varying expressions: anger, disgust, greed. Finally, it freezes on the face he knows best, his guilty and cowardly self. Like a movie playing in reverse before his eyes, the man recalls his past experiences, how he has lived and struggled only to find that it was all in vain. That hand slowly drags him down, and like someone sinking into a swamp, he is powerless to resist. The wine rose pauses as the weightlessness envelops him. He gains a sudden burst of strength.
氏名、ID、受験番号の照合が完了しました。ステラ氏弁護士オンラインサービス、中級弁護士資格試験紹介システムをご利用いただき、ありがとうございます。下のボタンを押して、最終結果をご確認ください。
And to its headquarters. Clutching the lucky charm that Kiki had specially gotten for you for good luck in acing your exams, you take a deep breath and open your eyes. Just thinking about how the results of all your recent hard work are about to be revealed makes you nervous again. Dear bar exam gods, please let me pass my junior attorney exam. The cursor hovers over the check now button, and all you have to do is move your finger. The moment your index finger touches the screen, it switches to a new page. Due to the high number of people accessing the website, the page loads a little slowly. Your heart beats faster and faster, while the page in front of you seems to be frozen as if time itself had stilled. Your thoughts race backwards, stopping at the day of the exam. Exam room. The word exam is no stranger to you, but no matter how many times you've been through it, it's still hard to shake off the nervousness. Only when you open the exam paper and glance over the questions do you begin to calm down. Though the time for exam preparation is tight, participating in so many cases has helped you solidify all the theoretical knowledge you've acquired. Don't rush, take it step by step, starting with the multiple choice questions. In criminal law, the term should act in crime of omissions refer to having certain obligations. In other words, the obligation to take certain positive actions to prevent harmful consequences from occurring. Generally speaking, the sources of obligation for crime of omission do not include the answer must be social opinion and moral responsibilities. Just like in the Jasmine Cander's case, where everyone despised Herman Lang and Yvonne Wright for not helping Jasmine in time. But they had no legal obligation to help, and thus bear no civil or criminal liability. Alright, moving on to the next question. According to criminal law, which of the following is not an element of abettor? This must be the answer. In the Simon Bloodworth case, even though Irene Burke and June Choi had a special relationship as an engaged couple, Irene Burke must bear responsibility in the Simon Bloodworth case because June Choi had committed murder with unlawful intent and motive. Irene Burke engaged in abetment, making her an accomplice in Simon Bloodworth's case. After writing tirelessly, the bell rings and you finally submit your answer sheet for this chapter of your life as an attorney. And to its headquarters. The web page is still loading and you're starting to calm down from your initial nervousness. I'll pass the exam, I'm sure. Now there are 4 other people anxiously waiting for your results outside the door. Headquarters hallway. In the hallway of Antwerp's headquarters, Luke holds onto the doorknob and remains in the same position for a long while, unable to find the right moment to push the door open.
合否判定ってプレッシャーかかりますよね。誰かそばにいてやった方が良くないですか？
待て水瀬、早まるな。彼女は今日わざわざ早退届を出して2時間早く基地に来た。多分いち早く結果を確認し、一人で受け止める時間が欲しかったんだろ
う。どんな結果になっても後の会議に響かないようにするためだね。
はあ、俺だって入りたくてしょうがないけど、付き添うにしても一人だろう。4人は圧強すぎるって。というか、皆さん会議は7時半からのはずですが、早くないですか？
The 4 men exchange glances with each other, seemingly understanding each other's intentions without a word. After all, they all know when the results of the junior attorney exam will be released. However, this unexpected encounter has disrupted their original plans, and now they can only wait anxiously outside the door for the results.
変だな。とっくに結果発表の時間は過ぎてるのに、中から物音がしない。
試験が終わって答案について話し合ったが、私が見た限り合格する確率はかなり高かったはずだ。
僕は彼女ならできると信じているよ。
結果はどうあれ、雰囲気作りは大事だろう。彼女の緊張を和らげるためにもね。
まさかお前また。
Before Luke can finish his sentence, Mary shoves a huge party popper into his hands. Then he pulls out a pair of funny fake glasses with a mustache, a party blower, and even a light sign that reads, "Good job, Nis," from his backpack.
君は劇団でも作るつもりなのかな？
俺には N2X のリーダーとして団結を深める義務がある。どうしてそんな顔するんです？先に言っておきますけど、強制はしませんよ。俺一人でやった方が目立つし、彼女にいい思い出を残してやれますからね。
悪いけど、今一番インパクトあるやつは俺が持ってるんだよな。
Luke is fiddling with a huge party popper, eager to see which would outshine the other, the popper or the light sign in Mary's hands.
水瀬君、妙な対抗心を燃やさなくても。
いい思い出か。
With everyone rushing to grab the props, Mary's backpack is quickly emptied. Then the 4 of them turn their gaze towards that tightly closed door and towards headquarters. It feels like an eternity before the crucial information on the website is finally loaded. The final scores and the admission cutoffs appear almost simultaneously. For a moment, you almost forget how to breathe.
試験合格おめでとうございます。中級弁護士への昇格をお祝い申し上げます。
I pass! I pass! Upon seeing the result, an overwhelming sense of joy surges through you, and you can't help but cry out in excitement. You can't wait to share this joy with everyone, and just as you are about to send a message in the group chat, the door suddenly opens. With a loud bang, the entire room is instantly filled with swirling ribbons and glittering confetti. The falling ribbons have almost turned Luke's hair into a bird's nest, but he's so caught up in the joy that he doesn't even think about how he looks, just smiles as he walks up to you.
中級弁護士試験合格おめでとう
Before you can react, a series of unimaginable scenarios unfold before your eyes. Vin is wearing a pair of oversized funny fake glasses, his elegant smile almost overwhelmed by the "You are the best" slogan.
努力が実を結んだね。心からお祝いするよ。
In the contrast, Marius, who is standing beside him, seems to be thoroughly enjoying himself. He holds the light sign up high, swaying with the splashing neon letters, trying to be the most eye-catching guy in the room.
中級弁護士試験楽勝だったでしょ。俺の言った通りお姉さんは最高なんだから。
Meanwhile, Artem is fidgeting awkwardly with the uniquely styled prop on his face, seemingly at a loss for what to do with it. After hesitating for a long while, he takes a deep breath. Even Mr. Wings is on it.
左京さん早くしないとあなたの番ですよ。
中級弁護士への昇級おめでとう。だがここが君のゴールではないと信じている。
As Autumn speaks, the paper whistles keep flipping outward with a whistling sound, making it look like he has grown two small mustaches on his face. You try to avert your gaze while suppressing laughter. Your shoulders shake from the force of it, but what catches your eyes? Luke wrestles with the out-of-control party popper, the shower of confetti nearly turning him into a Christmas tree. Messages of support start rolling across Vince's glasses, while his smile grows increasingly mysterious. The atmosphere is getting super lively, and of course, Maris is the liveliest one here. His like sign even comes with its own BGM. You can't help but laugh out loud, releasing all the pent-up emotions. Surrounded by their cheerful celebration, what fatigue could possibly remain? This is quite a unique way to celebrate.
お姉さん誰が考えたと思う？
The answer's written all over your face, Marius.
だよな。そいつ以外に誰がいるんだ？
企画の趣旨は悪くないんじゃないかな。N2X チームビルディングのキングらしいと思うよ。
まさかと思うけど、これが妙な伝統になったりしないよな。
もし次があるなら。
The sound of a whistle interrupts the conversation once again. Atom's gaze falls on your face, the resigned look on his face morphing into a gentle smile.
何か別の形を考えよ
もしかして俺のプレート狙ってます？ダメですからね、これは俺専用なんで。
僕はこのメガネを譲ってあげても構わないけど。
こっちのクラッカーは帰って改造しなきゃ。今のままじゃ使いづらいし。
Why do I feel like they are getting more and more interested in this team building proposal? To thank everyone for the thoughtfully prepared celebration, you immediately order a lavish feast from a mystery box restaurant that's been popular lately. Rumor has it that not only will there be top quality delicious ingredients inside, but there might also be some bizarre dishes like canned herring. Through professional means such as investigation, debate, psychology, and negotiation, everyone has turned what is meant to be a luck-based draw into a game of strategy. In the end, everyone ends up in a draw with mixed results. Some are brought to tears by the spiciness, while others are so overwhelmed by the sweetness that they keep gulping down water. And you, as a host treating everyone, happily capture this precious moment with your camera. True, though brief, this pleasant moment leaves an interesting frame on the film reel of life. You believe that you will never forget these precious everyday moments you shared with them. After a short break, the clock points to 7:30 p.m. and a new journey begins. Anthrax headquarters. Vin claps his hand to signal the end of the dinner gathering, and the Anthrax headquarters becomes quiet again.
さて、会議を始めるよ。これまでの調査進捗を振り返ってみようか。まずは、最も重要な手がかりである姿くんの件から。水瀬くん、警察の方で何か進展はあったかい？
いえ、姿の逮捕後、取り調べは依然として難航しているようです。
あいつ、いっつも真実と嘘が絶妙に混ざった情報を出してくるじゃん。調べる側の労力と成果が割に合わない。
だが、真田が死んだ今、彼は最も真実に近い人物だ。自分の価値を分かっているからこそ、それを逆手にとって牽制しているんだろ
う。そうだ。姿勇気に固執することは彼の意のままになるのと等しい。相手の手札を明かすにはこちらにも相応の切り札がないとね。
We couldn't find the Anthrax raw materials on Zujiga Island, so that lead had gone cold. Do we have any other new breakthroughs? Following your question, Luke takes out a thick stack of files from his backpack and passes them around.
ちょうど警察から最新の資料をもらってきたんだ。これはグラジオラスバレーの財務諸表で資金の流れが全て記録されています。
財務諸表？どれどれ？よくできてるみたいだな。
Marius quickly flips through the files he received and soon finds the key clue.
へえ。ここに載ってる数字、ほとんど支出だよ。グラジオラスバレーはずっと赤字経営だったんだ。この京電金融っていう会社から定期的な送金がなかったら、裏でやってた実験はとっくに頓挫してただろうな。
資料を読んだ限り、京電は天才未来という投資ファンドで資金を募ってグラジオラスバレーに投資していたようだね。これが純粋な投資事業なのかどうかは確かめる必要があるかな。
調査によれば京電はあくまで資金の中継点。グラジオラスバレーの経営には一切絡んでいません。グラジオラスバレーは正規の医療機関としてライセンスを提出し、出資を受けていました。
The most suspicious thing here would be the investors who invested in Gladiolus Valley through the fund. Maybe we can start by investigating Vertex Finance.
京電金融。
Artem frowns as if trying to remember something. Mr. Wing, have you heard of this company?
聞いたことはある。
If you were the one who handled the case, then you wouldn't just have a vague impression of it, right? Did you hear about it? Somewhere else?
無名の会社ではないんだろう。何しろグラジオラスバレーの運営費を負担していたくらいだし。
ではビッグデータセンターで調べてみましょうか。
Maris enters Vertex Finance as a keyword into the big data lab and quickly pulls up the company's profile.
京電金融の社長は小高健之助58歳。同社の創設者でもある。最初に起業したのは30年以上前で、若い頃は辛酸をなめたらしい。経営した会社は軒並み倒産している。京電は彼が40歳の時に設立した会社だ。ステラ市じゃ金融バブルがあった頃だが。
どうやら彼はその泡にも乗れなかったようだね。
そうだ。同業他社が濡れ手に泡の中、京電が手掛けたプロジェクトの収益はどれも地味なものだった。金融業界のおこぼれに預かって、京電も安定した経営ができてたってわけだ。
Stable operations? Wait a second. Doesn't it say here that Vertex Finance successfully went public in Glee City 3 years ago? This is a publicly listed company. Are you sure we have the same understanding of what stable operations means? After all, given Pax's scale, it could easily acquire quite a few listed companies.
全然違わないよ。お姉さんが言った通り、これが京電金融のきな臭いところだからね。好景気の真っ只中でも出遅れたような会社が。バブルも弾けて市場も冷え込んだ今になって、たかが数年で増収増益？どう考えてもおかしい。それもグラジオラスバレーのような赤字事業を抱えているのにだ。
Having worked together for so long, everyone gets what Maris is hinting at right away and nods in agreement. Vertex Finance involves massive and suspicious financial transactions, which clearly needs a thorough investigation. Come to think of it, the best person to approach Vertex Finance would be... You subconsciously glance at Marius, who eagerly raises his hand as if he has been waiting for this moment.
俺がやる。小高がパックスっていうビジネスパートナーを断れるとは思えない。
Everyone agrees that Marius is the right person to handle this issue, but when they hear that what comes next, all three of them can't help the subtle change in their expressions.
それで相談なんだけど、ビジネス界で30年以上生き抜いた古狸のおじさんに比べたら、俺なんか足元にも及ばないじゃない？万が一、あっちの口車に乗せられて大損する契約しちゃったらどうする？ここは信頼できる弁護士さんにいてほしくって。
Marius doesn't mention the attorney's name, but everyone present understands his intention.
信頼できる弁護士？佐京さん、どうです？
おっと、佐京先生は京電に聞き覚えがあるんでしたっけ？もし小高と接触していた場合、こちらの思惑がバレることになりかねません。それに皆さんご存知でしょうが、佐京先生の依頼料はパックスの予算を超えてますからね。
騙されたくないなら弁護士を雇うよりむやみに契約書にサインするべきじゃない。ともあれ、どうしてこの会社の名前を聞いたことがあるのかは私自身で確かめるべきだろう。念のためここ数年間で京電金融関連の案件がなかったか、後で事務所の資料を確認してみる。
Seeing Atom reluctantly give up the competition, Marius' mouth grows even wider.
はあ、残念だな。他の2人は頼りになるけど、弁護士じゃないからな。森月教授は市内でも名の知れた人物で、社長の俺が精神科医を連れて商談に行くのも変な話だ。
Vin doesn't deny what Marius said. He flips through the files several times before making a decision.
僕の推測が正しいかどうか確かめるためにグレイに行ってくるよ。
A hypothesis?
この会社がどうやってグレイで上場したのか気になって。 仲介人がいたかもしれないだろ。なかなか特殊な国だからね。僕の立場を利用して調査した方が何かと便利なはずだ。
Glay is a permanently neutral country with diplomatic relations with Swart. Considering all the complex factors involved, it would definitely be safer to leave these tasks to Vin. Only you and Luke are left without investigative tasks.
水瀬が変装の名人なのは知ってるが、調査長の任務のが大事だろ。小高程度の小物相手に手を煩わせるのも忍びない。姿が捕まって新自我党の件は一段落したばかりってことは、後処理もまだ終わってないんじゃないか。
Luke's hesitant gaze falls upon you and he eventually lets out a sigh.
悪い。一旦調査庁に帰らないといけないのは本当だ。リモートでサポートくらいはできるから、何かあればいつでも連絡してくれ。
You nod in response to Luke. If the NSB urgently call him back, then it must be due to something important. It wouldn't be appropriate to press him about it. Marius gently claps his hands, drawing your attention back to him.
俺って根が純粋だから騙されやすいんだよね。うっかりパックスを破産させちゃったら大惨事だよ。助けてほしいな。ね、お姉さん。
After carefully analyzing the current situation, you make up your mind. Marius can directly contact the manager of Vertex Finance, which might lead to obtaining important intel. So this time, I want to work with Marius on the investigation. Seeing his scheme succeed, Marius quickly steps past the other three and comes up to you.
じゃあお姉さん、ご指導ご鞭達のほどよろしくお願いします。
Gladiolus Valley Financial Statement. The financial statements obtained from the police record all fund transfers of Gladiolus Valley. 1. Gladiolus Valley has been operating at a loss for years with virtually no profits. It sustains its operations through regular remittance from a company called Vertex Finance. Vertex Finance raises funds through an investment fund called Horizon Future to invest in Gladiolus Valley, but it does not participate in any of its operations. Vertex Finance. Under the pretext of a business partnership, Marius contacts Sebastian Miles, the manager of Vertex Finance, who warmly invites Marius to visit his company in person. You arrive at the office building on time, but as soon as you walk in, you hear the sound of an argument coming from the office. The receptionist wants to lead you to the VIP room, but Marius deliberately slows his pace. Hidden among the onlookers, you get a perfect view of the whole thing.
小高社長は本日急務のため不在です。
おとといは出張、昨日は会議、今日は急務。俺をバカにしてんのか。こんな大企業が支払いをバックれるつもりじゃないだろうな。
何度もご説明したように、お支払いは経理にて承認の手続き中でございます。支払い期限は今月末のはず。契約書にサインいただいているかと存じますが、もう一度よくお確かめください。
サインはしたよ。けど期限まで10日そうこいだじゃねえか。そっちが残業して振り込めばいい話だろ
う。もう少々お待ちください。契約通り進めさせていただきますので。
グダグダうるせえんだよこのクソトレ。いいから小高健之介を出せ。通報されてんのか。
The middle-aged man yells as he tries to rush into the office, but he only gets a few steps in before a tall security guard blocks his path.
本日は大切なお客様がいらっしゃるので、どうぞお引き取りを。
The employee waves his hand and firmly shoves the man out. And Sebastian Miles, who is allegedly not in the company according to that employee, is actually waiting at the VIP room entrance and dressed in formal attire to personally receive Marius.
泉社長、お待ちしておりました。我が社にご足労いただき、誠にありがとうございます。そのご活躍はかねがね伺っておりましたが、いやはや百聞は一見にしかず、お噂以上の風格でございますね。
Sebastian Miles firmly shakes Marius' hand, immediately kicking off with a smooth wave of compliments.
こちらこそ小高社長とは初めてお目にかかりますが、親しみやすそうな方で安心いたしました。
Marius seems well accustomed to such pleasantries, responding politely as he withdraws his hands. Noticing Marius' indifferent attitude, Miles stops trying to butter him up and turns to look at you instead.
失礼ですが、こちらの方は。
テミス法律事務所の先生で、パックスの顧問弁護士でもあります。
なんと、あの名高いテミス法律事務所の先生とは。弁護士大先生、どうか我が教伝金融をよろしくお願いいたします。
As Miles reaches a hand out and is about to come closer, Marius immediately steps in front of you.
小高社長、そろそろ場所を移した方がいいのでは？今日はご挨拶に伺うつもりだったので、残念ながら時間があまりないんです。あと1時間いられるかどうか。
Marius glances at his watch, frowning ever so slightly.
もちろんです。泉社長の貴重なお時間をいただいておりますのでね。すぐ私の執務室までご案内しましょう。どうぞこちらへ。
If it weren't for Marius stepping in to control the situation, Sebastian Miles probably would have gone on with the pleasantries forever. While Miles is leading the way, you observe the office atmosphere for a while. For a publicly listed overseas company, Vertex isn't particularly large, but it still has several hundred employees. The floor you are on is the most concentrated office area, and the corridor is completely occupied with office supplies. Ironically, the two window seats with the best view remain unoccupied. There seems to be something on the desk. You casually lean in for a closer look and notice a cardboard box atop attached on the front row with a name tag partially exposed. Sophia Chow, is she a former employee? Your gaze falls on the desk behind, where a bunch of white chrysanthemums have been placed on the empty surface. This probably isn't some kind of memento for a former employee. You silently take note of this information before entering his office with Marius. Sebastian's office. His private office isn't exactly luxurious, but the honor certificates on the desk are quietly flaunting his achievements. Rather than being known as a businessman, he seems more eager for others to recognize him as a philanthropist.
泉社長、弁護士先生、おかけください。
ありがとうございます。そうかしこまらずに、小高社長もお座りください。
Miles deliberately gives up the main seat, and Marius doesn't bother with false modesty, gracefully sitting on the executive chair.
業務提携に関する概要はすでにうちの秘書から聞いているかと思います。パックスの傘下には金融関連の子会社もありますが、業界トップレベルの規模とは到底言えません。専務取締役に就任した以上、新規事業を積極的に展開するつもりです。過去の実績に甘んじるわけにはいきませんから。
Through his choice of words, Marius deliberately portrays himself as the newly promoted official eager to make his mark. As soon as he drops the crumb about a possible cooperation, Sebastian Miles' expression instantly turns keen.
パックスの資本力と泉社長の手腕があれば、世にも驚く成果を収めるのは時間の問題でしょう。ここ数年、弊社も目覚ましい発展を遂げて、実を言えば、より信頼できる共同投資のパートナーを探しておりました。
記者のことは事前に調べております。小高社長の経営方針は大変興味深かったです。こちらの都合とはいえ、時間がないのが惜しいくらいなんですが、軽くお話を伺ってもいいですか？
Although this is our first time working together, as Pax's legal counsel, I need to ask some questions in advance to mitigate any risks.
もちろんですとも。泉社長も弁護士先生も遠慮なくご質問ください。
京電金融が設立されてからもう20年近く経ちますよね。ぜひ小高社長の経験談をお聞かせ願いたいのです。記者のプロジェクトを見ましたが、全体的に保守的で堅実な印象でした。今の浮ついた金融市場では珍しいかと。小高社長が何を思ってその選択をしたのか、若輩者にご指導いただければ幸いです。
Sebastian Miles waves his hands repeatedly.
とんでもないです。私はただこの業界で長年揉まれてきて少し経験を積んだだけですよ。今全体的に景気が低迷しているでしょう。保守的な戦略こそが市場の法則に適しており、京電を確実に成長させられると思ったのです。バブルが弾けた時、地道に事業を進めてきた企業だけが生き残れるはずですからね。これが私の掲げてきた経営理念です。
You notice a vintage-looking trophy on Sebastian Miles' desk. Mr. Sebastian Miles, I see you're one of the township's top 10 outstanding youths, and you're also a charity person, aren't you?
これまで育ててくれた故郷に恩返しをしているだけです。当時、私の家は裕福ではなく、一人親で、母が必死に働いて私を育ててくれました。ですが、その重労働がたたって母は体を壊しました。私が退学するつもりでいた時、村の人たちがお金を工面して大学まで通わせてくれたのです。大学を卒業して仕事に就いてからは、すぐにでも仕送りがしたかったものの、都会の生活は厳しく、節約してもなかなかお金がたまらなくて、人づてに大金を稼ぐには起業するしかないと言われて、思い切ってビジネスの海に飛び込みました。
As he speaks of the past, the smile gradually fades from his face.
と言っても、初めはビジネスと言えるほどのものではありませんでした。元でもなく中古家電を転売していたんです。夜明けから家々を回って商品を探し、解体から組み立て、運搬まで一人でこなして、あくせく働いてましたね。そうして少しずつお金を貯めて、やっと店を開くための資金が集まりました。
Sebastian Miles seems to realize that he has said too much and stops abruptly.
失礼しました。このようなつまらない昔話、さぞや退屈でしたでしょ
ご謙遜を。そんな裏話まで伺えて光栄です。ビジネスパートナーの経験も貴重な学びになりますから。その粘り強さがあったからこそ、今の京電金融があるのでしょう。社長もいろいろな商売を手掛けてきたようですが、金融業に身を置くことを選んだきっかけは何だったのですか？
仕事の合間に夜間部で金融管理コースを受講していたのです。そこで業界の方々と知り合うことができました。 当時は金融業界に行けば間違いないとみんな口を揃えて言っていたので、その波に乗ろうと思ったんですよ。ただ私は慎重な性格で、リスクの高い投資プロジェクトにはほとんど手が出ませんでした。それでチャンスを逃したこともありましたが、京電が20年間経営できた以上、判断を間違えていなかったのではないでしょうか。
I never expected Sebastian Miles to have such a past. We're starting to open up to each other. I should take this chance to ask about something deeper. You're too modest. You say you're just running the business steadily, but actually, Vertex has already successfully gone public overseas. That wouldn't be possible without sufficient capital and profit returns either. I'm really curious, why didn't Vertex opt for a domestic listing?
そのことですが、
He glances at Marius, looking somewhat hesitant.
グレイは審査基準が低く、上場までの手続きが3ヶ月程度で済む。国内と比べれば管理もかなり緩いですよね。
ええ、おっしゃる通りです。何も珍しい手段ではありません。この業界では多くの企業が同様の手法をとっておりますから。
Marius smiles but does not see anything, giving him a meaningful look.
上場を選んだ以上、京電の今後数年の発展について綿密な計画を立てているのでしょうね。関連資料の受け渡しについては後ほど秘書を通じて改めて連絡しますので。
ありがとうございます。全面的に協力いたします。
そうだ、京電には天才未来ファンドというプロジェクトがあるんでしたっけ。詳細をお聞きしても。
Upon hearing it, Sebastian Miles shows signs of panic for the first time.
天才未来ファンドは富裕層向けのプライベートファンドで、情報は非公開となっておりまして、泉社長はどちらでお聞きになったのでしょうか。
私がその富裕層に値しないとでも。まあいいでしょう。情報を入手する手段は他にもありますし。
おっしゃる通りですね。
Sebastian Miles remains silent for a while before gathering his thoughts.
正直に申し上げます。当プロジェクトはすでに凍結しているのです。どうも良くないことに関係していたらしく。私も一介のビジネスマンに過ぎませんから、学術的なことには疎くて。先方から提出された各種ライセンスは申し分なく、医療分野は常に成長産業でしょう。それで専門のファンドを設立したのですが、まさか違法行為に関わっていたとは思いもよらず、警察から連絡が来た時は本当に驚きました。
How long has this fund been established? During this time, have you never looked into their specific operations?
そうですね。数年は経っていますが、京電は数多くの基金プロジェクトを抱えており、さすがに全ては把握しきれていません。これも数あるファンドの一つに過ぎず、具体的な業務は部下に一任していたので、私のところに詳細は回ってこないのですよ。
The information he reveals matches the intel you've gathered. For now, you can't find any inconsistencies in his statement. When we first arrived, we heard some kind of argument at the entrance. Could you tell us what happened?
ぜひ聞かせてもらいたいですね。小高社長はあの人を避けているように見えましたから。何か。
Even though Mary speaks so directly, Sebastian Miles remained as composed as ever.
いえいえ、避けているわけでは。ただ、私の時間にも限りがあり、理不尽な人たちに費やすわけにはいきませんから。何より、本日は泉社長という大切なお客様をお迎えする必要がございましたから、一日空けなければ失礼かと。
He really has a special talent for smoothly delivering pleasantries. Meryl smiles slightly, appearing quite pleased with Sebastian Miles' words, but he doesn't stop asking questions.
確か記者との契約がどうとか騒いでいたような。一体何があったんですか？
Sebastian Miles immediately scrunches up his face as if he has suffered some great injustice.
なんと言えばいいのか。投資プロジェクトは常にリスクと隣り合わせです。望ましくない結果を生むことがあります。そして契約書に署名し合意したにもかかわらず、断るごとに押しかけてきてはトラブルを起こす方もいる。ああいう欲深い方々は投資に向いているとは思えません。会社が大きくなればなるほど様々なトラブルが舞い込んできます。弊社のようなお金を扱う金融会社ならなおさらのこと。と言っても会社を経営する上での苦労は泉社長の方がよりご存知でしょうが。
いえいえ、私はパックスを引き継いでまだ日が浅く、そうした経験は社長には遠く及びません。
それはご謙遜を。ご安心ください。こうした些細なことが教伝の通常業務に支障をきたすことはありません。今後はさらにセキュリティ管理も強化してまいります。
Have any employees resigned recently? I saw a packing box on the desk.
弊社はノルマが厳しく、一般の会社と比べると社員の定着率がいいとは言えません。
Did they resign because of too much overtime?
とんでもないことです。泉社長。弊社の社員は皆勤勉で、残業も自ら進んで行っているのです。
Mary seems to notice your shattered will and quickly clears his throat to change the subject.
社員の勤務時間は定型において審査範囲に入りませんので。ですが、残業が原因ではないなら、その社員が辞めた理由は何ですか？
詳しい状況については私も把握しておりません。これでも数百人の従業員を抱えておりますから。彼女の直属の上司から報告を受けたところによれば、お客様に対して失礼な態度をとっていたことが原因のようです。私どもは契約に基づき穏便に雇用契約を解除しましたので、何の問題もありません。他にご質問はございますか？
You and Marius exchange glances, sharing a wordless message. After all, this is your first meeting. Even if you are using cooperation as bait, it wouldn't be easy to extract any deep insider information. You need to organize the information you've gathered from Sebastian Miles to determine the next steps in the investigation.
まだまだ質問したいのが本音ですよ。何しろ今後の経営戦略に関わることですから。私にとってこの提携はそれだけの価値があるんです。
Hearing Mary say this, Miles' breathing speeds up a bit, but he still tries to remain calm.
こちらとしましても、泉社長にお力添えいただけるのであれば幸いでございます。
では、会議が控えているのでこの辺で。
Thank you for making time today. I'll need to contact your legal department afterward. I hope you understand.
承知しております。先生のお仕事に全面的に協力するよう指示いたしますので。
Noticing that you and Marius appear satisfied and interested, Miles becomes even more eager to please. Marius plays along, adding on to your words to fish for the information he really wants.
そうだ、法務以外の資料も早めに渡してもらえませんか？提携についてスムーズに進められるでしょう。記者の事業発展計画書と数年の財務報告書、 あとは大小問わずプロジェクトの資料、これらをご用意ください。なるべく詳しいものを。
わかりました。すぐに秘書に手配させます。
Finally, Maris repeatedly declines Miles' offer to personally drive him back to PAX. The socializing ordeal is finally over when you two leave the Vertex Finance Office Park. Vertex Finance Business Philosophy. Sebastian's business philosophy is stable and conservative. He believes that a cautious approach aligns better with market principles, enabling Vertex Finance to grow steadily. Overseas listing. Vertex Finance has successfully gone public overseas, choosing Glay for its lower listing requirements and more lenient regulatory oversight. Horizon Future Fund, a private fund catering to high net worth individuals. Sebastian stated that their medical qualifications are complete and that he is unaware of any illegal research being conducted. Middle-aged man demanding compensation. According to Sebastian Miles, the middle-aged men come to demand compensation over a contract dispute. Dismissed employee. Vertex Finance operates under high pressures, leading to high employee turnover. According to Sebastian, they mutually agreed to terminate the employment. Central Plaza. After leaving Vertex Finance, you and Maris review the conversation with Sebastian Miles. Although Mr. Miles seems sincere, I can't shake the feeling that he's been dodging the real issues.
その感覚はいい線いってるかも。ビジネスの世界にいればいるほど話術が巧みになるものだからさ。大事なのは彼が何を言ったのかじゃなくて何をしたのかってところだよ。俺たちにいいとこを見せたくて見栄を張ったんだか知らないが、一企業の社長にしては随分と矛盾した発言をしてる。
Contradictory?
うん。一緒にさっきの会話を振り返ってみよう。
Sebastian Miles claimed his business philosophy is steady growth, yet he chose to list his company overseas. After going public, the company faces bigger financial challenges. Will Vertex's current scale and revenue be enough to meet the requirements? Besides, saying that overseas regulations are looser just doesn't fit with his previous image as a law-abiding businessman.
だね。小高が海外上場を選んだのは低コストで融資を得るためだろうが、会社が高い利益を生み出せないなら上場廃止は免れない。それにもう一つ気になることがある。もし今パックスの社長にテミス法律事務所を売り込むとしたら、お姉さんならなんて言う？
Our firm stands out with a high win rate and top customer satisfaction in recent years. Of course, there are many great attorneys in our firm. For example, Mr. Wing, who got an amazing win rate.
お姉さん、自分のことはおすすめしてくれないの？例えば、中級弁護士への昇格を見事に果たしたテミス法律事務所が誇る新星。
Before Maris can say anything even more embarrassing, you quickly block his mouth with the notebook in your hand. Maris, let's be serious. Maris emerges from behind the notebook with a pitiful look, composing himself as he returns to the topic.
とにかく、提携先を探すなら、会社一番のプロジェクトと突出したデータを見せるべきだ。安定した成長なんて、投資において大した強みにならないんだよね。それなのに、あえて俺にその点を強調した目的は何だろう。
Yeah, it's like he is trying too hard to emphasize his conscience and legitimacy. Come to think of it, it's quite suspicious. He almost sounds like a thief protesting too much about his innocence. Is that why you asked Miles for so much information? I nearly thought you were really going to work with him.
まあね。この定型劇はこれからが本番と言っても過言じゃない。できるだけリアルに演じていかなきゃ。そうだ、藤崎から連絡があってさ、京電から資料が届いたみたいなんだ。
Already? You're amazed by Mary's efficiency, but he merely shrugged casually as if it is nothing out of the ordinary.
ビジネスは戦いだからね。俺が挨拶に来るって分かった時点で、向こうは資料を用意してたはずだよ。パックスの市場分析チームから暫定の報告書が上がるまで待つ必要があるけど、今日は天気もいいし、それまで一緒に散歩でもする？
Yeah, sure. The soft light pours onto the main street, filtering through the falling leaves before landing on Marius. You walk side by side with him, occasionally hearing the crisp sound of fallen leaves crunching under your feet, which makes you feel much better. Speaking of which, you used to dress more formally when you appeared as Baxter's CEO. It's a casual suit, right?
さすがお姉さん、鋭いね。わざわざこの服を選んだ甲斐があったよ。あんまり気合い入れて着飾ったら、俺が必要以上に向こうを重視してると思われるかもしれないでしょ。つけ上がられても困るし。何より、堅物のビジネスマンとは正反対だと思ってくれた方が都合がいいんだ。特別な儲け話をこぼしてくれるかもしれないでしょ。
Something special that violates the law, perhaps?
その通り。遊び人のイメージってこんな時に役に立つよね。服装だけじゃそんな都合よく信じてもらえないからさ。小高も俺みたいなお坊ちゃんにはこうしとけって感じでおだててきたし。簡単なトリックだけど効果はあったみたいだね。
I had no idea there was so much to know about clothing.
商談って結局は駆け引きだからさ。一種の心理戦と言えるんじゃないかな。
The moment your eyes meet, Marius quickly looks away, quietly concealing a peculiar emotion. What's the matter?
なんでもないよ。あんたと目が合うと思わなくてびっくりしちゃって。
Your presence now is so different from before, Mr. Von Hagen. Despite the huge gap in age and experience, you really remained in control of the situation when you confronted Sebastian Miles.
実のところ、俺だって相手の出方を見て対応してただけだよ。それもほとんど兄さんの受け売りでね。
Jian, as if hearing the tenderness in his heart, even the wind grows gentler, carrying his secret softly to your ears.
兄さんには独自の交渉術があって、商談の場ではほとんど負け知らずだったんだ。ビジネスに関して、俺なんかまだまだ素人だよ。
When he talks about his family, he's so humble that you realize Marius is just the youngest one at home and you can't help but want to praise him. Really, but I think you're already amazing.
お姉さん。
Hey, don't tell me you're getting shy.
もう、からかわないでよ。
I don't know if it's just my imagination, but you look a bit taller than usual.
毎日ちゃんと運動して栄養もとってるけど残念ながら身長が伸びてはいないね。
It's probably just a psychological effect, making you look different.
気持ちの問題って？
You seem more mature when you're in a CEO mode. Even your figure seems more...
なになに？いつもより肩幅があって頼もしく見えるってこと？
Yeah, but the CEO mode of yours seems to break down quite often in front of me.
はあ、 誰かさんを前にするとつい素が出ちゃうんだよね。でもお姉さんが社長モードの方が好きって言うなら、これからもっと練習しなきゃ。
I feel like you might pick up some weird habits. Just stay as you are, be the pure and genuine Marius.
わかった。今の覚えたからね。
I didn't realize how long I've been chatting with Marius. Perhaps it is because it serves as a brief escape from your busy schedule, but you both feel more relaxed despite talking about what matters. Marius even brings up the topic of Jian himself. Marius had joined Antoas to find his brother, but he has remained extremely composed throughout the investigation, rarely showing his emotions. The clues were already unclear, and Neil's whereabouts made things even more mysterious, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty of finding Jian. How does he cope with such overwhelming pain and pressure, capable of crushing anyone? I guess I haven't had many chances to learn more about Jian before. After all, he's one of Antoine's veterans and my senior. Just as you're hesitating on where to begin, Mary seems to notice something and smiles knowingly.
はあ、兄さんがいればよかったのに。そしたら小高からもっといろんなことを引き出せただろうな。
I've heard a lot about Jian being an incredibly capable businessman. However, you majored in art in college, which is completely unrelated. If I remember correctly, you weren't particularly interested in business, were you?
そうだよ。俺の知識は自分から学んだものじゃなくて、周りの影響で自然と身についちゃったものみたいな。なんなら兄さんにうまいこと乗せられて無理やり叩き込まれたようなもんだよ。
Sweet talking and deception.
あれは俺がまだ子供の頃の話だけど。
Mero smiles is a mix of exasperation and nostalgia. Then he slowly begins to tell you about his childhood experiences. Art studio. That year, Maris had just reached school age, and the slightly advanced curriculum hadn't been a challenge for him. However, he showed little interest in school life and rarely participated in extracurricular activities, even those meant for relaxation. Rather than lively class gatherings, Marius was more interested in his paintbrushes, sometimes even staying in his art studio for days without going out. Therefore, finding ways to enrich his little brother's holiday life became quite a challenge for Jian.
ケイ、この間作っていたボードゲームができたんだけど、一緒にやってみないか？
ボードゲーム？
Marius tilts his head, not quite understanding why his brother would want to design a game himself.
最近、児童教育がかなり注目されていてね、そのブームに乗っかって、チークゲームの市場開発も悪くないんじゃないかと思ったんだ。会社の将来に関わる一大事業だから、ケイに手伝ってもらえると助かる。
Upon hearing that he could help his brother, Marius immediately puts down his brush and runs over.
ボードゲームの名前は、羊くん牧場だ。ほら、このイラストも全部俺が一人で描いたんだぞ。
羊くん牧場。でもこの子羊。
Looking at the ferocious animals on the card, Marius found it hard to associate them with adorable little sheep. He looked up at his brother's proud face again and forced himself to swallow the word odd that was about to escape.
ユニークだね。
Jian pats Marius' head and lets out a sigh.
兄さんは母さんの芸術の才能を受け継がなかったみたいだな。後で兄さんのために絵を描き直してくれるか？
Marius nods firmly, gradually growing interested in the board game in his hands.
このボードゲームの目標は牧場を経営して大きくすること。 だけど、そのためにはちょっと複雑なルールを覚えないといけない。羊くんは狼やネズミ、ヒグマなんかのいろんなライバルたちと競争していく。時には穀物の値下がり、牛くんの市場独占、牧場スタッフの動物たちの離食みたいな危機対応も必要だよ。
Jian writes several pages of rules in his notebook while Maris quietly memorized them on the side. Young as he was, he seemed to have overlooked one thing. These rules were far too advanced for an educational game for children.
ゲームのクリア条件は、ラスボスのずる賢い狐のヒロ君に勝つこと。
Jian tries to act like a cunning fox, making Maris roar with laughter.
勝ちたい？じゃあ、ちょっとしたコツを教えてあげる。いつだって忍耐力を持つこと。そうすれば、周りの人や自分自身を冷静に見定めることができるよ。結果を追い求めるときほど耐えるんだ。そして、心のままに周りの景色を見つめてごらん。最後には、お前の経験したことが全部勇気になって、どんな困難も乗り越える力を与えてくれるから。
忍耐。
Maris repeats his brother's words with uncertainty. Jian crouches down, and as his warm palm rested on Maris' forehead, the invisible bonds of blood continued to connect the two of them together. Looking at his younger brother's serious expression, he shows a gentle smile.
今すぐ理解しようとしなくていいんだよ。お前が大人になるまで、兄さんはずっと K のそばにいるから。
Central Plaza. After a long while, Maris finally pulls himself out of the deep reminiscence and gives you a relaxed smile.
ボードゲームだけじゃない。兄さんは遊びながら学べる方法をたくさん考えてくれたんだ。少し経ってからは会社のプロジェクトにも関わらせてくれるようになってさ。
I see. As you learn more about the relationship between the Von Hagen brothers, a new question arises in your mind. But Jian must have used such a roundabout teaching strategy because he knew you wanted to pursue an art career.
だろうね。昔から絵の勉強するのを応援してくれてたから。兄さんが支えてくれたおかげで、俺は夢中で理想を追いかけられたんだと思う。
Maris pauses for a moment, looking up into the distance, as if gazing at a beautiful painting far away.
実際俺も不思議だったよ。どう考えても後継者にふさわしいのは兄さんだったし。わざわざ俺に教える意味なんかないじゃない？こんなの。自分がいなくなることを分かってたみたいじゃん。
Marius? Gian von Hagen's disappearance is like a puzzle that seems to get more confusing the more you look into it. If everything was truly planned a long time ago, just as Marius thought, and not a mere coincidence, the truth would be too cruel to bear. You can't help but voice your disbelief. That's not true. No one would want to leave their loved ones. Even if he had a reason to leave for now, he will definitely find a way to return to your side.
そうだよね。お姉さんの言う通りだ。兄さんは俺に見つけてもらうのを待ってる。
After a long, long while, Marius finally manages to control his emotions.
どんな結果になろうと、俺は兄さんを見つけ出す。必ず家に連れて帰るよ。
Mary's tone is filled with determination, perhaps having imagined countless worst-case scenarios alone in his room before. silently processing his sorrow alone, and after opening the door, he greets what appears to be an ordinary life again. He seems to know how to control his emotions well, so after a mere instant of melancholy, he is back to his usual smiling self.
久しぶりにいっぱい愚痴っちゃった。こんな話ができる人なんてお姉さんくらいしかいないんだもん。
As fellow and to as comrades, I am honored to be your confidant.
N2X の仲間ね。加入したばかりの頃は、他の連中を仲間と思うほどの余裕はなかったな。失踪した兄さんの手がかりを探すんだって、それだけを考えてた。
What about now? The wind tousles his hair and he turns his head towards it as if tuning in to a distant voice.
今はいろんな景色が見えるかな。
Dining area. It is almost evening when Vincent sends the report right on schedule mid-stroll. Maris then proposes heading to a nearby restaurant to rest a bit. The fatigue from a busy day is quickly relieved by the exquisite meal. After you've rested well, Maris shares the report with you. He did a great job with this report. It concisely summarizes Vertex's development trends over the past few years. He even conducted data analysis on the information Miles provided. Additionally, Vincent thoughtfully provided a more detailed personal profile of Sebastian Miles.
もうお姉さん藤崎ばっか褒めるじゃん。やきもち焼いちゃうよ。今月のボーナスどうしてやろうかな。なんてね。まあ報告書がよくできてるのは本当だし、ちゃんと査定に反映させとくか。
Vincent must be feeling a chill running down his spine somewhere out there without knowing why. After joking around, you two start to get down to business, and Marius quickly spots the problems in the report.
どうやら小高は嘘を混ぜるどころか、事実の一部を隠していたようだな。少なくとも、京電がここまで業績を伸ばしたのには裏がある。安定成長の企業ってわけじゃないらしい。
He points to the sudden increase in the curve during the early to middle section of the data chart.
ここ、だいたい7、8年前、京電設立から10年目の節目に爆発的な急成長があるでしょ。当時は零細企業だから何倍に成長しても一目を引くほどの数字にはならないけど。
Yes, looking at it over a decade, this abnormal data is really hard to find.
この急成長があったからこそ、財務報告の数字が安定して増加するようになってるんだ。だけど、当時の京電に組織改変の形跡はないし、事業範囲の変更もない。つまり、この増益は、偶然の産物でもなければ、小高の手腕によるものでもない。誰かが裏で長期的な投資を行った結果だよ。
Marius lined the fingers shift to another set of numbers.
しかも、こいつは天才未来ファンドが設立された時期とも一致する。どれも決定的な証拠とは言えないから、あくまで仮説だけど、このファンドができたきっかけは、小高が言ったようなものじゃないかもしれない。グラジオラスバレーが提供したライセンスを見て、小高が医療分野に将来性を感じたのではなく、その反対で、単に彼は選ばれただけなのかもしれない。ビジネス的にも、こんな赤字のプロジェクトを抱えている理由があるとは思えないからね。別の出資者がいて、その人物から報酬をもらっているなら、辻褄は合う。
You continue your deductions based on Marius' hypothesis. Someone used Vertex to establish the Horizon Future Fund as a means to invest in Gladiolus Valley. That means what we thought about Vertex is correct. It's merely a shady conduit for cash flow. In that case, Sebastian Miles is even more suspicious. He must know something to lie like that.
だね。それを確かめるためにも調査は続行しなきゃ。お姉さん、まだまだよろしくね。
Marius claps his hands together in a pleading gesture, even throwing in a cute wink. You force yourself to hold back your smile as you nod, trying to maintain the serious atmosphere. So, is there anything wrong with his resume?
穂高は経営面では嘘つきだけど、経歴は本物だと思うよ。この数年、稼いだ金のほとんどは故郷の建設業に投資していて、慈善活動の証明書類も本物だ。穂高の母親は体の具合が悪くて、今はグレイの老人ホームで理学療法を受けているらしいし。
Yeah, Mal seemed sincere when he brought this up, but you're no longer a rookie attorney, and after handling so many cases, you've come to understand just how complex human nature can be. Good and evil often coexist in the same person. Sometimes all it takes is a blink of an eye. We should continue looking deeper into Sebastian Miles. But wouldn't it seem a bit unnatural to reach out to him immediately in the name of cooperation? Business partnerships should involve a long period of evaluation and negotiation, right?
うん、普通ならね。だけど小高は、俺以外の投資家とも会おうとしてる。
Reaching out to other investors is a totally normal business move, right? Is there anything fishy about it?
今のところは、俺の勘がおかしいって言ってるとしか言えないな。この直感が正しいかどうかを確かめるためにも。
Mary switches to another page, and the web page Stylist Outstanding Business Summit pops up on the screen. A business summit?
そう。これは業界でそれなりの知名度があって、投資を呼び込む場として利用する企業も少なくない。
Could Miles be planning to attend this summit too?
その通り。
Sebastian Miles has been doing too many investment attracting activities lately. It just doesn't feel right. Marius notices your confusion and smiles as he extends his invitation once again.
小高のスピーチ、聞きに行かない？面白い情報が得られるかもよ。
Sure. Summit venue. A few days later, you attend the Stylist Outstanding Business Summit with Marius. Most of the participants are entrepreneurs looking for opportunities, and there are also some big shots in the business industry hunting for promising investments. Miles is giving an impassioned speech on the podium.
ステラシビジネスサミットの皆様に御礼申し上げます。このような素晴らしい場で京電金融を紹介する機会をいただき、誠にありがとうございます。私は京電金融の創設者として人情深い経営者でありたいという一念を抱いておりました。ビジネスでどれだけの成果を上げても初心忘るべからず、育ててくれた故郷の人々や信頼してくださるお客様への恩返しをするべきだと、この思いを胸に堅実にいたからこそ京電金融は今日まで歩んできたのだと自負しております。
Sebastian Miles turned to face the large screen presenting the recent year's financial reports to the audience. He barely contains his grin as he watches the arrow continuously travel upwards.
同業の皆様におかれましては不思議に思う方もいるかもしれません。金融業界にいて高利益を追求せずに生き残れるわけがないと。ですが京電金融はこの実績をもって証明いたします。企業を生かすのは利益の追求ではなく、地道な一歩一歩の歩みなのです。 ではそんな弊社の主力商品について紹介しましょ
Sebastian Miles speaks eloquently, and the product information he disclosed is almost the same as the information previously given to Marius. However, there are a few numbers on the screen that confuse you a little, so you look at Marius and he seems just as confused.
お姉さん、京電が出した将来の収益予測の数字、覚えてる？
Though I don't remember very clearly, the data Miles presented today should be a few points higher than what we received before. You immediately scroll through the file stored on your phone to confirm your deduction. He tweaked the quarterly profit margin to be 3.2 higher and modified the other data accordingly.
思った通りだな。投資を呼び込むために、小高はさらにデータを最適化したってわけだ。
Can this kind of data be modified at will?
少なくとも、堅実な経営と人情を重んじる会社はやらないな。よその会社の経営戦略部門やリスク管理部門だって飾りじゃないんだ。数字通りの成果を出すには、それに見合う資金がないと意味がない。まあ、俺の推測を裏付ける展開ではあるんだけどさ。
What is it? Just as Marius is about to answer, you are interrupted by a sudden applause. Sebastian Miles has finished his speech. He doesn't waste any time after stepping down from the podium, busying himself with handing out his business cards to several business tycoons in the audience. He stops in front of a middle-aged man wearing a red suit. They exchange a few words, but the man maintains a reserved and distant demeanor throughout. That red-suited man looks familiar. Have I seen him in a news report somewhere?
クリムソンの社長、柳原深見だな。
At his prompt, you finally match the man's name with his face. Crimson is quite well known in Stalis. It's a pharmaceutical company, right? They make a lot of common household medicines. Why would a pharmaceutical company be here at a financial summit? It feels a bit out of place.
クリムソンはここ数年、事業範囲を広げてるんだ。保健医療と医療機器の分野では好調だし、相当ビジネスの才能に恵まれてるよ。
Would he be interested in Vertex Finance? Christopher Cromwell's next move answers your question. He gracefully and politely declines the business card offered by Sebastian Miles.
こういう場なら、名刺くらいもらっておくものだと思うけどな。あれじゃ相手のメンツが丸つぶれだろう。
I didn't actually expect Christopher Cromwell to be so hard to win over.
さあ、俺はあまり関わりがないから何とも言えない。兄さんから聞いたことはあるけど、話を聞く限り、ポジティブなイメージしかなかったよ。俺が小さい頃に何度かうちにも来てたみたいで、兄さんは深見おじさんって呼んでたとか。じゃあ一応知人ではあるのか？
Perhaps sensing your gaze, Cromwell slowly walks towards you, leaning on his cane. When you first met Christopher Cromwell, the CEO of Crimson, he gives you an incredibly indescribable impression. He dresses to perfection. Everything is fancy looking and exquisitely well tailored to him. Even in a room full of big shots, he stands out with an extremely strong presence. He nods at Marius and smiles scantly like an uncle would to someone younger.
君は K 君か？随分と大きくなったものだ。お兄さんは来ていないようだが、元気にしているのだろうか？
兄は今海外に出張中で、僕が専務取締役としてパックスの業務を代理で行っております。
ああ、そのことなら聞いているよ。ただ、いくらなんでも出張が長すぎると思って、
ずっと連絡も取れないから気にしていたんだ。私も先日まで海外にいてね。彼に会えないかと、パックスの海外支社まで足を運んだけど、結局会えずじまいだった。もう帰国したのかと思っていたが。
It was just a casual question, but since it involves Jiang's disappearance, you can sense Marius becoming slightly tense. However, he maintains a cool and casual demeanor, and you can hardly tell there's anything off.
それは残念です。あいにく兄の出先はパックスの支社ではありませんので。出発前に兄から柳原さんに連絡はありませんでしたか？支社まで出向いてくださるなんて何か用事でも？
いや、何も。もし聞いていたら、無駄足を踏むこともなかったからな。パックスとは取引こそ少ないけど、プライベートでは時々ヒロ君と仕事について意見交換を交わしていてね。彼のことだ。これだけ長く姿を現さないなら、何かとんでもないことを計画しているんだろうね。
兄はそういう人ですからね。最後まで出し惜しみして切り札を伏せておくんです。今も海外で進行しているその一大事業のサポートをするために僕が専務取締役を引き継いだくらいで。
そうだったのか。なら、これ以上掘り下げるのは無粋というものだね。ヒロ君が帰ってきた時、ゆっくり話を聞かせてもらうよ。
Although Cromwell and Marius are not very familiar with each other, you can tell that Cromwell cares about Jian just from how he talks about him. After a moment of silence, he turns his attention to you, looking apologetic.
私としたことが、知り合いとの会話に夢中になるあまりに、あなたにとんだご無礼を。
Hello, Mr. Christopher Cromwell. I'm Shara, Pax's legal counsel.
はじめまして、弁護士先生。どうやら、私の自己紹介は不要のようですね。二人がここに来たのは、新しいビジネスパートナーを探すためかな？もちろん、パックスの機密情報に触れるようなら、答えてもらわなくても結構だよ。
いえ、僕たちは市場調査に来ただけです。柳原さんこそどうしてこちらに？先ほど小高さんでしたっけ？彼と話が弾んでいたように見えましたが、名刺を断ったのは何か理由があるのでしょうか？
Christopher Cromwell chuckles, casually flicking the dust off his sleeve.
商売の本質は、利益の追求にある。強欲さは、商人に欠かせない資質と言っていいだろう。しかし、野心に見合う知恵がなければ意味がない。
From Cromwell's words, you can tell his disdain for Miles, and Marius is quick to pick up on this emotion. Marius doesn't deny what he said, instead he continues to ask, almost as if in awe.
そういえば、前に兄から柳原さんの経営理念について聞いたことがあります。ビジネスの極意を学んだとしきりに言っていたので、よければ僕にも教えてもらえればと。どうやって小高さんにその知恵がないと判断されたのですか？
Marius tries to sound out Cromwell using Miles as bait. Christopher Cromwell seems to have no intention of hiding his abilities in front of Marius, casually rattling off several sets of numbers.
何、簡単さ。彼が提供した216件のデータのうち、47件に統計と計算の齟齬があった。サミットに合わせて急いで調整したんだろう。聴衆はスピーチに夢中で、スクリーンの数字に注目することはないと高をくくっていたのか。うぬぼれも愚かさの一つと言える。
He memorized and calculated all Vertex's data in just half an hour. Christopher Cromwell's answer is undoubtedly beyond ordinary comprehension, While you are still in shock, Maris is already clapping his hands in admiration with a smile.
驚きました。そんなことができるなんて、生けるビッグデータセンターのようですね。てっきり経験談を聞かせてもらえるのかと思ってましたが。
それは清則さんのやり方だ。
When Cromwell suddenly mentions his father, Maris is slightly taken aback and looks at him for a moment. Noticing Maris' attempt to sound him out, Cromwell remains calm, his expression remaining the same as ever. If anything, his smile only deepens.
泉家はビジネスにおいて過去の経験を非常に重んじていると聞く。歴々の経験を記して家訓にするほどだと。残念ながら私は他人の経験に共感することはないし、自分の経験を他人に伝えたいとも思ってない。論理と数字の法則は経験によらないからね。
つまり柳原さんは自分の認識と判断を一番に信じられていらっしゃるんですね。ただ僕が泉家で学んだことは単なる経験ではなく継承です。ともかく今日は柳原さんと意見交換ができて光栄でした。
こちらこそ。
They have such different ideas, but neither is really trying to win the other over. Cromwell raises his cane, and just as he is about to leave, he suddenly remembers something and leaves a few words.
そうだ。清則さんとも久しく会ってなかったな。彼にもよろしくと伝えておいてくれ。
After he disappears into the distance, Maris' smile fades as his brows furrow with concern. Something wrong?
いや、俺は柳原さんと気が合わないなって。親しみやすいだなんて兄さんの気が知れないよ。
But judging by the way he talks, he seems to have some connection with the von Hagen family.
そうだね。でも父さんは俺の前であの人の話をめったにしなかったからな。
Maris thinks for a long time but seems to be unable to dig up much about Christopher Cromwell from his memory.
まあいっか。柳原さんのことはおしまい。本題の話を続けよう。
I just saw Sebastian Miles looking in this direction. There's no point in trying to get any useful information out of him right now. Should we leave this place first?
賛成。じゃあ屋上庭園に行こうよ。
Rooftop. The breeze on the rooftop dispels the clamor of the summit downstairs. Despite only being separated by a few floors, this place is as tranquil as a secluded paradise.
人もいないし、ちょうど良さそうだな。
About what you were saying earlier, that was an unfinished deduction of yours, wasn't it? Could it be that Miles' data optimization wasn't meant to attract investment?
あれは投資を呼び込むだけじゃなくて、もっと大きな利益を得るためにやってるんだよ。つまり、買収だ。
What Mary said undoubtedly confuses you even more. Cromwell just analyzed that Vertex's data was fabricated, right? Would anyone really want to acquire a company like that?
あんたは改ざんだって言うけど、これくらいのデータの最適化なら見過ごされることもあるよ。歌方みたいな偽りの反映でも、わずかな可能性にかけてリスクを顧みない人っているからさ。
Can something false still have possibilities? Instead of answering your question right away, he pulls out an intricately designed die from his pocket.
あれから兄さんが残してったボードゲームを引っ張り出して遊んでみたんだ。これはその時に見つけた12面ダイスだよ。子供の頃はこいつが難しくてしょうがなかった。 どんな風に投げても出目が予測できなくて、新しい可能性を生み出すからさ。
He rolls the dice so nimbly between his fingers that you can hardly keep up. Right, I remember you once won against that bar owner by playing die. You said you learned it to maintain your rich playboy persona. But then you only showed a small strip with a magnetic strip. I didn't expect you to be so good at rolling the die. But what does this have to do with Miles?
ビジネスの本質はギャンブルと大差ない。嘘も本当も表も裏も全部ある。で、このギャンブルの必勝法は
With a gentle flick of his thumb, Maris sends the die flying onto the table where it spins several times before coming to a stop. The die falls right on the biggest number. Wow, that's amazing! How long did you practice that to get that good?
習うより慣れよってね。俺なりに試行錯誤して見つけた唯一の必勝法だったんだ。兄さんみたいなビジネスの記載には勝てなくてさ、いっつも俺の前にいて遠くを見据えてた。俺にできるのは手の届く範囲で毎回ベストを尽くすこと。
Maris puts on a confident smile.
兄さんに比べたらベテランぶった一部の業界人の手口なんか手垢のついたものでしかないよ。小高がそれだ。彼は目くらましをしたに過ぎない。
Are you saying those data were just a cover-up?
うん。数字が単なる見せかけのデータになったとき、目利きの商人だけが水面下にある大きな商機を正確に見極める。あんたは教伝が儲かってるように見せかけて粉飾してるって思ってるよね。
He gently flicks the 12-sided die with his finger, turning the biggest number to the smallest. That just represents new possibilities.
でも事実は逆で、莫大な利益をごまかすために堅調なイメージを持たせているのかもしれないよ。
If there are such massive profits, why would they want Vertex to be acquired?
当然、金に変えて逃げるためだ。何せ、ゲラジオラスバレーが捜査対象になったからな。もし教伝が本当に関与してるなら、遅かれ早かれ明るみに出る。
Now that you've broken it down, a lot of things that didn't make sense earlier make sense now. But even if we have deduced this, how are we going to find the relevant evidence? We need to find a new angle. As if responding to your question, your phone suddenly vibrates. It's a video call from Arthur. If he is calling you now, then there may be some new intel. After exchanging a glance with Marius, you press the answer button. Mr. Wing, what's the matter?
まだ泉といるのか？
Before you can answer, Marius moves closer to your phone.
当然でしょう。彼女と俺は小高の調査をしているんですから。我々は仕事中なんですよ、左京さん。お得意の職場トークは抜きにして、さっさと本題に入りませんか？
You feel like you may just be imagining things, but the phone in your hand seems to have become a little colder.
京電金融に関する直近の事案を見つけた。2ヶ月前、営業顧問の東野龍馬さんが京電のビルから飛び降りたそうだ。
Was it suicide?
ああ。警察の捜査報告書によれば自殺で間違いない。その後、京電金融は遺族の父親との和解が済んでいる。
自殺の理由は？
詳しいことはわからない。テミスの案件じゃない上に裁判も行われていないからな。
But didn't you mention earlier that you had an impression of Vertex Finance?
ああ、それなら思い出したよ。前にあった弁護士合同交流会で、榊先生が大仕事をしたと自慢げに話していた。それが、京電金融からの依頼だったんだ。
In cases involving corporate monetary compensation, some attorneys take a considerable percentage as their contingency fee. The intel Autumn provided also reminds you of what happened at Vertex Finance that day. Alright, there were white chrysanthemums on the desk. Looks like someone placed them there to pay respects to the deceased.
社員の自殺。小高が吹聴する企業イメージとはかけ離れてるじゃないか。榊を雇って示談に持ち込む必要があったわけだ。たった2ヶ月で事件を完全にもみ消すなんて、一体どれだけの大金をはたいたんだか。
Should we check with the police again about that suicide case? I wonder if Captain Morgan is on duty today.
彼とは連絡がついている。いつでも来ていいと言っていた。
That's wonderful. You're so thoughtful, Mr. Wing.
では、時間を決めて。
俺たち警察署の近くにいるんです。お忙しい左京さんにご足労いただかなくても大丈夫ですよ。
You feel a bit guilty about turning down Autumn's invitation. But based on the distance of the location, it would definitely save more time if you went to the police station with Marius instead. Mr. Wing, thank you for your hard work on the research. We'll head out now.
わかった。ご苦労。気をつけて。
After hanging up the phone, Marius eagerly snaps his fingers, drawing your attention to him.
外に運転手を待たせてあるからいつでも出られるよ。どう？俺だって完璧でしょ？
Marius raises his eyebrows proudly, his somewhat childish words dispelling the pressure from days of working on the case. That's very thoughtful of you. Come on, let's hurry. Police station. After waiting in the police station's reception room for about half an hour, Darius finally entered carrying a stack of documents. He looks exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. Captain Morgan, are you alright?
二徹しただけで大したことじゃない。後で仮眠も取るつもりだ。
Although the Gladiolus Valley case has been solved, everyone knows that Wilson Sawyer's death does not mean that everything's over. Not only are you working hard behind the scenes to find the truth, but the police are also striving to uncover the deeper secrets.
岩崎刑事、一刻も早く姿から有用な供述を得たいようですが、あれは一筋縄ではいきませんよ。長期戦になるのは目に見えています。ご自分をいたわってあげてください。
そうしたいのは山々ですが、あいにく署の仕事は待ってくれないのでね。最近正式採用になったヤスって実習生がいて、上からの指示で俺の配属になったのはいいんですが、おとなしそうで問題は起こさないだろうと思ったのに、現場じゃヒーローにでもなったような勢いで。まったく。
Even though he is complaining, the serious look on his face noticeably softens when he talks about Kim. Captain Morgan rarely talks about anything other than cases. Come to think of it, he hasn't even gone home for 2 days straight. Would his family be worried? Seemingly aware of his loss of composure, Darius runs his fingers through his hair with an awkward smile.
本題に戻すぞ。左京から聞いたが、東野龍馬の件を調べているんだな。
Yes, we followed the lead on Gladiolus Valley to Vertex Finance, and we found something suspicious about Terrence Thorne's suicide.
自殺という結論自体に問題はないだろう。すでに関係機関の確認は終わっていて、証拠も不足はないはずだ。
Darius hands over the file. The folder is new with a case closure date mark on the cover, indicating that it was closed relatively recently.
ただ、捜査そのものはグラジオラスバレーの件が上がる前に行われたものだからな。自殺の動機については再検討の余地があるかもしれない。これが関連資料だ。確認するといい。
After a quick browse, you have a rough idea of what happened to Terence Thorne. The deceased, Terence Thorne, male, 35 years old, his mother died in a traffic accident on her way to the market when he was young, and his father, Charles Thorne, is unemployed. He and his father live on the death compensation from his mother and a low-income subsidy. After graduation, Terence Thorne found a relatively stable job, and 5 years later, he switched to Vertex Finance as a financial advisor.
これは東野が自殺する前に残した遺書ですね。彼の父親はギャンブル依存症だった。そのせいで多額の借金を抱えていて、その負債に耐えられなくなったと。
はい。東野金吾は自分の名義だけでなく、息子の名義も使って、闇金から頻繁に金を借り入れていたようです。その父親のせいで結婚も断念したことは調べがついています。それらのプレッシャーに耐えかねての自殺でしょう。
After Terence Thorne's death, Charles Thorne quickly opted for a settlement, accepting a substantial compensation. You can't help feeling a little sad. Terence Thorne's life was really messed up because of money, and ironically, it took the right money to finally settle things.
亡くなった東野は京電金融でかなり評価されていて、管理職にまで上り詰めています。捜査の結果、彼の自殺と高木健之助を直接結びつけるものは見つかっていません。
真っ白であればあるほどうさんくさいですね。
否定はしません。グラジオラスバレーに関わるのであれば、何事も慎重に対処した方がいいでしょう。
Yes, we need to visit his father, Charles Thorne, to verify the situation.
そのことだが、東野の件は、こちらの捜査は終了している。父親に警察の事情聴取に応じる義務はないってことだ。まあ、おそらく警察が訪ねに行っても、有用な情報は得られないだろうな。
Captain Morgan frowns again, probably thinking about all the tough stuff they have to deal with at work. Maybe we can make private contact with Charles Thorne and get him to talk.
個人的に？それは一つの手ではあるが、どうやって接触するつもりだ？
岩崎刑事、東野金吾は示談金を受け取っているんでしょうか？
ああ、それを聞いて思い出しました。前に隣の班が京電金融のある地区に出動しましてね。確か中年の男性が金を要求して暴れていると。
Both Maris and you not knowingly.
前に京電で見かけた親父、あいつが東野金吾で間違いなさそうだ。
Sebastian Mouse was lying then. This goes beyond a simple contract dispute. Was he trying to leave a good impression on you because you're Pax's CEO, or was there something else?
じゃあ、東野金吾の方に話を聞いてみよっか。
Now, have you already thought of a solution? Maris smiles a little, and when he gets that look on his face, it almost feels like all problems will be solved.
巨額の負債を抱えて返済をせかされてる人間が、その問題を解決してくれそうな相手との面会を断ると思う？安心して、必ず吐かせてみせるから。
Terence Thorne's suicide case files. The case files documenting Terrence's suicide contains a complete chain of evidence, and there are no objections to the conclusion of suicide. Case name Terence Thorne suicide case. Location rooftop of Skywell building. Vertex Finance waterfront sellers. Case type suicide. The deceased Terence Thorne, male 35 years old, was employed at Vertex Finance. After scene investigation and evidence collection, the conclusion of suicide was confirmed, with no signs of homicide found. Medical examiner's report. Multiple fractures across the body, head trauma with bleeding, evidence evidence list. A voice recording found on the deceased phone, in which he mentioned his father's severe gambling addiction and mounting debts, which had subjected him to prolonged psychological distress. Neighborhood. The next day, you find Charleston's neighborhood based on the information Darius provided. Marius is dressed a lot flashier than usual. He even drives a fancy business car and brings an entourage. The moment he opens the car door and gets out, he immediately catches the attention of all the enthusiastic ladies in the neighborhood.
あら、かっこいい。うちの近所にこんな人が住んでたなんて知らなかった。
Excuse me, we're here to look for someone, and this handsome... You glance at Marius, who is trying hard to maintain his aura while holding back his laughter, and quickly correct yourself. This is an executive from PAX. We're here to see Mr. Charleston. Visiting Charleston as a CEO would be too high profile, so you have to lower Mary's status a little.
東野さんに
The middle-aged woman's expression changes as her voice turns timid.
取り立てですか
Do we look like debt collectors to you?
いいえ、こんなに優しげな借金取りはいないでしょうね。じゃあ、パックスの人が東野さんに何の用が
Wasn't his son Terence working at Vertex Finance? We want to learn more about his situation there. After hearing your explanation, she finally lets her guard down and starts chatting with you.
気を悪くしたらごめんなさいね。この団地で東野さんの面倒事を知らない人はいないから。前の大晦日の夜なんか、喪服姿の借金取りがあの人の家の前に座ってお祭り騒ぎ。ひどい嫌がらせでしょ。龍馬くんが気の毒でね。
The woman lets out a heavy sigh with a sympathetic look on her face.
私、昔はよく彼のお母さんが売ってる野菜を買っていたんですよ。二人とも見ていて忍びなくって。あの子が頑張って稼ぎのいい仕事に就けたからいいけど、そうじゃなかったら、極つぶしのお父さんのせいで、家は抵当に出されていたと思う。
どれくらい稼いでいたんです？
Hearing his question, the woman's smile grows even warmer.
さすがにパックスみたいな大企業には及びませんよ。ただ、噂だけど、東野さんの借金は天文学的な数字らしくてね。普通の人が一生かけて稼いだお金で借用書1枚がなくなるかどうかだって。なのに、龍馬くんが新しい会社に入ってからは借金の取り立てに来る人が減っていった。やっと明るい未来が見えたんだって私は思ったんですけどね。仲のいい女の子もいたって言うし、どうしてあんなことを。
Halfway through the sentence, the woman suddenly points at the hunched figure limping around the corner and shouts.
あれ？東野さんじゃない？ちょっと東野さん、こっちに来てくださる？あなたに用事があるって。
違う違う、借金取りじゃなくてパックスの役員さんですって。
ああ、パックスの役員？じゃあ俺は大臣かなんかか？
Seeing that Charleston doesn't intend to stop, Maris immediately asks his men to block him.
東野金吾さん、私が本物かどうかはネットで顔でも調べてみてください。
He narrows his eyes as he sizes Maris up. Suddenly he seems to remember something and bends his back even lower.
おお、そうかそうか。お前が小高の接待してたお偉いさんってわけか。
Have you seen us before?
京殿に来てただろう。小高が嘘ついてるのなんか分かってたからな。監視カメラのない屋上の通路を通って見に行ったんだよ。窓から部屋で話してるのを覗いてたんだが、警備員に出くわして、そいつ警察まで呼びやがって、ほんとついてねえよ。くそ、足を痛めてまともに歩けやしない。こっちは賠償金の取り立てに必死だったのに。
No wonder even Darius frowns at the mention of Charleston. He is such a lawless scoundrel.
実は我々があなたを訪ねたのは、その京電金融についてお話を聞きたかったからなんです。
社長さんよ。見ての通り俺は怪我人だ。こんなんで大事なお客様のもてなしができると思うか？
Charleston seems to be getting ready to name a high price for his efforts, but Maris just nods and walks away without a second glance. Seeing his cash cow about to slip away, he immediately becomes anxious.
待ってくれ！ただの冗談だよ。どうぞお上がりになってください。お茶でも出しますので。
Charles' house. When you get into his house, the strong smell of smoke hanging in the air makes it hard to breathe. Maris quickly opens the window to let in some fresh air. You can tell the house was once nicely decorated, but the living conditions are now just awful. Wine bottles lay scattered on the floor, with take-out boxes casually thrown under the bed. The edges of the bedding are stained with a dark red sauce, and the way it drips down makes it look like blood. You quickly inspect the surroundings, but find no photos of Terence Thorne or any memorial offerings.
粗末な暮らしをしてるんで、細かいことは勘弁してくれ。ああ、たった一人の後継ぎもいなくなって、生きてる気もしねえんだ。
You have my condolences, Mr. Thorne. Charles Thorne waves his hand dismissively, grabbing a bottle of liquor from somewhere and taking several big gulps.
先に言っておくが、俺は京電と契約してる。ベラベラ喋ったら賠償問題になることは分かってるからな。
契約に違反するようなことまで答えていただかなくて結構。我々は買収に影響するような問題点がないかが分かればいいので。
買収？京電を買うのか？
Charleston slaps his thigh, swearing spittle in his excitement.
大高が出し渋ってる賠償金も払ってくれるんだろうな。
京電がパックスの傘下になった暁には、法的責任から逃れるような真似はしませんので。
そりゃいい泉社長、話がわかるな。龍馬のことが聞きたかったんだよな。好きに聞いてくれ。
Mr. Thorne, do you have any objections regarding the cause of Terence Thorne's death?
思うところないない。 警察が自殺って言ったんだ。疑ってどうする？
If it was suicide, did you notice any unusual behavior from him?
龍馬は昔から賢くて、俺には何も言わないガキだったよ。稼ぐようになってからは、俺なんか目に入らないって面でな。親父への態度がなってないんだわ。
Speak no ill of the deceased. You can't help but cough to interrupt him. Mary speaks you to asking the question.
息子さんの死因が気にならないんですか？
気にならないわけあるか。息子が死んで気にしない親がいるってか。だが、今さら何を言っても遅いだろう。死人は生き返らないんだからな。あいつも母親と同じ。このろくでもない暮らしから解放されたんだ。俺だけ置いていきやがってよ。惨めなもんだ。
He starts rumbling and complaining, trying to avoid the question by shifting the blame. Maybe I should try changing the subject. How was he doing at Vertex? Your neighbor said his career was on the rise. The suicide took place at Vertex's office building. Did he have any conflicts with the company before his death? Charleston suddenly shakes the wine bottle, seemingly hesitating whether to answer your question.
普段の仕事への姿勢など教えてもらえれば十分ですよ。
トラブルだ。んな話は聞いてない。仕事も忙しい以外の文句は言ってなかったはずだ。出張に接待、あとは毎月のKP なんとかっつってたな。
KPI?
ああ、そう、それだよ。めったに家に帰らないし、電話にも出やしない。顔出せば業績だの客だのつまんない話ばっかりしやがる。金もらってるんだ。やることはやるべきだろう。最近の若いやつは根性がなさすぎて、どいつもこいつも軟弱なんだよ。あの優柔不断な性格は、あいつの母親譲りだろうな。断るごとに泣くわわめくわ。しまいには死にたいなんてほざくしよ。
東野さん、父親だろうと子供の人生と決断を否定する権利はありませんよ。
何バカなこと言ってんだ。親の言うことだぞ。誰のおかげで命があったと。
As Mary's expression gradually turns cold, Charleston's tone remains defiant, though his voice grows lower. He keeps rotating the gold ring on his finger, using the repetitive, monotonous motion to calm his restless heart. So, you think his death was due to too much work pressure?
は？どういう意味だ？まさか、俺が息子を死なせたって言いたいんじゃないよな。
He avoids answering by questioning you, or rather to distance himself from any connection to Terence Thorne's death. Maybe I should try asking from a different angle. According to what we learned from the police, his last words mostly mentioned being unable to bear the burden of his family. Before his death, he was forced to take on massive loans. You should be well aware of the details, Mr. Thorne.
警察ってのはそんなことまで話すのか？
Now that his lies have been exposed, he looks somewhat agitated. He tries to stand up and argue several times, but under Mary's intense stare, he sits back down, anxiously rubbing his hands back and forth on his knees. Despite his nervousness making his lips dry and his eyes starting around, his voice grows even increasingly louder.
ああ、そうだよ。したギャンブルで借金で、勝ち負けなんざつきものだろ。 あの日はついてなかったんだ。神様に祈っとくのを忘れてな。数ヶ月運を貯めりゃ取り返せる。家族揃ってこんな大都会のいい家に住めたのも、みんな俺が昔ギャンブルで稼いだ金のおかげなんだぞ。何十年もこうやって暮らしてきて、今さらんなことであいつが自殺するかよ。あんだけ稼いで小高に目をかけられて海外の事業も任されるところだったんだ。将来はもっと金が入ってきただろうに。バカ息子め。石頭でまともにものを考えられなくて死んだんだろうよ。
He then slams the bottle down hard on the table with a loud bang. As his emotions grow increasingly agitated by the alcohol, he suddenly stands up, nearly toppling over from dizziness. His eyes are bloodshot, and he is mumbling something under his breath, when suddenly, as if losing control, he starts waving his arms and shouting at the empty air.
あいつが死んだのが俺のせいだってんなら、警察に証拠でも出すんだな。俺を牢屋にぶち込んでみろ。それができないなら、人んちの事情に首を突っ込むんじゃねえ。
Looks like he's a bit drunk. Given how self-centered he is, it would be difficult to get through to him, even for Terence Thorne. While thinking about the next question, you subconsciously begin observing his behavior.
まだ質問があるのか。さっさとしてくれ。
You notice that when he puts down his wine bottle to speak, he would habitually twist the gold ring on his left index finger. The ring is engraved with magenta patterns, making for a very unique design that is clearly expensive. Charleston looks so unkempt. Why would he wear such an expensive ring? Given his nature, wouldn't he sell the ring to get gambling money? Perhaps sensing your gaze, he hastily covers the ring and glares at you angrily.
何じろじろ見てやがる。
東野さん、言葉を慎んでもらおうか。俺の弁護士と話すなら態度をわきまえるんだな。
悪いね、社長さん。俺にはこいつくらいしか価値のあるものが残ってないんだ。誰かに狙われたらと思うと怖くて仕方がない。
俺の弁護士がお前の持ち物なんか欲しがるわけないだろ。
そんなもん分かってる。貧乏人の差がってやつだよ。弁護士先生にはすまないが、こいつはしまわせてもらうよ。
As he speaks, Charleston discreetly removes his ring and tucks it into his inner pocket. He doesn't want me to inspect the ring. Is it really just because it's expensive? I should make a note of this suspicious point and discuss it with Marius later. Did you go to Vertex earlier to demand compensation from Sebastian Miles?
ああ。龍馬は京電で死んだからな。小高に責任を取ってもらうのが筋ってもんだろ。こっちは息子が死んでるんだ。金くらい出してもらわないとな。
小高はいくら出したんです？それは一人の命をあがなうのに見合う金額でしたか？
社長さんよ。金で命が買えるかはともかく、金がなきゃ人は生きていけないんだよ。小高に金を払わせる他になんかあるか？龍馬の後を追って飛び降りろってか。小高が払った金額だってよ。榊って弁護士が言ってたが、裁判に持ち込んだところでこれっぽっちの額しかもらえないって言われてな。
He holds up a number with his fingers and snorts disdainfully. The bottle is empty and he picks up a cigarette butt from the overflowing ashtray, taking a drag with a squinted eyes.
教伝はその3倍出すって言ったんだ。断るバカがどこにいる？もともと俺みたいな一般市民が大企業様相手に裁判なんかやれるわけない。あっちにはお抱えの専門家とかがいるんだろう。まあとっくにサインしてもらったし、今さら大高がしらばっくれたって無駄だろうがな。
Have you gone through all the specific terms in the contract?
はあ？あんな何百枚もある契約書なんか読むわけないだろう。金額と日付だけは確認しといたから問題はない。どうだ？聞きたいことは聞いたか？俺は全部正直に答えたぞ。でだ、社長さん。今度大高のやつに会ったら催促してやってくれませんか？あれは息子が命と引き換えによこしてくれた金なんだ。
He lets out a few dry sobs, but his eyes are all bloodshot from the hangover, and he can't squeeze out many tears. Although Charleston is the father of the deceased, it is hard to feel much sympathy for someone like him. If this is how he treats his own son, then how much of what he just said was even true? How can I get more useful information out of him? While you are lost in thought, Maris lets out a deliberate sigh.
催促することはできると思いますよ。ただ思ったんですが、東野さん、小高にはめられてませんか？
はめられただと？
あなたの話を聞く限り、教伝が金に困っているとは思えません。多額のお金を送金するのに時間がかかるのは事実です。しかし、支払い期日が迫っているなら、一部でも先払いすべきです。東野さんから理解を得られて、会社の栄誉も守れる。これ以上の手はないでしょ
う。まったくだ。
それなのに、どうして？
Maris deliberately keeps him in suspense by not continuing. Charleston looks like a cat on a hot bricks, subconsciously reaching out to touch his ring again only to find nothing. He curses his bad luck under his breath, then quickly pulls out a cigarette and offers it to Maris with a fawning gesture. If one refuses, he still keeps that groveling smile.
泉社長は小高が何を企んでるのかわかるんですか？
示談の契約内容に問題があるのでは？
なんだと？
何も不思議なことではありませんよ。悪どい企業がよくやる手口です。確認しましょうか？ここには榊より優秀なプロの弁護士がいるんですから。
Upon hearing there might be problems with the contract, he no longer cares about confidentiality, hurriedly taking out the documents from his room.
弁護士先生、早く確認してくださいよ。
Charleston may have been somewhat absent-minded just moments ago, but now his attitude has drastically changed. Clearly, Maris has completely figured out his weakness. You take the heavy contract from his hands and browse through it, extracting several key pieces of information. The contract doesn't require Charleston to keep Terrence Thorne's cause of death confidential, but he is strictly forbidden from revealing anything about Terrence's work. Besides that, a hidden clause deliberately buried among the numerous texts catches your attention. The composition must be used first to repay the debts Terrence Thorne owes to the company. Mr. Thorne, was he indebted to the company when he was alive?
はあ？うちのせがれはそんなグズじゃない。 働きながら会社に金を払うやつがいるのか？
龍馬さんの死後、遺産は全てあなたに相続されたはず。よく思い出してください。口座の入出金履歴に問題はありませんでしたか？
そいつは口座はとっくに凍結されてんだ。前に借金を返すんで全額引き落としたからそのせいだと思っていたが、カードも現金も息子が管理してやがったんだ。あいつは厳しくてな、親がどんなにせがんでもほんのちょっとしか金をよこさなかった。俺が殴られて死にかけてもだんまりだ。あのボンクラ、俺に隠れて借金してたのか。
Charleston narrows his eyes in thought for a moment as if searching through his memories for some clues.
そうだそうだ、あの姉ちゃんか。忘れるところだった。
Girl?
ああ、新井っていう龍馬の下にいた女だよ。そいつも龍馬が美容ローンを組んでたはずだ。
You remember seeing the former employee's nameplate when you had previously visited Vertex Finance. Was her name Sophia Chow?
そいつだ。なんだ、知ってたのか。
ええ。調査会社はいくらでもありますし、お金さえあれば簡単な話ですよ。
Maris drops some hints that he isn't the only source of information. Charleston is already stressed out, so he falls for it right away.
もらえるかわからねえ示談金なんか知るか。お話しします。実は京電は裏で氷菓子をやってるんですよ。
Loan sharking? You look at Maris in surprise. He looks calm and not surprised at all.
やはりそうでしたか。
Considering his previous hypotheses about the high profit margins of Vertex, he has probably anticipated this truth all along. Do you know the details of their loan sharking operations?
それを分かってたらとっくに京電に雇ってもらってこんなカスみたいな生活とおさらばしてただろうさ。しかし氷菓子なんて昔も今も変わらないだろう。まず金がいる。そんであとは。
His dejected face twists into a mischievous smile, looking a bit eerie and weird.
金だな。この二つがあればいい。この世には金に困った人間が腐るほどいるんだ。客には不自由しないだろうな。
His words are full of admiration for loan sharks, as if he has never thought that his son had already been involved in a criminal business. How much do you know about Sophia Chow?
いや、何も知らねえな。一度遠くから見かけたくらいか。美人なんだが、もったいないね。顔にあざさえなかったらな。龍馬がやっとその気になって嫁を見つけてくれたんだと思って会話を聞いてたんだが、何でも美容ローンで京電にかなり借金してるんだと。はあ、んな金遣いの荒い女をうちに入れるわけにはいかないよな。
Thinking about Charleston's own gambling debts, you take a deep breath, trying hard to suppress your urge to bite back. You mentioned that she took out a beauty loan from Terrence Thorne. Which beautiful loan was it?
はあ、覚えやすい名前だった。ピュアモメントってところだよ。
At this point, Charleston doesn't feel like talking anymore, angrily slamming his fist on the table.
ダメだ。こうしちゃいられねえ。小高と話をつけてやる。
A golden ring suddenly rolls out of his pocket, the blade red gemstone on it looking particularly striking, as if foretelling someone's fate. This ominous sign makes him realize something. Suddenly, his forehead is covered in sweat.
もし金が手に入らなかったら、足りなかったら、絶対に払ってもらわないと。絶対に。
Charleston mumbles the same words over and over, his flushed face gradually draining of color until it turns deathly pale. Then he storms out and slams the door without looking back, not caring about you and Marius who are still in his room. He just left. He wasn't even this agitated when we discussed his son's death.
だいぶ借金を抱え込んでるようだし、とっとと示談金で穴埋めをしたかったんだろう。今回の債権者は慈悲もない人らしいからな。
You even managed to track down his creditors. You're so efficient.
お姉さんが金の指輪に気づいてくれたおかげだよ。あれはグレイのカジノで VIP 会員にだけ渡される証だ。彼のギャンブル癖は趣味の領域をはるかに超えてるらしい。
Glee again. Several people are connected to this country, which makes you kind of sensitive about it.
中立国ってのはちょっと特別なことをするのに都合がいいからね。ただどれだけ金を積んだところでグレイのカジノは一般人が入り込める場所じゃない。VIP ルームならなおさらだよ。同じように教伝程度の企業がグレーで上場できたのも何か特別なルートを使ったと考える方が自然だ。
You mean there's a hidden third person in Glee?
全部推測の域を出ないけどね。この情報は森月にも共有しとく。あいつの立場のが調べやすいだろうし。ひとまず俺たちは新井奈々子さんの手がかりを追ってみよっか。
It's not just about finding out the truth of Gladiolus Valley. If Vertex is really involved in loan sharking, we must also bring them to justice.
やっぱり俺の知ってるお姉さんはこうでなきゃ。じゃあさっきの東野金吾の話を振り返ってみよう。龍馬さんの死がますます怪しくなってきたと思わない？
Yes, according to the case files left by the police, he committed suicide because of the burden from Charleston's gambling addiction. But judging from the information Charleston just revealed, it looks like it's not that simple. Stone was pretty cool to Charleston and really kept an eye on his money. Although growing up in such a family must have put immense pressure on him, it's clear that he was gradually breaking free from his father's control. But why would he suddenly take out such a huge loan for his gambling addict of a father again?
そこだよね。どう考えても怪しい。やっぱり自殺の動機としては不自然だと思う。今ある情報からこの推測を裏付ける手がかりがいくつか見つかるはずだよ。
If what Charleston said is true, how could Tarrantson be in debt to a loan shark when he himself was an executive at a loan shark company? Besides, Sebastian Miles brushed off the whole thing about Charleston demanding compensation, and that's pretty suspicious. In the contract, he put a non-disclosure clause about Vertex operations, clearly to cover up his loan sharking activities.
東野龍馬はもっと深い内情を掴んでいたのかもしれないな。もしそうなら、彼の死は教伝金融が水面下で行っていたビジネスに関係している可能性が高くなる。
But in his last words, he mentioned that he had suffered greatly from his father's gambling addiction.
人が追い詰められる理由は一つとは限らないよ。彼の自殺の裏にはまだ誰も知らない理由が隠されてるんじゃない？
After reaching a temporary conclusion, you let out a sigh of relief, finally having the mood to look around this cramped room. From the weathered traces, you can tell someone once carefully decorated this place, but with the passage of time, all that remains is shattered debris scattered across the floor. Yet another beautiful family ruined by the evil ugliness of human nature. Will Terence Thorne's death be the end of this tragedy? Terrence's family circumstances. Growing up, Terrence endured a life of violent debt collection due to his father's gambling addiction. After joining Vertex Finance, his life gradually improved. Terrence was under a lot of work pressure. Terrence frequently worked overtime and faced immense work pressure. Terrence's debt. Before his death, Terrence was burdened with massive debt, supposedly gambling debt incurred by Charles. However, Terrence's income was sufficient to cover it. A peculiarly shaped ring. Charles wore a uniquely designed gold ring engraved with mahjong tile patterns spelling East, South, West, North Fortune, which appeared to be quite expensive. Hidden clause in the compensation agreement. Vertex Finance offered 3 times the standard compensation limit for Terrence's death, but the contract contained hidden clause. His debts must be repaid first, and his work details must not be disclosed. Financial control. Due to Charles' gambling addiction, Terrence maintains a strict control over his finances. Terrence was involved in loan sharking operations. Terrence's work at Vertex Finance involves issuing high-interest loans. Beauty Salon. The next day, inside Pure Beauty Time Salon, a gentle melody is playing in the hall. With fancy furniture and elegant scented candles, everything here is set up nicely to make every guest feel comfortable and welcome. Just as you and Mary step inside, a beauty assistant comes up to you with a big smile on her face.
いらっしゃいませ。ご予約はございますか？
No, I just saw good reviews of this place online and wanted to check out what services are available.
そうでしたか。今はキャンペーン中でして、60万円分チャージすると1万6000円のキックバックに雪花白磁注射がついて大変お得ですよ。
Hydrating glutathione injection treatment.
ご説明差し上げますね。お二人ともソファーにおかけになってお待ちください。お飲み物はいかがですか？
The assistant holds your hand warmly as if you've known each other for years.
見たところ、お客様は大変恵まれたお肌をお持ちのようですが、最近は残業などで夜更かしが続いているのではないでしょうか。目元がクマになって黒ずんでいますね。お若いからといって無理をすれば体に響いて後悔することになってしまいますよ。目の周りに小じわができてからではお金をかけても手遅れです。こちらの雪花白磁注射はお肌のくすみの改善にとても効果的です。試してみてはいかがでしょうか。
Not the dark circle under my eyes.
こちらはマルチケアの商品でございます。目元周りを重点的にケアするなら、さらに PTNA5D プランにご加入いただくとより効果的ですよ。
The beauty assistant discreetly presents you with a price list. Even with the package discount and additional promotion coupons, it's still quite expensive. Seeing your hesitation about the price, she quickly directs the conversation towards Marius.
彼女さんのエステにつきそうなんて、こんなにかっこよくて思いやりのある彼氏さんはめったにいませんよ。あなたを思って
彼女さんは自分磨きをしようと努力していらっしゃるんです。ここは男性として思い切って顔を立てる場面ではありませんか？
Her tone grows gentler. It sounds like good advice, but it's actually drawing you into a trap. This trap exploits a relationship of dependence sustained only by looks and money. You feel a bit offended, but you have to keep your emotions in check because there is a task to complete. Marius keenly notices your discomfort, quietly patting the back of your hand. He smiles as he responds to the assistant.
俺が付き添い？誰がそんなこと言ったんだ？客を間違えないでほしいんだけど。俺の恋人は完璧だよ。クマがある？むしろそのちょっと影のあるところが素敵じゃん。そんなことより、俺に何かおすすめしてよ。もっとかっこよくなりたいんだ。
The request leaves her surprised and speechless for a second, but her professionalism quickly kicks in as she shifts her gaze to observe Marius. With Marius' looks, he probably doesn't need any beauty treatments. Whether it's his looks, physique, or aura, Marius is top-notch even by the toughest standards. In just a short while, the beauty assistant has put together her pitch.
そうですね。この世に完璧な人なんていません。どれだけ優れたポテンシャルがあっても、メンテナンスを怠っては無意味です。近年では男性も美容に関心を持つようになりましたが、40代になっても素敵な男性はほんの一握りしかいません。そこでこのバックタイムアンチエイジングスペシャルケアです。ファーストエイジングケアは20代から始めましょう。このコースで使用する機器は全て海外から輸入した最高級品で素晴らしい効果が期待できますよ。
Looks like she's always able to find a way to market a beauty package.
海外の？悪くないけど高すぎるかな。そこまで彼女に負担はかけらんない。俺はまだ学生だし、もう少しサービスできませんか？
学生さん？
Because you're still wearing your work uniform, the beauty assistant turns to you with a slightly peculiar gaze.
学生だったら悪い？もう成人になったし、お姉さんと年もそんなに変わらないよ。
Mary sweetly calls you Miss, undoubtedly making the atmosphere grow even more peculiar. But you have to keep up the act to make her buy it. He just worries a lot about his looks, and nothing I see seems to help.
だって、お姉さんに嫌われたくないんだもん。いつまでも20歳でいられるわけじゃないし。
Seeing Mary's trapped in the romance pitfall of questioning yourself for love, the beauty assistant jumps at the chance to promote her products.
残念ながら加齢を止める方法はございません。ですが、美しい姿を保ってお年を召すことは可能ですよ。当クリニックでは万全の技術とサービスをこのお値段で提供しております。これ以上の値引きはちょっと。
I remember there's a beauty salon next door. Let's go check it out too. The most direct and effective way to win a price war is to trigger competition. Just as you expected, before you can even stand up, the beauty assistant hurriedly stops you.
お待ちください、お客様。これも何かのご縁ですし、新規のお客様を温かくお迎えするために、私もこちらをご用意させていただきます。年に一度だけ社員が使える特別権限で、さらに2万円のお値引きのサービスをお客様に差し上げます。
それって今が一番お買い得ってこと？ねえ、社員さんの特典まで使ってくれたんだよ。他のお店に行ってもこれ以上安くならないと思うんだ。もっとバイト増やしてもいいから。俺本気なんだよ。ダメなの
Marius tugs at your sleeve, perfectly playing the role of an innocent, unworldly student boyfriend.
実は もし本当にお支払いのことでお悩みでしたら、上司に掛け合って特別なサービスをご用意できます。
Special benefits?
ええ、本来は常連様限定の特典で、お客様は対象外なのですが、学生さんに無理をさせたくありませんし、ここはご内密に。当クリニックは専門の金融機関と提携しており、スムーズな審査が可能で、当日中に融資が下ります。学生ローンならさらに金利が 1% 安くなりますし、バックタイムのコースだけでも年間6万円の利息が節約できます。
A simple calculation would show just how high this loan's interest rate is, but the assistant makes it sound like you're getting a good deal.
銀行より金利は高いかもしれませんが、お手続きは簡単ですし、融資できる金額も多いんですよ。今のご時世、ローンの一つや二つ珍しくないでしょ。お若いんですから、お金ならいくらでも稼げます。でも青春は失ってしまえば二度と帰ってきませんから。
She speaks eloquently, clearly having repeated these same lines countless times before. You wonder how many people have been led astray by her and ended up in debt.
そのローンの資料ってありますか？もっと詳しく知りたいです。
Seeing that you have taken the bait, her warm smile practically overflows with joy.
もちろんです。すぐに資料をお持ちしますので、少々お待ちくださいませ。
As soon as the beauty assistant leaves, a young woman comes over to greet you. She has a beautiful face and a great presence, but there's a birthmark on her cheek that stands out even with the makeup on. Charleston mentioned that Sophia Chow had a birthmark on her face. Could it be her?
失礼します。先ほどの彼女は美容専門のアシスタントで、融資についての知識は十分ではありません。融資担当の私が改めてご紹介したく思いますので、お手数ですが私のオフィスまでお越しいただけますか？
The young woman had made quite the unexpected appearance, but she could very well be the key target of your thoughts, so there is no reason to turn her down. Of course. Office. Along the way, Sophia Chow seems perfectly normal, but she deliberately avoids the crowded areas. Upon entering the office and seeing no one there, she quickly locks the door, clearly having no intention of receiving you.
率直に言います。ここで組めるローンはすべて高利貸しです。騙されないでください。
Sophia Chow's abrupt shift in attitude leaves you both a little stunned. Mary takes a quick look at her before asking.
融資担当って言ってたのに、どうして？
正確には融資担当でした。退職したんです。実態を知っているから言ってます。二人ともまだ個人情報を提示していませんよね。なら裏口から出れば大丈夫です。お店の中でサインだけはしないでください。
She takes out a business card from her bag, which reads Sophia Chow, Pure Visitant Loan Business Manager. You exchange a knowing glance with Marius, and he nods in understanding. I'm sorry, but I'm really confused. Could you explain what's going on?
そうだよ。そんな詐欺みたいなことしてるようには見えないし、見ず知らずの相手の言うことを信じろっていうの？
私も急いでいるので詳しく話す時間がありません。今日はたまたま持ち帰りたいものがあって、偶然あなた方を見かけて、一人でも道を踏み外す人が減るように声をかけたまでのこと。信じるも信じないもあなた方の自由です。私にはどうにもできませんから。
Sophia Chow stops talking and starts scanning the room as if looking for something. I don't think it's going to work out if we keep talking to her as potential customers. You quietly signal to Marius that it's time to show your real identities. Hello, Miss Sophia Chow. I'm actually an attorney from Themis law firm, Here are my credentials.
弁護士？ああ、そういうことでしたか。ピュアモメントで借金した誰かが訴訟を起こそうとしているんですね。調査するまでもないと思いますよ。どうせ示談が成立して法廷に立つことはないでしょう。ここで借金を作れば返済から逃れることはできません。せいぜい金利を法定利率に下げることくらいじゃないですか。私ならそちらの依頼人に一刻も早いお引っ越しをお勧めしますけどね。連絡先も変えられるものは全部変えて。そうしなければ報復にあって後悔するでしょう。
She has the wrong idea about why you're here, having already jumped to her own conclusions. It looks like a simple explanation probably won't be enough. Her gaze lingers on Maris for a moment as if suddenly remembering something.
あなたの顔どこかで見たことがある。確かテレビで。そうだ、思い出した。パックス社長の泉圭。
ああ、バレた。最近パックスの報道多かったもんな。これからは顔出しのタイミングを厳選しておくか。
多国籍企業のお偉いさんがどういったご用ですか？
自分磨きってやつと、こんな答えじゃ納得しないよな。
After learning about your identities, her attitude turns pretty skeptical and cautious.
商売人なんか物を売るためなら何でも言うでしょう。私も世間知らずの新卒ではありませんし、疑わない方がおかしいと思いますが、社長がお忍びで視察に来る理由なんてきっとろくなことじゃない。こんな大物まで寄ってくるなんて、小高社長はどんな餌をばらまいたんだか。
Mr. Mouse? You mean Sebastian Mouse?
分かりきったことを聞くんですね。
With a sneer, he starts putting the desks and drawers back the way they were.
ああ、私は弁護士の先生にも社長様にも興味がありません。お互いに合わなかった。そういうことで。それでは失礼します。どうぞご自由に。
If you let her go like this, you'll definitely miss out on the most important clue. But if you move to abruptly stop her, it will only make her more hostile towards you. As you're thinking about what to do, Maris has already taken action.
俺たちの目的がろくでもない方が、あんたにとっても都合がいいんじゃないか？
This makes her stop for a moment, and Maris quickly seizes the opportunity.
小高はビジネスで成功したが、ルールを破った。ルールを守らない商売に未来はない。パックス歴代の経営者たちは、ビジネスパートナーと共に市場のルールを守り、改善に努めてきた。だからこそ今日の姿がある。なのに、俺の目の前に氷菓子で荒稼ぎする奴がいるんだ。黙って見過ごすつもりはない。あんた、上にいた奴らに不満があるんだろ？教えてくれたら、ウィンウィンの関係になれるかもしれないよ。
Upon hearing the word win-win, Sophia Chow looks at you thoughtfully for a long while, her expression unreadable.
本当に、これだから商売人って嫌い。
She remains wary of Mary's identity, but she knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to fight back. After pondering for a long while, with her head down, Sophia Chow finally decides to give it a shot.
今日は都合がつかないので、詳しい話はまた明日に。裏の通りにあるカフェで会いましょう。念のために、あなたたちは10分過ぎてから迂回して物置の裏口から出てください。
After saying that, she looks around again to confirm that she hasn't missed anything before pushing the door open and leaving.
ふぅ、たまには賭けに出てみるもんだね。幸運の女神様々ってとこかな。
That wasn't a gamble at all. You were absolutely certain that you would win. Sebastian Miles said he terminated Sophia Chow's employment contract because of her poor attitude towards clients. So she definitely has some beef with Sebastian Miles, and you're right about her wanting to take revenge.
自分じゃ大したことないって感じてたけど、お姉さんの話を聞いてたらなんか、俺ってすごいじゃんって思えてきた。
Despite saying that, there is already a beaming smile on his face. Through this journey together, you seem to have subconsciously gained a better understanding of Marius' way of doing things. He acts bold, but he is actually very detail-oriented, and there is a reason behind every move he makes. Coffee shop. The next day, Sophia Chow is already seated in a secluded corner where you arrive at the cafe. The server glances at the birthmark on Sophia Chow's face, and she, who was just being confrontational, immediately starts to back down. After hastily placing her order, she touches up her makeup in her pocket mirror before speaking slowly.
あなたたちの目的は私の個人的な恨み事を聞くことではないでしょ？なら私から話すことはありません。先に聞いてください。
Okay, let's start by asking you a few questions. Miss Chow, you used to work at Vertex, right? How do you also have a position at Pure Beauty Time?
在職はしていません。ピュアモメントとは雇用契約も結んでいませんでしたから。ただ、美容ローンの営業をしてたので、仕事がスムーズに進むように名刺を偽造しました。
Based on her previous behavior in various aspects, it's already clear that Vertex is the lending institution cooperating with Pure Beauty Time. As a matter of professional habit, as an attorney, you still choose to pose questions to get a direct reply from her.
この前、買収を名目に小高と話をしたんだ。そこで最近辞めた従業員の話を耳にしてね。お客さんとトラブルを起こしてクビになったんだって？
彼がそう言ったのですか？まあそうとも言えるかもしれません。小高の大口顧客に恥をかかせましたから。いくらお金のためと言ってもできないことはできない。人として越えてはならない一線がある。そうは思いませんか？
She lowers her voice, her tone not questioning but rather self-mocking.
お金持ちの目にはどんなものにも値札がついているように見えるのでしょうね。断られたとしてもそれは拒否ではなく交渉のきっかけ。より高く値を釣り上げるためのパフォーマンスとでも思ったのかもしれません。私のような人間が上流階級の方に目をかけていただけた。それだけでもその幸運に涙して感謝するべきでしょう。
Her words are full of mockery, but who is she really mocking? Does she talk about or herself? I don't know what happened back then, and as a stranger, my opinion might not mean much. But as an attorney, I want to tell you that protecting your personal autonomy and dignity is a right granted to you by law. Before the law, there are no conditions and everyone is equal. She tilts her head while looking at you, suddenly breaking into laughter.
弁護士の方々は皆さんこのように人を慰めるのですか？可愛いことをおっしゃるんですね。誰しもが平等か。あなたの言うように私のような人間にも法が適用されるならそうなんでしょう。
Sophia Chow keeps stirring the liquid in her coffee cup, staring absently at the tiny whirlpool forming before her. Her attitude seems to have softened a bit. Maybe I can ask about slightly deeper things now. Do you know anyone by the name of Terence Thorne?
もちろん知っています。 直属の上司だったので。ですが私たちは上司と部下というよりは狩人と獲物と言った方が的確かもしれません。
どっちが狩人で獲物？
Maris voices your doubts. According to Charleston, Terence Stone was a pitiful person exploited by his own father. But that's different from what she said. Her first reaction to mention Terence Stone is not sympathy.
私の美容ローンは東野を通して組みました。彼は私の上司であり、ローンの債権者でもありました。当時は卒業したばかりで、バイトを掛け持ちしても借金を返せそうになく、それで彼の推薦で教電に入社したんです。残業、出張、接待、すべてに手当はなく、給与の大半は毎月の会社への返済に消えてました。笑えるでしょ？
Sometimes a smile is just a mask to hide the bitterness within, maintaining a facade of composure. You subconsciously change the subject to avoid her question. After all, everyone has to taste the sweetness and bitterness of their own life. Outsiders can't really say much. What do you think of Terence Stone? Do you hate him?
確かに彼のせいでこんな厄介事に巻き込まれたのは事実です。でも皮肉なことに、この仕事がなければ今のようなまともな暮らしにはありつけなかったのかもしれません。いなくなってしまった人を恨んだってどうしようもないですし。
Sophia Chow lowers her eyes to hide her emotions, making it impossible for you to understand what she really thinks of Terence Stone. Have you learned anything about his death?
家庭環境が複雑だったらしいこと以外、特には知りません。小高について知りたかったんですよね。東野のことを聞いてどうするつもりですか？
小高は相場の3倍の示談金を払って東野の父親と和解した。世論を抑えるためでもあっただろうが、彼の高利貸し業務をばらさないようにするのが目的だったはずだ。あなたの話によると、小高は厄介者の後始末が得意らしいからな。東野金吾を黙らすのにあれほどの金を払った以上、彼には相当な価値があった。東野龍馬の死は教伝が最も隠したい秘密に関与している可能性が高いってわけだ。高利貸しをサプライチェーンにするなんてそう簡単にできることじゃない。何か裏があるんだろう。
東野の死は単なる自殺ではなく、小高の仕事に関係があると？
Her tone isn't so much questioning as it is being led by Marius to draw out her own deductions.
新井さんはどう思います？東野の下で働いていたなら、具体的にどんな業務をしてきたのか知っているのでは？
私は美容ローンのことしか知りません。後のことはわかりません。コア業務に関わることを東野は私にほとんどやらせなかったんです。お前は若すぎるからと。
Core business. According to Charleston, Terence Stone was a key figure at Vertex, right?
ええ、彼と同じ役職の人は何人かいたと思いますけど、小高は特に彼がお気に入りでした。大切なお客さんの接待にも同行させていたくらい。若い頃の自分によく似ているからって後継者として育てているように見えました。
Halfway through her sentence, she lets out another soft sigh.
実のところ、どうして自殺したのかよく分かっていません。
Could you tell me what you know about Vertex loan sharking business, like the beauty loans you were in charge of?
今はいろいろなローンが世の中に溢れています。大して珍しい話ではないでしょう。美容ローン、消費者ローン、学生ローン。どれも似たような手口です。ただ、教伝はターゲットの見極めがうまかった。例えば、私自身のことになりますが、実家は田舎にあって、都会とは比べ物にならないほど保守的でした。生まれつきあざのある女の子なんて、それだけで縁起が悪いって。 親が悪いことをしたからその償いのために生まれたんだってみんなから言われました。
Perhaps it's the bitterness of the coffee, but she frowns slightly as she recalls the past.
あの人たちの言う何十年も前のしがらみが嘘か本当かなんて今となっては分かりません。まあ真実なんてどうでもいいんですよ。この顔にあざがある限り噂は続きますからね。私は医療が発達した都会ならあざを消せると聞いて、お金を貯めるために家を飛び出して働くことにしたんです。ですが、いくつか病院で見てもらったものの、この赤あざを消すことはできないと言われました。体に影響はないけど、大人になると広がっていくこともあるって。
Her voice nearly breaks as she speaks of the illness that has clung to her since birth. But her pride and wariness doesn't allow her to show her true feelings in front of strangers, so she simply forces a smile.
10件目の病院でも同じ診断結果をもらった時は、世界の終わりのような気持ちになりました。これから一生、人の奇異な眼差しにさらされて生きるくらいなら、いっそのこと死んじゃおうかなって思ったくらい。もし神様がいるなら、私は他人の罪を償うために生まれてきたのか聞いてみたいですね。
Miss Chow, if this continues, she'll definitely sink into self-pity and won't be able to pull herself out. You can't help but call out her name.
すみません。昔の話をすると、どうしても感情を抑えられないみたいで。話を戻しますね。その病院を出た時、ちょうどピュアモメントのチラシを配っているところに出くわしたんです。そこにはすごいコピーがたくさん並んでました。ピュアモメントは海外の一流医療チームと提携してるとか、資格も完璧だとか。一度無料体験もできるとあって、藁にもすがる思いで試してみることにしました。
She brushes aside her hair, fully exposing the large birthmark on her face to you. Red patches spread from her forehead down to her neck, like a ghastly spiderweb covering her beautiful face. And she is tightly bound by the cobwebs at the center, struggling in vain to break free.
結果はご覧の通りです。効果がないのに、広告の甘い言葉にありもしない希望を見出して、どんどんお金をつぎ込むようになって、借金を背負いました。その後、何年も苦労して、教伝でいろいろな人や顛末を見て、やっと目が覚めたんです。
They lie in wait at the hospital entrance, probably in search of desperate patients who would try anything.
そうです。頭金なしで買える最新機種の携帯で学生を釣り、割安なハイブランドのバッグで会社員をおびき出す。欲に目がくらんだ人ほど、自分だけは見誤るはずがないと、根拠のない自信を抱くものです。そう簡単にいくはずがないのに。
May I ask about your loan repayment? You have been working at Vertex for a while, right? I checked Vertex's recruitment info online. The average salary is pretty good, and there are also extra bonuses and commissions.
氷菓子は利子が利子を生みます。朝が来るたびに返済額は昨日より数千円ずつ増えていくんですよ。給料だけでは到底返せません。おまけに私は業績も悪くて、ボーナスもありませんでした。質素倹約に努めて、やっと毎月の利子を返す生活だったんです。借金を借金で返すようなことをしなかったのが、せめてもの救いだったのかもしれませんね。
Even though she doesn't spell it out, you can imagine the consequences because you've dealt with many cases where this led to complete financial ruin. You also clearly know that there is no turning back once you're in this mess.
それだと不自然ですね。氷菓子の連中がそう簡単に金づるを見逃すとは思えない。客一人の不況を買ったなら別の部署に移動させればいい。クビにしたら借金返済がままならないどころか 拘束力も弱まることになるんだから。
While what Mary said also makes her fall into deep thought.
実は最近教電がおかしいんです。先月も期日を過ぎたのに引き落としがなく、今月になって返済用の銀行口座からお金を全額引き出したのに、前のように督促状だらけになることもありませんでした。私がピュアモメントに行ったのもこのことを調べたかったからです。昔サインした契約書を見れば何かわかるんじゃないかと。本来私と教電とピュアモメントの間で一部ずつ保管するものですが、私の分は入社した時強制的に会社に取り上げられてしまいました。ピュアモメントの業務を引き継いだ後、内緒でオフィスのスペアキーを作ったのも隙を見て契約書のコピーを取りたかったからです。でもあなた方も見ていたでしょ。結局何も見つからず、私の契約書だけが消えてしまいました。
Things are getting more and more suspicious.
どう？私が知ってるのはこれで全部ですよ。
Although the conversation has come to an end, you have some new doubts about her attitude and thoughts regarding Vertex. Or rather, it's just your attorney's instinct pushing you to keep asking. Miss Chow, have you considered taking legal action to protect yourself? There are also many pro bono attorneys who provide these kinds of services. See that you have a sense of justice. Yesterday, you stopped us from taking out the beauty loan, and you showed such aversion to Vertex.
正義感そんな風に言われるなんて思いませんでした。私も教電の元社員と言ったはずです。東野ほど優秀でなくとも私を通してローンを組んだ方がいるんですよ。人の生き血をすするような生き方をしてきたのに正義感があると思いますか？
The liquid in the cup reflects her face, and she pushes it away in disgust.
そんな立派な心がけじゃありません、私のは。若い女の人を見ると昔の自分を思い出してしまうだけ。実際利害を伝えても大抵の人は聞いてくれません。痛い目に遭わないと自分の愚かさに気づけない。東野の言葉を借りれば自己満足ですよ。
東野さんがそんなことをいつ言ったんですか？彼がどんな人だったのか知りたい。
あの人は私以上に矛盾を抱えた人だったんでしょうね。
The decorative candle on the table flickers with a faint glow as if whispering secrets of a hidden past. It's a memory belonging to Sophia Chow. Vertex Finance. As a key figure at Vertex Finance, Terence Stone possesses maturity that belies his age. His hair has already started turning gray at the temples due to his intense workload, and he is never without his wellness thermos filled with wolfberries. Colleagues often gossip that he is deliberately trying to emulate Sebastian Miles, which explains his steadily rising performance. As an assistant, Sophia Chow is far from being as versatile as her superior, frequently ranking at the bottom of the performance charts.
おい新井、お前が昨日出したローンの延滞者リスト、名前が2つも抜けてる。今日の退勤時間までに関連資料を整理して揃えておけよ。でないと今期のボーナスはゼロだ。
その2人卒業したばかりで給料が入るのは来月からなんです。教電は儲かっていますよね。多少延滞しても問題ないじゃないですか。
他人に同情する暇があったら自分の査定を気にするんだな。自分の業績を分かってないのか。
Sophia Chow only focuses on small loans within borrowers' capacity, and that's why her performance is always at the bottom.
決算は間違いがありましたでは済まされないんだ。そいつらが返済できないなら、お前に返してもらうことになる。それもできなかったら、どうなるか分かっているんだろ。
For Vertex, naive young girls are often the prime targets to prey upon. They are easily attracted to beautiful things and deceived by sugar-coated lies. Making them too scared to resist isn't difficult at all. All it takes is a rumor, a photo, a piece of clothing.
はいはい、心得ております。
Sophia is a crystal clear about the risks. To keep herself from falling into that trap, she lives each day with extreme caution. Sometimes she thinks that it might be easier to give up the struggle and let herself fall. But for some reason, there's this stubborn part of her that just won't let her give up or completely surrender.
じゃあボーナスから引いてください。今に始まった話ではありませんし、このくらいの言及なら死にはしません。
She uses a sarcastic attitude to mask her stubbornness. Darren's son falls silent, raising his head to gaze at her. After confirming that she has no intention of backing down, he holds a hand to his forehead and sighs.
お前全然成長しないな。ここに来て何年になる。いつまでそんな自己満足に浸ってるつもりだ。確かに死んではいないな。だがその生活に未来はあるのか。お前が腹をくくらなきゃ、一生今の生活のまま、自分の借金をチャラにする、でかい契約の一つや二つくらい取ってこないと。
This advice doesn't make Sophia Chow feel any better. Instead, it just makes a surge of anger run through her. But facing this man who can control her fate, that anger could only turn into bitter helplessness and resentment.
私には才能がないし、大きな案件を次々と手にして自由になったあなたのようにはなれません。私の手も汚れてますけど、少なくとも他人の人生を破滅させるような真似はしません。金の亡者にはなりたくないので。
Terrence Stone doesn't react to her sarcastic remarks. He just seems numb to it all.
頂上に立てる人間は限られている。上を目指すなら、下にいる奴らを踏んでいくしかない。そうやって他人を優先しているうちに、身近な人間につけ込まれても知らないからな。この世は弱肉強食だ。教伝はその競争をちょっと煽っただけじゃないか。多かれ少なかれ、どこにだって転んでいる話だろう。いい加減目を覚ませ。世の中そんなに甘くないんだ。リストは完成させろ。一旦会社に報告はしないから、よく考えるんだな。
With that, he tosses the documents in his hand back to her, then spins his chair and turns his back, ending the pointless argument. Coffee shop. After the brief reminiscence, Sophia Chow pulls herself back to the present.
あの時、私は書類を置いて出て行きました。正義感じゃなくて、いつも私を見透かしたように説教してくる上司にムカついていて、自分が今まで信じてきたものがくだらないもので、遅かれ早かれ彼のようになってしまう気がして。
Perhaps she hasn't noticed that her emotions are growing increasingly unstable as she recalls the past. Facing a future where she can't see the path ahead and can only sink deeper, does she truly have the confidence to preserve her last bit of kindness? It must be hard to pay off such a large loan with just a basic salary.
そうですね。正直な話、あの時はもう危ない状況だったのに意地を張ってしまったんです。ただどうしてか私のボーナスは降りて食いつなぐことができたんですが。
身も蓋もない話だけど、本当にリストに抜けがあって困るなら、上司の東野さんは自分で直せばよかったんだよ。どうして考え直してもらう必要があったんだと思う？彼は新井さんに答えを求めていたんじゃないのか。
What Mary said seems to strike something deep within Sophia Chow that she avoids facing, but in the next moment she gives a bitter smile and shakes her head.
わかりません。一体何を考えているのか、死ぬまで何も言ってくれませんでしたから。死ねば、すべてが解決するんですか？
Instead of trying to get an answer from you, she changes the subject.
弁護士さん、さっきどうして法的な支援を求めなかったのかと聞きましたね。昔の私はそんな選択があることを知りませんでした。それどころか、法律が自分の武器になるとは信じてなかった。私は清廉潔白な人じゃない。正義の光にすがりつくようなずうずうしい真似はできない。法に裁かれていないことを感謝すべき立場でしょう。
She then forces a smile.
いずれにしても借金苦から逃れて自由になりました。京電も郡菓も東野も今の私とは何も関係ありません。これでステラ市を離れて新しい人生を始められます。
Although starting anew should have meant freedom, Sophia Chow just lowers her head, subconsciously touching the birthmark on her face. To her, the birthmark is nothing but a synonym for sin. How do you prevent the person before you from sinking deeper and deeper into this swamp? After careful consideration, you decide to hand your business card to her. It's an attorney's duty to ensure that everyone has the power to protect themselves through the law. If you've made up your mind or if you need any other legal assistance, feel free to come to me. Please think it through carefully. After hesitating for a long while, Sophia Chow finally takes your business card as if its importance outweighs the mere thinness of the card.
生きていくにはいろんなことを考えないといけないんですよね。一度でも間違えば、あとは転がるように落ちていくだけだから。まだ私にもそんな言葉をかけてもらえるんですね。ありがとう、弁護士さん。あなたとなら本当にまた会える日が来るかもしれません。
Sophia's situation. Sophia took out a cosmetic surgery loan and joined Vertex through Terrence. The loan made her life difficult. After she was dismissed, the loan collection mysteriously stopped. Street. After saying goodbye to her, it's already dusk. Since you have obtained a lot of new info today, you and Maris don't head home right away.
あんたがいてくれてよかった。新井さんは俺に気を許してなかったし、こんなにうまくいかなかっただろうね。彼女から見たら、俺と小高は同類だ。利益にがめつい、薄情な商人ってとこかな。
Given her circumstances, how she had been deceived into taking out high interest loans, I wasn't completely confident about gaining her trust. If we try to take legal action against Vertex in the future, she might not be willing to assist us anymore since she's already involved in the case.
だけどあんたは名刺を渡した。彼女に可能性を感じたから。
Mary seems to have this incredible way of seeing the hidden meanings behind what people say and do. Whether it's Sebastian Miles, Charles Thorne, or Sophia Chow, he rarely seems to initiate conversations, but every word he speaks seems to be capable of stirring the conversation. Is this ability something he was born with, or did he develop it over time? A few questions flash through your mind, but you decide to put them aside for now and sort out the matter with Sophia Chow first. Perhaps it's just my intuition and experience as an attorney. After handling so many cases and encountering suspects from all walks of life, I've developed an intuition for sensing their psychological state. Some people may never learn to repent or even after facing legal judgment, while others, the judgment of law will give them a second life. You can't help but touch the junior attorney badge in your pocket, which you've been carrying with you all this time. It's a medal of honor that represents growth, and it constantly reminds you to stay true to your path. Of course, we can't just sit around and wait. Once we're back, I'll head over to Captain Morgan's place to go through the case files again. And then I'll sync the info we've gathered with everyone at N2X. They may have made some progress in their investigations as well. I'll leave the background investigations of puberty time to you. Maris makes an okay gesture that props his chin up and gazes at you, letting out a long sigh.
お姉さん、どんどん頼もしい弁護士先生になっちゃうね。新社長の俺が追いつけなくなる日も近いかも。
The Mr. Maris I know has always been quite the strategist, never one to be at a disadvantage. As soon as you say that, you look at Maris' student-like face. You suddenly realize that he is also new to the job, just like you. The burden of responsibility he carries is even heavier, and this stony path was not something he willingly chose. However, Maris appears so powerful that the role of CEO naturally becomes a part of who he is. You figure that you should cherish his self-deprecating jokes, as is a rare glimpse into the vulnerability of his true self. Besides, you don't have to rush to catch up to anyone. You're a new CEO after all. It's okay to slow down and take a break sometimes. Don't push yourself too hard. Although it probably doesn't sound convincing for me to say this now while we're still in the middle of running around for the case.
忙しい時ほど暇が恋しくなるからね。実は、この道を選んだのも、あんたに一休みしてほしかったからなんだ。お互い同じこと考えてたなんて、心が通じ合ってるみたいじゃない？
Is there something special about this route?
この先の通りで絵画展をやってるんだ。子供の絵の秘密ってやつなんだけど、結構興味あって。
The last time you went on a walk with Marius, he mentioned that Gian specifically learned children's painting. Could those paintings also hide secrets that Gian wanted to tell Marius? Yeah, I'm interested too. Let's go. Street. The faint scent of paint lingers in the air, with a temporary art exhibition arranged along one side. Colorful children's paintings are casually arranged on the easel, their strokes messy yet full of vitality. This is clearly not a serious exhibition, but Mary seems thoroughly engrossed, as if it has stirred up memories from his past. I don't often see you paint in this style, do I?
まあね、うちには児童画の大家がいたからさ。
He doesn't mention who it is, but you know Maris is talking about his brother and the childhood memories he rarely brings up. Family is always the softest part of a person, wrapped under the hardest armor. By showing even a little corner of it means you trust the other person. I remember you said that his board game illustrations were abstract, so how did he suddenly become a master of children's paintings?
ちっちゃい弟のためにいろいろ手を尽くしてくれたんだよ。俺が芸術に熱心だって分かって、たくさん勉強して知識を身につけてくれたんだよね。自分は興味なかったのに。いくら血のつながった兄弟でも、互いの考えを完全に理解するのは難しいでしょ？
Maris suddenly stops at a deserted corner, his gaze drawn to a peculiar, out-of-place painting in the shadows. While the other paintings are done by children, this one is clearly drawn by an adult trying to imitate a child's strokes. In this painting, the painter uses bright color blocks and geometric shapes to paint two foxes with identical faces but completely opposite natures. Maris gazes at the painting as if peering into his true heart through it.
パックスの専務取締役になって初めて兄さんの立場が分かったんだ。俺と同じくらいの年でパックスの業務を引き継いで、あの時の状況を考えると兄さんは今の俺以上の重責を背負っていたんだよね。あの頃夢を追いかけたかったのは嘘じゃないけど、遠くに行けば兄さんが少しは楽になれるかもって思ってた。少なくともくだらない後継者争いのいざこざは収まるだろうってね。でも今思うと子供のわがままでただ逃げたかっただけのように思えてくる。
Maris lowers his head to touch the accessories on his chest, where the nameplate engraved with the letter Z is intertwined with a dragon ring.
俺がステラ氏を離れなかったらこんなことにならなかったかな。もし止められなくてももっと早く異変に気づいて兄さんがいなくなった場所に駆けつけて、あてもなく闇雲に走り回ってわずかな手がかりにすがりつくような真似をしなくて済んだはずだ。
Maris remains as calm as ever, as if these words of self-blame have long been etched into his bones, becoming a part of him. However, cracks have already spread all over his shell, and even the slightest step could shatter it completely. The news about Neil Hume was undoubtedly a devastating blow to Marius. How could he not think of what happened to Jian when he saw Neil being treated so inhumanly?
パックスの後継者。この肩書きが持つ意味は複雑で重たいな。初対面の新井さんだって俺の正体を知った途端あんなに怖がって敵意を向けてきたんだから。兄さんの周りにはどれだけ敵が隠れていたんだろうね。俺が就任して最初の3ヶ月でやったことは兄さんが進めていたプロジェクトの確認だった。でも怪しげな人を数人絞り出しただけで肝心の失踪に関わる決定的な証拠は見つからなくてさ。
Maris carefully tucks the necklace back against his chest, along with unusual emotions he just experienced. It is precisely because it concerns the life of his loved one that he has to control himself and not let his emotions cloud his judgment. And that's why you shifted your investigation towards Antoax.
知りたかったんだ。俺がいなかった数年間、兄さんに何があったのかを。連絡は取り合ってたけど、兄さんの性格的に俺に言ってないこともたくさんあったと思うし。
In the painting, the bodies of the two foxes are divided into many color blocks by simple lines, with patterns hidden within each block. They are equally complex, yet entirely different individuals.
なんで急に海外に関心を向けた？どうしてモリツキや九条と N2X 調査グループを結成した？それが兄さんの失踪とどんな関係がある？
Maris finally voices the doubts that have been troubling him for so long, and after that, his expression becomes more resolute. Right now, Maris isn't looking for a straightforward yes or no answer. Our efforts will not be in vain. Since we can already see the surging waves, the center of the whirlpool must be just up ahead. You walk to his side and stand shoulder to shoulder with him, gazing at the painting before you.
渦か。俺たちを待ち受けるのは無数にある未知の可能性と結末の見えない戦いなんだろうね。最後の結末にたどり着けるように 俺は絶対に勝ち続けるよ。兄さんの教えを守って。兄さんと再会できる。その日まで。
When that day comes, they will truly understand each other. N2X headquarters. After that, you call for N2X meeting to share all the intel you've recently gathered with the other 3 members. Since Vin is overseas, he can only join the meeting via video call. Meanwhile, Maris has successfully investigated the background of Pure Beauty Time.
ピュアモメントの株主は小高梅子。小高健之助の母親です。大層なご高齢で、今はグレイの老人ホームに入居しています。美容クリニックの経営には関われそうもない。
実際の経営者は小高さんだろうね。氷菓子のサプライチェーンとしてはかなり成熟しているようだし。
グラジオラスバレーの資金の流れを追ってたのに、氷菓子の事件まで絡んでくるなんてな。
罪とは日陰に生える絡み合うツタのようなものだ。日に当たれないから寄生し合い、互いを養分に成長するしかない。小さな事件が大事件を起こし、大事件から無数の小さな事件に広がっていく。これまで扱ってきた案件でも覚えがあるはずだ。
Yeah, we were able to uncover Gladiolus Valley by connecting seemingly unrelated cases. Whether it's for the victims who are forced into death or for N2X's investigation, we must bring Sebastian Miles to justice. After giving your business card to Sophia Chow, she still hasn't contacted you yet. Every time you think back to that conversation with her, you can't stop thinking about what she said regarding the awareness, capability, and responsibility of the law. She is just an ordinary person struggling to get by, yet she was dragged into the sinful abyss due to ignorance and wishful thinking. And these hands that drag people into the abyss might be lurking in the shadows, right behind the person you love. So, as an attorney, what can you do is to... I want to sue Vertex Finance. As you speak your thoughts aloud, you feel a sense of relief mixed with a hint of worry. Is this proposal a bit too reckless? While hesitating, you suddenly notice that everyone at N2X is looking at you with encouraging smiles. Their unspoken support helps rid you of your last stops and helps you speak your mind. Even if Sophia Chow might not be willing to help, we could file a class action if we find other victims. Maybe she'll draw a strength from victims in similar situations and change her mind.
それがいいだろう。教伝の示談交渉の手口だが、彼らは被害者を孤立させ、一人ずつ崩すのに長けているようだから。
集団訴訟なら司法省も注目する。小高が裏で小細工を仕掛けるのは難しいだろ
う。まだ一緒にやらないといけないことがあるのに、他の被害者まで探すのは大変じゃない？
なら、この件は私に任せてくれ。最近、関連する事案に目を通していてな。被害者リストを整理して、訴訟の意思表示が取れたら君に渡そう。
Thank you, Mr. Wing.
パートナーとして当然の務めだ。礼には及ばんさ。
Maris presses his lips, but before he can say anything, Luke beats him to it.
このピュアモメントの調査、新井さんが来て中断したんじゃなかったっけ？他に何か見つからないか、俺が見てこようか。
お前、調査長の仕事は？
このくらいどうってことないよ。見た感じ、ピュアモメントはかなり怪しい。正規の医療資格を持ってるかどうかも疑わしいから、調べる価値はありそうだ。
Alright, we leave that to you then.
もちろん、任せときな。
Marius clears his throat twice and is just about to get a word in, but before he can speak, a buzzing sound from the video call interrupts him.
やあ、聞こえるかい？
森月、何があったんだ？
電波が弱くなって調整に手こずってしまった。すまないね。邪魔をしてしまったかな。
それはもういい。お前にはグレイの進捗を聞こうと思ってたんだ。資料は前に送っただろ？
小高さんの身辺調査なら終わったよ。中心人物も特定できている。ただ、スウォルトの人間も絡んでいる可能性があってね。正体については十分な証拠が揃うまで待ってほしい。
スウォルトまで噛んでるのか？意外だな。
Previously, the research institute on Zinjiga Island had been linked to account from SWAT. Despite the failure to trace any clues regarding the Antwerp's ingredients, this series of events has undoubtedly raised doubts about that distant country. Given that it's a network of connections behind the scenes, it's probably well hidden, and you managed to uncover them so quickly.
ある意味、森月仁に感謝すべきかもしれないね。覚えているかな？彼もグラジオラスバレーの出資者なのに、決算書に彼の名前はなかった。そこにグレイの話が出てきたから、彼が使った手段について見当がついたんだ。
中立国グレイの銀行から京電金融に送金し、ファンド投資の名目でグラジオラスバレーに流し込んだわけか。中継点を2つ設けた送金に、中立国にある銀行の秘密保持契約。これ以上ないカモフラージュだろうな。
あの男もそう思ったから、僕の前で躊躇なく自分の行動を明かしたんだろう。あの野郎時代もたまには役に立つんだね。おかげで手間が省けたよ。
森月さん、小高のグレー上場を手伝った人物を調べていたんですよね。それが森月仁ですか？彼なら氷菓子に興味を持ってもおかしくないだろうけど。
いや、違う。彼は森月家にとって反逆者も同然でね。博学を重んじる家系に生まれながら最低限の矜持すら持たない人なんだ。京電は過去3年間の海外活動で巨万の富を得た。もし彼が裏で出資していたら、自分を顧みない森月家の一族にその詳細を吹聴して回ったはずだ。ともかく正体については保留させてほしい。長くは待たせないから。
After working together for so long, everyone is familiar with Vince's working style and doesn't question it. The conversation shifts back to the lawsuit against Vertex Finance.
被害者を洗い出し、美容クリニックを調査する他にも、より直接的な証拠を集める必要がある。新井さんから氷菓子に関わる資料や取引明細を提供してもらえるなら、それに越したことはないが。
要は、京電内部にある有力な証拠がいるってことですね。
What Arthur and Luke said reminds you of some suspicious points you found while going through the case files a few days ago. Terence Stone had taken care of all his personal belongings before his suicide, and there weren't many messages left on his personal phone. Financial advisors must deal with a lot of customers, right?
社用の携帯も持っていたと思うよ。
As a key member of the company, he should have carried the important phone with him, even if it's company property. The police have been checking his belongings, and the list should be accurate.
可能性は2つだな。自殺する前に東野が自分で会社に返したか、誰かが意図的に持ち去ったか。携帯だけじゃなくて、生前使っていたパソコンにも俺たちが欲しい情報が丸ごと入ってるはずだ。
Terence Stone's case had been closed, and the police had no reason to investigate Vertex's internal documents at that time. It's been so long, the file should have been formatted long ago. Just when you're at a loss for ideas, a tech genius quietly raises his hand.
普通の会社ならデータを消去するとき、そこまで徹底した方法は取らないはず。だから理論上復元はできるよ。どうにかして携帯とパソコンに信号変換器をつなげられれば、俺がリモートで操作できるけど。
どうにかって、スパイ映画みたいに教伝のマシンルームにでも潜入するつもりか？
それは違法行為になる。公正な法的手続きを求めるなら、こちらも合法的手段を取るべきだ。何より、そんなことをすれば、原告の訴訟代理人として法廷に立つ彼女のキャリアに影響が出るだろ
う。Marius is unsurprised at his persistence. He smiles confidently.
森月先生は海外で手が届かない。特殊調査員の水瀬さんは重要任務で手が離せない。左京先生は職業倫理が高くて手が出せない。あれ？みんなの期待が俺の肩にかかってるみたいだね。お姉さんもそう思わない？
Do you have any ideas, Marius? You quickly speak up before a fight breaks out, while Marius casually snaps his fingers.
パソコンも携帯も教伝の持ち物だって言うなら、いっそのこと買収しちゃおう。で、買収先には恩を売るべきでしょ。小高には隠した情報について話してもらう。以上。はあ、社長ができることなんてたかが知れてるよね。
合法だし合理的ではある。
力ずくだがな。
じゃあ頼りにしてるよ、期待のエース君。
Pure Beauty Time Investigation Report. Investigation report on the background of Pure Beauty Time Beauty Salon. The majority shareholder of Pure Beauty Time is Maya Peterson, the mother of Sebastian Miles. Maya Peterson, nearly 80 years old, is currently residing in the Glay Nursing Home and has never been involved in Pure Beauty Time's operations. Inside the car. You and Marius prepare to visit Vertex Finance again, this time accompanied by Pax's acquisition team. Although it's just an ad, seeing such an impressive entourage makes you start believing in Marius' sincerity about the acquisition. In the car, Vincent is giving his final report to Marius.
坊ちゃん、弁護士さん。こちらがマーケティング部で仕上げた京電金融の買収案の最終版です。データ分析部と財務顧問からも関係各所の対応を済ませたと報告がありました。
With Vincent's help, the complicated personnel and regulations have become very organized. And Marius understands Vincent's abilities better than anyone else, so he approves it after confirming several important items.
正式な契約を結ぶまでの過程はできる限り本物らしくしてくれ。
お任せください。
小高に異常はないか？
はい。坊ちゃんの推測通り、パックスから次々と送られる要求の対応にかかりきりです。京電金融から提出された最新の財務諸表は、以前より良くなりましたが、分析部が未だに問題点を指摘していますね。
思った通りだ。完璧な決算書を作るのは簡単じゃないからな。念のため、関連書類は全て用意してほしい。
かしこまりました。
After setting everything up, Marius puts the document aside and pulls out the 12-sided die from his pocket, toying with it. You seem to have been carrying this die with you lately.
出かける前になんか目について、験担ぎじゃないけど、持ってきちゃった。今日の相手がビジネス界のギャンブラーだからかな。ハゲタカみたいに貪欲で、腐りきったやつ。
Comparing him to a vulture, it feels like you're treating Sebastian Miles as if he's an enemy in the game.
ゲームの敵キャラ？確かにそうかも。あのやたら凝ったボードゲームは、俺のビジネスの腕を磨くためだけに作られたんじゃないのか？
What? Just as Maris is about to answer, the sudden sound of ceremonial firecrackers interrupts him. A group of employees suddenly appears ahead, holding welcome banners, forcing the driver to slam on the brakes. Even with the seatbelts on, the impact of inertia makes your mind go blank for a moment. What's going on?
おそらく小高さんが坊ちゃんたちに用意した歓迎式でしょう。先方から事前通達はありませんでしたが。
とんだおもてなしだな。
Maris nods and doesn't immediately get out of the car. Instead, he checks up on you to see if you're okay. After confirming that you're only slightly startled, he unfastens his seatbelt and pushes the car door open with a cool expression. Business Park. A soft red carpet extends from beneath the car all the way to Vertex's office building, with formally dressed ushers standing by respectfully.
泉社長、パックスグループの皆様方、本日は弊社までお越しいただき、誠にありがとうございます。心より歓迎いたします。
小高社長、まだ正式な合意にも至っていないのに、大げさすぎませんか？
何をおっしゃいますか。記者から多大なご支援をいただいているのに、ささやかすぎるくらいでございます。泉社長は弊社の大切なお客様、そしてここにいる社員は将来あなたの部下となるかもしれないのですから、弊社の空気と社員の熱意をぜひとも知っていただきたく。
Miles' words are clearly putting Marius on the pedestal, trying to get him to complete the acquisition as soon as possible. Little does he know that he is the one in the costume, playing the clown on stage. This show is just getting started. Conference room. The representatives take their seats around the round table according to their positions. Miles tries to approach Marius to say something, but is stopped by a look. In such a serious occasion, Miles can only suppress his smile and sit up straight. Having dealt with him a couple of times now, it is plain as day that he relies on personal connections and favors to build a network to gain advantages. Once you fall for his sweet talk, you might find yourself trapped before you even realize it. That welcoming ceremony earlier was actually to put pressure on Pax. Though the negotiation is just for show, once you're at the table, you can't let your guard down until he reveals his real intentions. The show that Pax is putting on is to build momentum for the acquisition, as well as to remain in control and deflate Sebastian Miles' ego. But with such a big show going on, how are we going to link this to Darren Storm? Now that Maris and I are both occupied by the acquisition meeting, we have no way to investigate Vertex's assets.
皆さんお揃いのようですね。会議を始めましょう。
You look at Maris anxiously, and he, ever so serious just moments ago, winks at you while everyone else is busy organizing documents. As if he is saying, "Just watch me manage Ignis," which helps you relax a little. Then the meeting begins with the presentation of the acquisition plan by Pax, and a long negotiation begins. During the meeting, Miles repeatedly turns down Pax's long-term support plan and keeps pushing Maris to invest more money.
泉社長が弊社を高く評価してくださることはありがたく存じます。ですが、この支援プランはいささか理想論が過ぎるのでは。
こちらの誠意が足りないとお考えですか？パックスが提供するのは生え抜きの社員だけではありません。高い収益が見込まれるプロジェクトの紹介と仲介も行いましょう。買収価格を下げていただけるなら、小高社長の持ち株を多く残した買収も検討します。長期的に見てあなたに損はないと思うのですが。
泉社長のお言葉はごもっともです。しかし私にはあなたほどの先見の明はなく、未来に確信を抱けません。京電金融は私が長年手塩にかけてきた会社。思い入れは人一倍強いのです。実際弊社は右肩上がりでして、買収も急いでいるわけではありません。しかしながら、長年この業界で揉まれて、大小さまざまな業務に追われて疲れてきたのも事実です。それに、体調の悪い母とふるさとの人たちのことが気がかりで、それで引退を考えるようになりました。株を手放すことになってもいいのです。ただ、買収価格の方は、せめてこれくらいよ。
Sebastian Miles adds a zero of the original amount on the acquisition plan, tearing away that fake smile and revealing his greedy nature.
フリーマーケットの値切り交渉をしに来たわけではないでしょう。パックスが単なる気まぐれでこの数字を出したと思いますか？
私も弊社のマーケティング部から提供されたデータを踏まえた上で改めてご検討いただきたいのですよ。ご存知でしょうが、弊社の海外における株価は依然として高騰しております。
捏造されたデータに説得力はないですよ。まして株価なんて操作する余地はいくらでもある。
Maris slams the documents provided by Vincent onto the desk, his attitude hardening.
他を差し置いても、グラジオラスバレーの投資を目的とした天才未来ファンドは出資が増える一方で収益が見られない。明らかに収支バランスが取れていないようですが、そっちがよこした不正確なデータは単に分かりにくいだけだ。そうそう、東野龍馬でしたっけ？彼の自殺の件はどうなりました？解決したのにまだ父親の金吾さんがお金をせびりに来てるとか。まさかうちを盾にして後始末までさせるつもりか？確かに海外の株価には影響しないでしょうね、この程度のことは。小高さんは随分と計算高い方のようだ。
Mary's barrage of harsh questions makes Miles break out in a cold sweat, his smile frozen into an unsightly mask. Sebastian Miles tries to say something, but under the silent gaze of Pax's department managers, the words get stuck in his throat. We've applied enough pressure. With Maris playing the bad cop, someone needs to play the good cop to truly unmask him. The acquisition is still in the negotiation phase. Some matters require further discussion. Our ultimate goal is still to achieve cooperation at least, right, Mr. Miles?
はい。弁護士先生のおっしゃる通りです。誤解を招かないためにも、ぜひご相談させていただきたく。
Mr. Van Hagen, this concludes the morning meeting. Would you like everyone to take a break? Maris immediately gets your hint and nods to Vincent.
藤崎、俺はここで話を続けるから、みんなを休憩できる場所まで連れて行ってくれ。うちの顧問弁護士には残ってもらいますが、構いませんね。
At this moment, Miles already sees you as the communication bridge to the domineering Mr. Van Hagen, so he naturally won't refuse this proposal. Soon, only the three of you remain in the auspicious conference room, but the empty space only makes the atmosphere more tense and stifling. Marius doesn't break the silence first. Instead, he stretches in his office chair while casually gazing out the window. He's giving you the initiative. Mr. Van Hagen is sincerely interested in this collaboration, Mr. Miles. But it puts us in a difficult position when you keep everything to yourself.
先生、ご冗談を。どうして私が泉社長に隠し事をしていると決めつけるのです。データの件は必ずや確認いたします。おそらく新しく入ったインターンが業務に不慣れなために何か手違いよ。
Hearing his lame excuses, Marius impatiently taps on the table.
パックスが教伝を買収する理由は自分が一番分かっているんじゃないのか。どうだっていいんですよ。ここのプロジェクトが赤字だろうが黒字だろうが、あなたのやらかした不祥事がどうなろうが。俺が欲しいのはその後ろの人脈だ。こっちの狙いが分かってるからこんなデタラメな値段をふっかけてきた。違いますか？回りくどいご託にはもう飽き飽きだ。いい加減腹を割って話そう。
Marius suddenly exposes his deceptive tactics, leaving him unable to argue any further. Miles doesn't seem to want to continue pretending. He lowers his head, loosens his tie, and drops his people-pleasing behavior.
弊社の買収を通じてベルナールさんと近づきたいのであれば、こんなはした金では到底受けられませんな。
Marius' approach has paid off. Sebastian Miles unknowingly reveals a new figure, Mr. Bernard. You gently tap the table twice, signaling Marius with a could. He responds in kind. Sebastian Miles is unaware that he has already revealed the most crucial piece of information still lost in his dreams of acquisition.
私の提示した金額は十分妥当でしょう。教伝金融が裏でどれだけ稼いでいるかをご存知であれば。
ハイリスクハイリターンは結構。だが本当にメリットしかないなら会社を売って高飛びする理由がないだろ。
Cashing out and living is undoubtedly a trump card of his. Marius is clearly telling Miles that he has seen through his tactics all along. Miles narrows his eyes as if just realizing that he had somewhat underestimated Marius.
私のような後ろ盾のない凡人が行うには、この程度のビジネスが精一杯なんですよ。しかし社長は違う。あなたほどの人物がどうしてリスクを恐れる必要があります？
俺にも手に負えないリスクはある。人の命とかな。
泉社長、何を言い出すかと思えば、東野はただの自殺だと警察も結論を出しているでしょう。
それもこれも小高社長の手腕では？
Marius' words have a hidden meaning, but Sebastian Miles just smiles without taking the beat, slipping away like an eel, leaving no room for misinterpretation.
小高社長、ここまで来たんだから手札の1枚や2枚見せてくださいよ。ベルナールさんとはどうやって知り合った？グラジオラスバレーに投資する天才未来ファンドに関係があるのか？
それは。
Marius deliberately shows signs of agitation, casting his bid with a partially true question. As suspected, Sebastian Miles takes the beat, believing he holds enough cards to manipulate Marius.
泉社長、買収はまだ初期段階だと。
さっき言った数字を出す。
さすが泉社長、ご安心ください。契約が成立した暁には教伝は丸ごと泉社長のものとなります。その時はご所望の情報をすべてお話しいたしましょ
う。まさかここまで用心深い人だとはな。
背に腹は変えられぬ ということですよ。これ以上は一歩も譲れません。どうかご勘定ください。
After some polite but insincere exchanges, the acquisition deal seems to be settled.
俺も早いところ買収を進めたいところだが、まだ手続きが残ってるんだ。会社がでかい分、ルールも厳しくてね。こればかりはどうにもならない。社長ならわかるだろ？
もちろんですとも。ですが、互いに契約の意思が明らかになったのですから、今進められるプロセスもあるのでは？
Maris quickly gives you a meaningful glance. Since both parties have expressed a clear willingness to cooperate, the next step is to draft the agreement. There are still a series of matters to handle, but the asset review can proceed simultaneously. In addition to intangible assets like intellectual property, all office supplies in a company, including computers and phones, must be registered in inventory records.
そんなものまで。
ルールだって言ったでしょ。仕方ないんだよ。形式だけでもやらなきゃ、後でもっと面倒なことになりかねない。今日は資産管理部の責任者も来ているんだ。一通り確認しても。
それは構いません。早いに越したことはないですから。
With the acquisition taking center stage, checking the company's assets has become a non-issue. Maru's actions seem bold at first glance, but in fact they are carefully calculated. He even uses Sebastian Miles' grid to draw out a new figure. When Maris asked whether Mr. Bernard had any connection to Gladiolus Valley, Sebastian Miles acted a little oddly. Maybe this will be a new key clue. Equipment storage room. To expedite the acquisition, Miles agrees to start by counting some of Vertex's assets. This allows you to walk into the equipment storage room without having to make any excuses.
弁護士さん、あちらには主に事務用品が収納されています。最近退職した社員が置いていった私物も同様に。
Okay, I might need some time to count them one by one. You don't have to wait for me.
一つずつですか？こんなものに価値があるんでしょうか？
After all, this will be Pax's assets in the future. To prevent any handover issues later on, we should be cautious. Please understand, I'm just following Pax's procedures. Mentioning Pax really works wonders to stop people from asking any further questions.
では、私は業務に戻ります。弁護士さん、何かございましたらお声掛けください。
Okay. After closing the door and making sure the staff has walked away, you finally take out your phone to check if the call with Maris is still connected.
小高のやつ、各部門の責任者に囲まれて俺に構ってる暇はなさそうだ。何か必要なことがあればいつでも言って。待機してるから。
Okay, let's start investigating. There are so many computers here. I wonder which one belongs to Terrence Thorne. But there is no time to check each one now.
備品管理台帳に登録して特定の場所に保管するのが一般的だけど、これまでの教伝の感触からしてその辺の管理体制はかなり緩そうだ。もしかしたら備品保管室のどこかのデスクに置きっぱなしになってるかも。
Asset registration list. Let me take a look. I found it. Here it is. Each computer has a corresponding asset number, user, and handover date. Sophia Chow is the last person to complete the handover, and above that should be found it. Terence Storm's computer number is CMPTVET008. The phone number is PHNENZE107.
東野の持ち物が処分されたのは最近だから、奥の方には置いてないはず。外側のロッカーを探してみない？
It should be right there. CMPTVET008. This should be it. Thank goodness it's a laptop. I hope there's enough battery left to turn it on. You press the power button, and as the screen lights up, you feel a bit relief. According to Luke, I just need to connect it. You insert the USB-like device into the laptop port and then send a message to Luke that everything is ready. In the next instant, countless lines of complex codes pop up on the black screen, continuously decoding and compiling. Looks like Luke's handiwork. He said he only needed 10 minutes.
嘘でしょ、10分もかかるの？仕方ないな。俺が頑張って時間稼ぎしないとね。
As if sensing Mary's complaints, Luke suddenly begins to type in the codes at a faster speed. About 5 minutes later, your phone vibrates. Luke has sent a done sticker to the group chat.
さすが調査庁のエース様だ。次は3分以内でやってもらおうっと。
Darius, are you some kind of demon?
お姉さんにはこんなことしないもん。
PHNENZE107, Terence Storm's phone is here. I just have to connect the signal transmitter Luke gave me. What a brilliant tool. Just as you finish doing so, you suddenly hear footsteps outside the door. Someone's here.
慌てないでお姉さん。藤崎を近くに待機させてるから、なんとか相手を引き離してくれるはずだよ。
You hold your breath and listen carefully. The footsteps pause briefly before fading away. Meanwhile, the phone's data recovery and transmissions are also completed.
ほらね、俺って完璧でしょ？
Of course, you always are. I'll leave you to have my back then.
任された。俺がちゃんと見張っとくから安心してて。
Looks like these boxes are full of stuff employees left behind and never got the chance to sort out. Do you think there might be some of his things here? Could they have been taken away by Charles Thorne?
金目のないものをわざわざ取りに来るとは思えないね。
You have a point. I'll take a quick look. You rummage through the cardboard box and find a notebook with Terence Thorne's name on it. The notebook contains some beautifully written poems with almost no work-related content. I never would have guessed he had such a hobby.
人生は意外性の連続だからね。選んだ道が必ずしも自分の望んだ道とは限らない。大事なのは彼が自分の選択を後悔していたかどうかじゃないかな。
As you flip through a few pages, a postcard suddenly falls out from between the pages. The human soul is inherently pure, dwelling in the celestial realm of ideas.
それってプラトンの一節？物質界では常に魂は汚れた不完全なものだけど、心の中ではイデアを追い求めようとしている。かなり平たく言うと一種の性善説だよね。
Human nature is inherently good. Did he believe in such an idea? Now that Terence Thorne has passed away, you can only glimpse fragments of his life through the belongings he left behind. The postcard was addressed to Sophia Chow. Was it not sent because of a lack of time, or was there another reason? If it stays here, it will probably just be thrown away as trash later. This card was meant for her. I should take it to her. After confirming that all data from his computer and phone has been restored and transferred, you unplug the signal transmitter from the port. Done. Equipment storage room.
バッチリだね。そろそろこっちも終わりそうだよ。し、小高が来た。一旦電話は置いとくね。
You hear Sebastian Miles laugh from the other end of the phone.
泉社長、もうこんな時間になったんですね。今日はいかがですか？高級クラブを知っているのですが。
お気持ちだけもらっておきます。お互いに早く契約を進めたい。ならこれ以上の手続きはいらないはず。
ごもっとも。ただ、以前ベルナールさんがステラ市に来られた際はいつもあそこでおもてなしをしていたもので。
おお。ベルナールさんが何度も通うなんてよほど素晴らしいところなんでしょうね。
Marius pretends to be very curious, and Sebastian Miles, thinking Marius has taken the beat, continues to play his long game. Little does he know he is the prey that has been targeted long ago.
そんなに大それた場所でもありませんよ。郊外にある金帝門というところです。あそこはサービスが豊富なだけでなく、オーナーも賢くわきまえた方でして、安全面に関しては心配いりませんよ。
The Golden Gate in the suburbs, another new lead.
へえ、それは興味深いですね。機会があればぜひ紹介してください。ベルナールさんがどんな風に遊んでいたのか気になってきました。
あのお方はなかなかの通ですよ。
Sebastian Miles stops there and shifts the conversation back to the acquisition.
ところで泉社長、合意書のサインはいつになりますか？
すべてがうまくいった時に、我々が手を携えて契約を結ぶ日はそう遠くないでしょう。
Marius' words are quite meaningful. Miles will soon become the defendant, and this fake acquisition is destined to fail. The real cooperation begins when Miles is put behind bars and reveals his connections behind the scenes. Home. After a busy day, you finally return home to get some rest. After freshening up, you open your phone and find that the NTOS group chat has become quite lively. All data from Terrence Storm's device has been extracted. The file's huge. I've uploaded it to the cloud. Everyone. Roger, got it. +3. +4. I have booked a flight back to Salis for tonight. Shall we schedule a meeting for tomorrow? Is everyone available? No problem. I've also finalized the list of victims who agreed to sue Vertex Finance. I'll go over it during the meeting. Okay, let's have the meeting as soon as possible. After all, I can't keep Sebastian Miles waiting for too long. I want to move forward quickly too. I'm worried Sophia Chow will leave Stalis. We should make it more troublesome to get her to testify in court. I've got a few things to take care of, but I should still make it to the meeting. You seem to be getting busier and busier lately. I guess everyone's just as busy, huh? Yeah, everyone's juggling multiple roles, so we must all remember to take proper rest. I'll be good and head to the bed right now, miss. Lying in bed and scrolling on your phone doesn't count as going to bed early. Why do I feel like we just got hit by an AOE? Look, we're still young. We can't living on a retiree schedule. Let's all get some rest. Am I imagining things? It feels like everyone is becoming more and more active in the group chat. Ever since the Jinga Island incident ended, Luke has been frequently returning to the NSB headquarters. Jerome Adams was caught, but most of the research staff at Gladiolus Valley had been transferred in advance, leaving almost no useful information behind. In the following period, both Luke and Aaron were disciplined for privately researching N2X, and their suspension lasted until the Zinjiga Island incident. What about Luke's illness? Due to the confidential nature of it, you can never find the right opportunity to ask about it. There has to be a solution to it. You believe that Lady Fate will surely watch over Luke, and that those he protects with all his might are silently protecting him too. NSB office. At the same time, in the NSB office, after confirming that all files have been organized and sent, Luke disconnects from the network and activates all blocking settings. He has already received word from Aaron that the upcoming announcement would be a crucial one. Soon after, Alfred and Aaron enter through the door. Their solemn expressions make Luke instinctively straighten up.
神永指揮官ケニー
Alfred merely nods in response, and even Aaron, who usually handles everything with a smile, now has to put it away. Luke has a hunch that whatever happens next would have something to do with him, and more to the point, with his illness. And to as research involves too many complex issues that require careful consideration, both morally and legally. Deep down, he too had struggled, fearing that this desperate attachment to life would lead to terrible disaster. But now he believes that Lady Fate will guide him to the best path.
どんな結果でも受け入れる所存です
Luke places his fist over his chest, having already sworn his life to this mission. Alfred silently walks up to Luke and suddenly gives him a heavy pat on the shoulder.
水瀬許可が下りたぞ
神永指揮官、そりゃないですって。こんなビッグニュースをもったいぶらないなんて。
俺は君ほど悠長じゃない。守秘義務がなかったらすぐ教えてやりたかったくらいなのに。
許可が下りた
Luke is a little dazed from the sudden good news. It's quite a big deal, so Alfred and Aaron were joking around to express their joy, but they soon turned serious.
俺から説明しよう。N2X の大々的な研究については、上層部は消極的だ。今は各方面の意見を取りまとめている。でもお前の容体については、誰もが重く受け止めた。それで特別な専門家チームを組み、治療プランを考えることになったんだ。特例的にこの特別チームでは、N2X を使った新薬の研究開発も許可される。ちなみに、そのチームリーダーが俺だ。これからもよろしくな、夏彦。
Aaron also steps forward, exchanging a smile with Alfred, and places his hand on Luke's other shoulder.
N2X とお前の命に関わることだから、この計画は最高機密扱いになっている。その名も、ブエル計画だ。
ブエルあらゆる病を治癒しながらその病をもたらす魔人の名
N2X の研究は諸刃の剣だ。それを忘れてはいけない。
はい、心得ています。
Through Luke's determined face, Alfred seems to see many people and things from the past.
水瀬、君のことは俺が鍛えた。どんな武器も使いこなし、いかなる敵も破る力を持つことは誰よりも知っている。君が完全に回復した暁には、一緒に彼らに会いに行こう。
This brings back to those memories that the three can never forget, of fallen comrades and of those spirits awaiting comfort. Luke takes a deep breath and nods solemnly.
必ず。
Postcard. A postcard tucked inside Terrence's notebook had Sophia's name written on it, but it was never sent. The inscription reads, "The human soul is inherently pure, dwelling in the celestial realm of ideas." Antoette's headquarters. The next day, everyone arrives early at the Antoette's headquarters. Usually, everyone just gets straight to the point, but today there are actually snacks from Glade on the table in the meeting room.
森月、お前がお土産まで買ってくるとは思わなかったんだけど。
買ったのはオジェだよ。会議に間に合わせるには荷ほどきの時間が足りなくてね。帰りの荷物を軽くしてくれると助かる。
どれも美味しそうですね。じゃ、お先にいただきます。
今日の会議は長引きそうだからな。私ももらおう。
Yeah, after such a busy day, Dr. Rich's snacks are just what I need to keep me going. You sit down in your usual spot where tea and snacks catering to your taste have already been prepared. As mentioned in last night's group chat, everyone at N2X wears multiple hats and needs to slow down to catch their breath once in a while. However, compared to the fatigue of balancing two jobs, looking around, the other four members of N2X are sitting on either side of you. Luke munches on a cookie while fiddling with his computer, and Artem sips his floral tea while reading through some documents. Meanwhile, Vin is taking notes on the intel he missed out on these past few days, while Maris is comparing the data on the screen. Rather than feeling tired, I'm more excited about being able to fight alongside everyone. Halfway through your tea and snacks with all the documents prepared, Luke starts the conversation first.
東野龍馬のパソコンから復元したデータですが、皆さんすでに目を通しているようなので、俺からは簡単に要点をまとめます。予想通り、中には東野さんが担当していた氷菓子業務の資料が全て入っていました。契約書や取引明細なども。彼は新井七子より広範囲の業務を行っており、一般消費者向けのローンの他にも地下カジノと結託していたことがわかります。京電はそこから莫大な利益を得ていたわけです。まあ、小高も抜け目なくて、いずれも直接契約ではなく、複数のダミー会社を経由して契約が交わされている。すべての資金がダミー会社を通じて、資産運用商品の購入を名目に、同社に流れていることになります。
で、そのダミー会社の代表のほとんどが東野龍馬だったとは。トカゲの尻尾切りだな。
Artem pushes the documents in his hand towards you.
東野さんが担当していた顧客は、私が集めた被害者リストとほぼ一致しているようだ。集団訴訟に同意してくれた人もいる。証言をまとめたから君に預けるよ。
Thank you, Mr. Wing. I'll double check it later.
そういや、彼の顧客リストに新井さんの資料も入っていたのが確認できたよ。東野さんが自殺する前、意図的に消したみたいだった。
Did Terran Stone do this? No wonder she said she couldn't find her contract. But why would he do that?
すぐに答えが出ないなら一旦置いておこっか。後で何かわかるかもしれないよ。
You're not deciding to set this question aside for now.
まだ気になることはある。被害者の中でも多額の借金を抱えた人たちが全員出国しているんだ。返済できず違法な手段で国外に逃げたと思われるが。
嘘でしょ？全員が夜逃げ？
国境の警備はかなり厳重です。その道に通じた請負業者の手引きなしに突破するのは不可能かと。
Looks like we've uncovered yet another criminal chain.
左京、その債務者の中に末村かな子、岡峰陽一、牧部保の3人はいたかい？
Autumn ponders briefly and nods.
確かにその名前はあった。なぜそれを？
スウォルトが彼らの逃亡先の一つだったからだよ。と言っても、実態は人身売買だけれど。 巨額の債務者たちは脅迫と誘惑に負けて、自らパスポートや ID カードを処分して国を離れた。どの国の法律にも守られず、誰かに依存して生きることしかできなくなってしまうのにね。
Vin speaks calmly, but his words leave everyone in the conference room in stunned silence. What those people might go through has been in the news a lot lately. Some end up as slave labor in illegal factories. In the worst cases, some are inhumanly treated, turning into blood cows with no basic human rights.
僕の調査によると、背後にいるのは京電金融の上場に一役買った人物と同じだ。
そいつの名前を当ててやるよ。ベルナールだろ？
そう。ベルナール公爵だ。
また貴族か。しかも、前の人より爵位が上の？
偶然とは思えないな。スウォルトの内政に関わることかもしれないが、さすがに無視できないだろう。モリスキ、向こうでは一体何が起きている？
Artem asks what everyone wants to know, and you all look at Vin.
この数年間、父は貴族の汚職問題解決に勤しんでいてね。不当な資産は根本から立ち、容赦なく貴族たちの経済活動を制限していったんだ。ベルナール公爵はその粛清された一人。だけど、彼は贅沢な生活を諦めきれず、京電の海外上場を助けて得た資金を国内の小売菓子に回していた。
一挙両得ってわけだな。
Sebastian Miles must have connected with the Marquis because of Gladiolus Valley, right?
閣下はかなりのご高齢だからね。あの欲にまみれた性格を思えば、グラジオラスバレーの研究はさぞかし惹かれただろう。とはいえ、やんごとない身分の持ち主だから、今ある証拠だけで正面突破するのは難しい。
In other words, we'll need to start with Sebastian Miles first.
じゃあ話を戻そう。復元したデータの中には、文書の他にも大量の音声ファイルが入っていた。どうも東野さんは自分の仕事について録音する習慣があったらしい。プライベートのこととか、その時の気持ちとか入った記録も混じっていたが、社用の携帯ばかり使って私物を忘れていたのかもしれない。
From his few remaining belongings, it's clear that his life was almost completely consumed by work, leaving no room for a personal life.
結構な量だったので、プログラムを組んで重要な部分だけを抽出してます。
録音か。確か警察の報告にも、東野さんが遺言代わりに音声記録を残していると記述があった。
ありましたね。内容のほとんどが父親のギャンブル依存症への恨み事だったようですけど。録音が他にもあるとしたら、話が変わってくる。
これらの録音には、東野さんの心境が収められています。幼少期の不幸な体験から、成人して京電に入社し、自死に至るまでの。そこで、彼の人生における重大な転機を4つに分けて、録音データを再編集しました。では、再生しましょうか。
Luke presses the play button, and a slightly weathered middle-aged male voice comes through the speaker. That man, whom you've never met but has always been at the center of everything, is telling you about his life that's already over.
思えば、俺の人生は、未だにあの人の行き交う市場で止まったままかもしれない。宿題に集中するふりをして、あんな人からは逃げなさいと母を諭す近所のおばさんたちの声をよく聞いていた。みんながボロクソにけなす最低男は、俺の父親、東野金吾だ。今じゃあの人たちのことは曖昧で、母親の顔だってぼんやりして思い出せない。だけど、あの時の会話だけは鮮明に覚えている。今でも、一言一言が
耳元でささやかれるほどに。
Farmer's Market.
母さん、どうして離婚しないんだよ。八百屋なんかやめて実家に帰ればいいじゃん。
His mom is calmly packing the vegetable stall up for closing, and the word divorce doesn't even make her blink. Just hearing go back to our hometown makes her shake. She wipes her dirty hands clean before caressing Terence Thorne's young face.
おバカさん、私の実家に帰ったらこんないい学校には通えなくなるでしょ。
The young Terence Thorne doesn't yet understand what adults mean by the benefits of living in a big city. All he knows is that if they stay here, his mother will only live a hard life.
実家に帰っても勉強するよ。俺、もうあの人に会いたくないよ。っていうか、全然帰ってこないしさ。
Her voice takes on a dry and bitter tone when mentioning her husband, but she still tries to make him feel better.
父さんは悪い人じゃないんだよ。お金のことさえなければ。お金ができた時、父さんは私たちをこっちに連れてきて、いい暮らしをさせようとしてくれたでしょ。貧乏暮らしはダメ。龍馬はしっかり勉強していい大学に合格なさい。将来はいい仕事に就いて、そしたら父さんも分別のない人じゃないし、私じゃダメでもあなたのためなら目が覚めると思う。
Terence Thorne kind of gets that his mom is putting her hopes on something really abstract, human nature.
長い間、いや、ほんの数ヶ月前まで、俺は母親の考えに影響されて悩んできた。俺と血のつながったあの人は、本当に救いようのない悪人なのかと。母さんの言った通り、俺がいい成績を取れば、あの人は少ない残高から高いおもちゃを買ってくれた。俺の大学の生活費を工面するのに、方々に頭を下げて金を借りてきてくれた。母さんが突然死んだ時は、家の前にひざまずいて泣きながら、二度とギャンブルはしないって天に誓ってたっけな。結局俺たちは父親と同類だったんだ。人生をギャンブルに捧げてた。父親が金をかけたなら、俺たちは違うものを、良心をかけていたんだ。ずっと。
Antwerp's headquarters. After hearing the first recording, everyone in the meeting room goes quiet for a moment. In the recording, Terence Thorne doesn't directly mention how much Charles had gambled, but from what he said, you can tell Charles never really stopped.
私もギャンブルに手を染めた被害者から何度か法律相談を受けたことがある。彼らは一様に自分の行動を冷静に認識し、深く反省するが、
またギャンブルに手を出している。だよな。
ギャンブルは脳内のドーパミン分泌を促す。勝っても負けても強い刺激が得られるから依存して抜け出せなくなってしまう。
過ちを犯した後に泣いて謝って、また同じことを繰り返す。その裏切りが少しずつ家庭を壊していった。
Yeah, no wonder Terence Thorne said he was gambling on his father's conscience. The information in the recording so far and Terence Thorne's last words from the police don't differ much.
次の録音を再生します。
時々自分こそがギャンブルの勝者で、一生勝てるんじゃないかと錯覚しそうになる。一度勝者の椅子に座ってテーブルにあるチップを総取りすると、 何もかもうまくいくと思い込む。金が全てだ。厄介な取り立て屋も噂好きな隣人も黙らすことができる。上辺だけでも自分が真っ当になれたと信じられるんだ。だけどギャンブルなら勝者がいれば敗者がいる。
Vertex Finance。
東野くん、先月の成績も実に見事なものだったよ。借金の取り立てで君の右に出る者はいない。だけど慎重すぎるのがたまに傷だ。わかるよ。追い詰めすぎて取れるものも取れなくなったら悲惨だからな。とはいえ借金まみれのクズにそんな気遣いは不要だ。たまには痛い目を見ないとあいつらはどこまでもとぼけるからな。君の親父さんのように。
よく知っています、社長。
Sebastian Miles takes out a cigarette and hands it to Terence Thorne, who accepts it but doesn't light it.
ベルナールさんとの取引が近く決まりそうなんだ。今後あいつらがごねるようなら全員まとめて船から投げ捨ててやれ。私たちがここではやれないことも海の向こうでならいくらでもやれる。もう少ししたら私は海外のビジネスに専念するし、教伝はいずれ君に任せようと思っている。
Miles isn't good at managing the company. He spends most of his time entertaining potential investors instead of being at the office. Terence Thorne handles almost everything for Vertex. A comment like hold back too much might make him do more wrong things. Last time during that collection, he encountered a little boy who clung to his leg, crying and screaming something heartbreakingly, though he couldn't quite remember what anymore. But at midnight, he keeps dreaming of that scene where the boy in it looks just like him.
東野くん、私と君は似ている。同じように苦労を強いられ、その運命を覆してきた。なあ、ここまでの道のりは辛かったな。優しさだけでは何もなせないのだから。今が正念場だよ。これさえ乗り越えれば、君も海外で人生をやり直せる。私のようにな。私はグレーで老人ホームに投資するよ。海辺の老人ホームで母と故郷の人たちに幸せな晩年を過ごしてもらうんだ。
Hearing Sebastian Miles' grand plans, Terence Thorne smiles sadly. So the person before him still has a conscience, and like him, is trying to quit and get out of the mess. After fantasizing about the future, Sebastian Miles pats Terence Thorne's shoulder.
とにかく励んでくれよ。数日後にあるベルナールさんとの会食には君も連れて行こう。あとそうだ、君の部下に女性アシスタントがいただろう。新井奈々子だったか？彼女も連れてこい。
社長、彼女の業務能力ではあの場にふさわしくないかと。
知っている。毎回業績ランキングの最底辺にいたら嫌でも覚えるだろう。細かいことはいい。あのあざさえなければスタイルのいい美人だからな。濃いメイクをしろと伝えておいてくれ。
この会社では借金を抱えた若い女性の対処法なんていくらでもある。アシスタントとして働かされるのはむしろ幸運だろう。新井を選んだのは気まぐれだった。顔に特別なあざがあって、それを両親から引き継いだ業だと言っていた。俺は借金を背負って、彼女は業を背負って、お互い世界に見放されたんだと思った。俺には分かっていたんだ。いくらあがいても、最後は彼女も俺と同じ道を選ぶ。 深淵に落ちるしかないことを。両親なんか金にならない。両親なんかじゃ誰も救えない。
And towards headquarters. As his voice gradually fades away, the second recording stops playing. Looks like Sophia Chow was referring to Bernard when she mentioned having offended a major investor of Vertex. Back then, she firmly refused and didn't fall into the abyss as Terence Thorne had said. With how things were for her, she would keep running into this stuff until she eventually became the same kind of person.
小高も東野も新井さんもみんなよく似た生い立ちで互いに自分の姿を重ね合わせていたようだな。
罪の重さを問うならまるで別物だけどな。
左京、君は罪とは絡み合うツタだと言ったね。もしかするとこの事件はその上を行くかもしれないよ。言うなればこれは成長するにつれて周囲に胞子をまき散らす、さらなる繁殖を遂げるために。
それではまるで罪が病気のようじゃないか。
Autumn doesn't say anything, and the room lapses into silence. Mr. Wing, what is it?
いや、似たような視点で書かれた本を読んだ気がして、子供の頃のことだからかはっきりと思い出せないが、ひとまず話を東野さんの録音の件に戻そう。小高さんと東野さんは足を洗いたがっていた。
小高の言う足を洗うというのは海外に高飛びして罪から逃れることですけどね。本当に手を引くつもりならベルナールと密出国の取引なんてしないでしょうし。
What did Terence Swan think about this? Actually, if he hadn't taken on Charleston's gambling debts, he could have lived a normal life. If he got involved in cases of smuggling and human trafficking, there would really be no turning back. You can't help but take out the postcard that Terence Thorne left behind. The words remaining on it are still so vivid. After making so many mistakes and hurting so many people, was he tormented by his conscience day and night?
戻りたくても戻る道なんてなかったのか。教伝の裏の顔を知りすぎた東野さんを小高が簡単に見逃すと思うか。彼が亡くなる前に多額の借金を抱えていたことは覚えてるよな。
Yeah, Charleston took out a high-interest loans using Terence Thorne's name. Don't you think that's suspicious? Terence Thorne was a loan shark himself. He wouldn't fall for such a simple trap, unless he was forced into it.
次の録音にそれを示唆する重要な情報があるはずだ。再生しましょ
う。Loan agreement. All loan sharking contracts handled by Terence. Terence was deeply involved in loan sharking, covering a wide range of services, including but not limited to consumer loans, cosmetic surgery loans, and student loans. These contracts were not signed directly with Vertex Finance, but rather funneled through various shell companies. Transaction records. Records of all loan sharking transaction details and accounts. Funds from these shell companies were funneled into Vertex Finance under the guise of purchasing financial products. Terence kept detailed records of all transactions and cash flows. Terence client list. Records of clients who took out loans through Terence. Before Terrence's suicide, Sophia's name and records had been deliberately erased from the list of victims of his loan business. Among the victims, the individual with the highest debt had already fled abroad illegally. Antwerp's headquarters. After listening to the two recordings he left behind, the whole story becomes increasingly clear. Last but most importantly, the question is whether Terence Stone willingly took on such a massive debt. The answer might be hidden in the third recording that's about to play.
一睡もできないまま夜が明けた。海外からの不在着信は300件を超えた。東の金吾が音信不通になって2週間以上経つ。誰からの電話なのかは分かっている。海外の偽の身分証明書が手に入るまであと数日なんだ。あいつの指が送られてきたって知るものか。もうたくさんだ。
Casino VIP Room。
東野くん、君は高校者だと思っていたんだけどね、実の父親を見捨てるとはむごいじゃないか。お父さんはすぐ隣の部屋で殴られながらも慈悲を求めているのに。ほら、聞いてみなさい。
Sebastian Miles looks at Terence Thorne, who is tied up from head to toe, shakes his head helplessly, crouches down to hold the phone next to his ear. Heart-wrenching screams come from the other end of the line.
やめてください。殴らないで。金なら息子が持ってるんです。嘘じゃない。東野龍馬って言って京電金融の幹部なんです。電話を貸してください。せがれに電話しますから。
昨日から何百回も電話してんだって。東野さん、あんたの息子は愛想つかしちゃったんだよ。
嘘だ。龍馬が俺を見捨てるなんて。親を見捨てる子がいるか。金ならあるんだよ。あのろくでなしめ。おい龍馬、親の電話に出ろ。
Charles Stone's curses, mixed with the screams of pain from the beatings, evoke the most terrifying memories from deep within him. He almost instinctively wants to compromise and pay up just to settle things quickly, but he soon realizes this is all part of Sebastian Miles' scheme. He deliberately sends someone to take Charles Stone to Gley, tricking him into gambling away his fortune at a casino to further control Terence. No matter how Charles cries, Terence grits his teeth and says nothing.
はあ、強情だな。父母の恩は天より高しと言うだろ
う。もう十分返しましたよ。
Sebastian Miles sneers without saying a word. The emphasis on both sides are about to strike Terence Thorne in retaliation, but he raises his hand to stop them.
そう痛みつけなくてもいい。我々には長年の付き合いがあるのだから。東野くん、ここまで来てまだ逃げられると思っているのか。私たちはこの道を進むしかないんだ。何にも勝る力をこの手にするまで。その時が来れば、黒を白に、白を黒に、何でも思い通りになる。
Sebastian Miles pats Terence Thorne's cheek, his tone softening while his eyes gradually turn cold.
君の父親はギャンブルに取りつかれたクズだ。そして私には息子がいない。私の養子にならないか。私の地位、京電金融の社長の椅子、すべてを君にあげよう。
その後発覚した不祥事は私の罪になるわけですね。
高利貸しの罪なんて大したものじゃない。数年すれば出られるだろう。君はまだ若い。出所後の人生を謳歌すればいい。
では密出国の罪は。
私は弁護士ではない。法律なんかいちいち覚えてないんだ。こんな話をするために来たんじゃないんだよ。
Sebastian Miles stands up and gives him a hard kick.
最後のチャンスをやる。この契約書にサインし、私の下で働くか。あのクズのギャンブラーと一緒に商品として並んで売られるのを待つか。よく考えるんだな。行く先はスボルトの闇市か、グレイの売血牧場か。どちらになるかは運次第だ。
Sebastian Miles tosses a stack of documents in front of him. The familiar clauses and astronomical figures make him smile bitterly. More than physical pain, the mental pressure has pushed the restaurant to the brink of collapse. He wants to roar and scream, to fight the person before him until they are both destroyed, but his trembling hand betrays him as he signs his name. He has lost everything, sacrificed his entire life even, but he has never truly touched that person's conscience. Once a gambler sits at the gambling table, there is no turning back. In the fourth recording, Turnstone doesn't leave a long monologue, but the howling wind on the rooftop has said it all. Rooftop. The twilight glow spreads across the sky, gradually disappearing into the distant horizon like a dying bonfire. He can't remember the last time he'd looked up at the clear sky, and he has forgotten how to let go and face his own heart. The man extinguishes his last cigarette and places his phone inside the folded coat beside him, then struggles to climb onto the edge of the rooftop. The bustling traffic rushes past beneath his feet as the man stumbles, nearly falling from the high-rise building. His survival instinct makes him desperately try to maintain balance, like a fish stranded on shore struggling to take in its last breath of oxygen. However, no matter how much the man tries to breathe with his mouth open, the suffocating feeling doesn't fade, and the surrounding air grows murky from his presence. In the long shadows cast by the setting sun, an invisible hand suddenly reaches out and grabs his ankle. That hand is an amalgamation of different faces with varying expressions: anger, disgust, greed. Finally, it freezes on the face he knows best, his guilty and cowardly self. Like a movie playing in reverse before his eyes, the man recalls his past experiences, how he has lived and struggled only to find that everything was all in vain. That hand slowly pulls him down, and like someone sinking into a swamp, he is powerless to resist. The wind roars past. As he feels back weightless, he gets a sudden burst of strength. He seems to have seen a beam of light that dispels all his sins. On the pure white clouds, he sees a small house which his mother has decorated to make it into the coziest place possible. The human soul is inherently pure, dwelling in the celestial realm of ideas. Sophia Chow had once casually read this line out aloud while flipping through a book on the desk, and for some reason he remembers it clearly. A girl born with a birthmark who, despite being innocent, forces herself to bear psychological guilt is even more pitiful than he is. She still has a way back. She could still climb up the crumbling cliff. Has he managed to save someone with the last bit of his own conscience? Perhaps he would never know the answer. If there truly exists another world in the heavens, a place where one can cast off their physical form and be uncorrupted by desires, Will his soul be able to reach that place? The beam of light gradually draws inward. Terraston desperately tries to grasp the last remaining ray, but he is unable to overcome the gravity pulling him down. N2X headquarters. After the last recording ends in silence, a long moment passes before Maris lets out a slow sigh and starts speaking.
新井さんの借金が突然なくなったのは、東野が死ぬ前に彼女の分を肩代わりしたからだ。彼女の購入履歴と契約書を抹消したのも、余計なことに彼女が巻き込まれないようにするため。
ああ、東野さんのパソコンのデータを確かめた時に、その操作を行った形跡が残ってたよ。彼は無理やり組まされた高金利のローンを利用して、新井さんの借金を帳消しにした。
最後の贖罪のつもりだったのか。それとも新井さんを自分と同じ境遇にさせたくなかったのか。
彼の人生は悲しみと憎しみが絡み合った悲劇と言えるかもしれないね。これまでに出会った人たちが、自分自身さえもが彼を破滅に導いた。
Yes, he judged himself in his own way. Besides Starenstorm, there are others who must pay the price, like those demons who exploit human nature and lure people into their traps. You put aside your sadness and focus your attention on the case. While the overall picture of the case is clear, there are still some points of suspicion that need to be worked out. Any oversight could become a crucial turning point in court. You can't afford any mistakes. Alright, why did Sebastian Miles let Charleston go? I mean, he was at his door every day demanding compensation. Wasn't it a real headache?
彼を片付けるのはもっと厄介だ。社員が自社のビルから飛び降りて、直後に父親まで行方不明になったら怪しすぎるからな。
それにしたって、なんで小高は金で解決しようとせず、穴だらけの示談書を交わしたんだ。
彼はよく知っていたんじゃないかな。どれだけ大金を積んでも、金吾さんは満足しない。与えれば与えるほど絞り取られるとね。
悪人には悪人をか。皮肉なものだ。
ま、示談なんてその場しのぎの手段でしょうからね。小高はもともと高飛びするつもりで、東野の死後はさらに京電金融の売却に焦っていた。彼の死因が自殺と判定された以上、遺族は放っておけばいい。
You cross off one point from the mental list of suspicions in your mind, then ask about the second one. Why did he only leave behind his personal phone when he died, even though he had so many recordings on his work phone? If he wanted to leave evidence against Sebastian Miles, he should. Halfway through your sentence, you suddenly recall Sophia Chow's hesitant attitude when mentioning laws. If Sophia Chow, who hasn't fully sunk into the quagmire, was already like that, then Terence Stone, who grew up with illegal debt collection, would definitely not have such an awareness. I doubt he ever intended to use the recordings as evidence to prosecute the bad guys. He was just recording his own thoughts.
どっちだっていいよ。花から正義を信じない人もいれば、正義を追い続ける人だっているんだから。
As Maris said, you're not fighting alone on the path to defend justice. Yeah, we'll make sure Sebastian Miles faces justice. After strengthening your resolve, your previously scattered thoughts become much clearer. There's another possibility. He might have left his work phone behind and someone secretly took it. But who could have pulled this off so stealthily right after learning about his death?
お姉さん、あの日に東野金吾が言ったことを覚えてる？
What Mary said makes you remember something. Neighborhood.
おお、そうかそうか。お前が小高の接待してたお偉いさんってわけか。
Have you seen us before?
京電に来てただろう。小高が嘘ついてるのなんか分かってたからな。監視カメラのない屋上の通路を通って見に行ったんだよ。窓から部屋で話してるのを覗いてたんだが、警備員に出くわして、そいつ警察まで呼びやがって、ほんとついてねえよ。くそ、足を痛めてまともに歩けやしない。こっちは賠償金の取り立てに必死だったのに。
And to its headquarters. The answer is clear as day. It's Sebastian Miles. His office has a passage that connects the roof to the rooftop, and there are no surveillance cameras.
東野さんの転落後、巡回の警備員は真っ先に下に向かって状況を確かめに行ったはずだ。小高さんが屋上に行ったことには気づかない。
小高さんは車用の携帯を単に持ち去ったわけじゃないだろう。東野さんが2つの携帯に録音を残したとは考えにくい。
少し待ってください。送信データを復元します。
After just a few seconds of operation, Luke comes to his conclusion.
東野さんが転落した後、彼の使用の携帯にデータが送られています。東野金吾のギャンブル癖への文句を記録した録音です。死の前日、精神的に不安定だった彼は、夜中に同様の音声記録を大量に残していた。遺言に使えそうな音声を短時間で選び出すなら、そう難しくなかっただろうな。
そして小高は回収した東野の車用携帯から氷菓子に関するデータを消した。健全な会社と見せかけるために。あとは一刻も早く海外に逃げるだけ。氷菓子って不始末がいつ発覚しても知らん顔ってわけだ。
We won't let him get away with it. We've gathered so much evidence, he definitely won't escape. However, just to be safe, I still want to talk to Sophia Chow and persuade her to appear in court as a witness.
京電金融の従業員だった彼女が証言台に立つなら、確かに心強いな。
あなたの表情を見る限り、いい結果を期待できそうだね。
Yeah, leave it to me. Terrence recording. A large number of audio recordings extracted from Terrence's phone. Terrence habitually recorded his work and daily life. These recordings not only condemned his biological father Charleston for his gambling addiction, but also exposed Sebastian's illicit dealings. Terrence had been coerced by Sebastian into taking out loans. Overwhelmed by life's burdens and moral anguish, Terrence, since seeing no way forward, ultimately chose to end his life by jumping from a building. Coffee shop. A few days later, on the weekend, Sophia Chow accepts your invitation to meet at the coffee shop where you previously conversed. It's been a while since you last saw her. She is debt-free now, but she doesn't seem to be any more relaxed than before. She sits down in an empty corner, and when strangers pass by, she still instinctively turns her head to hide the birthmark on her face.
やっぱり身に染みついた癖は治りませんね。昔散々言われたから、誰かと目が合うと私のあざを見てるんだって思い込んでしまうんです。みんなも不思議でならないでしょうね。どうしてお前の顔にはこんな醜いものがあるのかと。
Whenever these things are brought up, she doesn't get angry or feel resentful. Instead, she feels guilty, insecure, and gets really hard on herself. The baseless accusation and malicious speculations that have followed her since birth have left scars on her life that are even more terrifying than the birthmark itself.
子供の頃から何をするにも慎重に用心を重ねてきました。少しでも間違えるとこう思うんですよ。ほら、やっぱり私は疫病神なんだって。
She masked her sorrow with a smile. Perhaps cruel words had already worn away all her confidence along the path of growing up. You want to let her know that she's not as terrible as she thinks, and that she's actually way better than that. We're always more vulnerable to judgments about our appearance from different angles. Beauty is subjective to the views of others. If you live by other people's standards, you'll never find satisfaction. Besides, I think you are quite beautiful. I'm sure there are others who think the same. Even an indelible birthmark cannot hide your beauty. At least I believe that those who maliciously speculate about you simply lack the ability to appreciate beauty. You're likely the first person to compliment her so directly. She turns her head away shyly, but a smile still makes its way to her lips. Her guard, like a hedgehog's spines, seems to slowly lower. She has always been a gentle soul, only becoming defensive due to past wounds.
ありがとう。またそんなことを言ってくださるなんてね。ごめんなさい。私の話はつまらないでしょ。ステラ氏に友達もいなくて。同世代の女性と会うこともないからいろいろ話してしまって。あなたが私に会いたいと言ったのは法廷で証言してほしいからですよね。
Yes, we found a group of victims who are willing to file a class action against Vertex Finance. She pauses briefly, trying to mask her concern with a casual tone.
よかったじゃないですか。被害者の証言があるなら私の出る幕はないでしょう。テミス法律事務所はとても優秀だと聞きました。私がいなくても影響はないはずです。
No, every piece of evidence is crucial. It will affect Sebastian Mal's sentencing. As one of the victims, you have the right to participate in this trial and make those who hurt you pay the price.
でも、そんなことをしたら、私が今までしたことも裁かれて。
I understand your concerns. It takes a lot of courage to face a trial. But you agreed to meet me, so you must have some hesitations. You could have just walked away like you said before.
私はただ、自分の借金がどうして消えたのか気になっただけです。
Although living would have been the easiest choice, she stubbornly searches for an answer. An answer that could soothe her conscience. Maybe this recording can answer your questions. You hand over Terence Thorne's recordings along with the postcard to her. She listens to this relatively short audio very slowly, pressing the pause button several times to compose herself. After listening to the recording, she remains silent and stares at the postcard in her hand. After a while, tears trickle down the corner of her eyes. She takes a deep breath and looks up to hold back the tears threatening to spill.
やっぱり、あの人のせいだったんだ。最初から分かってました。東野は私に申し訳なく思って、なんとか償おうとしていた。ボーナスが払われるようにしたのもそう。クラブで酒浸りの老人に彼が必死で頭を下げてご機嫌取りをしてくれなかったら、今の私はいない。でも、それで許せって言うんですか？私はどうしても許せません。彼の重ねてきた罪も、あんな見えすいた嘘に騙された自分のバカさ加減も、他の被害者たちも、私のように許せない気持ちに苦しめられて、いつまでも解放されずにいるんでしょうか。
The tone she speaks in no longer sounds as conflicted as before upon the mention of Terence Thorne. Instead, it carries a hint of relief. Perhaps Terence Thorne's death is enough to erase all the rights and wrongs of the past. But what about the people who are still alive? I remember you mentioned that you left your hometown quite early. Coming to Sally's all alone at such a young age without a penny to your name, you're actually a very brave person. But what's holding you back and making you lose the courage you once had?
私は
Just ignore the people pointing fingers at your birthmark. It's unjust and you haven't done anything wrong. That's the courage born from pursuing the right path. No matter how difficult it is, you won't feel lost. What about now? The people who hurt you are still at large, and the people you hurt are still waiting for the redemption. If you testify in court, you might get the victim's forgiveness and be able to strive for a lighter sentence. Besides, even if you leave Sally's, when the police conduct a full investigation of Vertex, you are very likely to be involved in the case. Your persuasion works. She is clearly convinced.
若いのに言葉に説得力があって優秀な弁護士なんでしょうね。それだけの実力があるなら小高を任すことができると思います。
Sophia Chow lowers her gaze, her fingers tracing over the line of text on the postcard.
彼がこんなことをしたのは魂を本来の清らかな形に戻したかったから。だったら次は私の番。借りたものも貸してしまったものも帳尻を合わせる時が来たんです。
She finally makes her decision.
証人として出廷します。
Corridor. On the day of the court hearing a few weeks later, you run into William Lewis from the Ball Law Firm. As the attorney for Vertex Finance, he has been secretly approaching your clients lately, attempting to reach a private settlement with money.
おや、弁護士先生。奇遇ですね。
I saw you pacing back and forth in the hallway half an hour ago. What a timely coincidence.
待合室が息苦しくて、少し外の空気を吸いに来ただけですよ。
No need to beat around the bush. If I'm not mistaken, you must be here to mediate again, right?
そうです。こちらも教伝に掛け合ってまいりました。今回提示する金額はかなりの誠意があると言えます。必ずそちらの依頼人にご満足いただけると思いますし、話し合いの場を設けてくれませんか。
Not all wounds can be healed with money. Those who are willing to stand up now want Sebastian Miles to face justice. If I remember correctly, it was you who settled the compensation for Charleston, wasn't it?
ええ。それが何か問題でも？示談に関しては業界屈指の実績がありますから。
It has been days since you last met, but William Lewis still looks composed and confident. The trap set in that contract was clever, but it also damaged the reputation of Vertex. So I really doubt whether Vertex truly intends to pay the compensation. I've also informed the clients about all the associated risks. I trust they've made the right decision. Attorney Lewis, let's settle this in court.
調子に乗るのは早いぞ。こっちにも勝機はあるんだからな。君の弁護のやり方は知り尽くしている。負けてから後悔しても遅い。この榊が初級弁護士に何度も負けるようなことは。いや、待て。その弁護士バッジ、なんで銀色に？
William Lewis quickly rubbed his eyes.
君が中級弁護士試験に合格した？ありえない。私だって3度目の挑戦でようやく受かったのに。
You ignore his look of disbelief and push open the door in front of you. There are clients waiting for you who have placed all their hopes for fairness and justice in your hands. The title of junior attorney shows that you've shared your inexperience from when you first entered the courtroom, marking a new milestone. In every future trial, you will shoulder even greater responsibilities. Civil Court 10 a.m.
ただいまより開廷いたします。これから拓磨優、丸井郁美、今野直樹ら計8名の共同訴訟人による京電金融に対する集団訴訟の審理を開始します。まずは原告から訴状の陳述をお願いします。
I am Sharara, an attorney from Themis law firm representing Mark Ethan, Grace Emily, Adam Sylvan, and 5 other litigants to file a lawsuit against Vertex Finance. Since 5 years ago, Vertex Finance has been issuing high-interest loans in various forms such as consumer loans, beauty loans, and student loans. The interest rate could reach up to 300%, far exceeding the legal limits. The staff at Vertex Finance used threats and deception to force the plaintiffs into signing an illegal loan agreement.
被告、原告の陳述に対して異議はありますか？
全くの事実無根ですよ、裁判官。私はこれまで法を遵守し、まっとうに商売を行ってまいりました。弊社はグレーの上場審査を通り、海外での上場にも成功しております。そればかりか、近年は大小さまざまな慈善活動にも参加してますし、私個人としましても優秀な実業家トップ10の栄誉を頂戴いたしました。思うに一部の社員がお客様と関わる際、何らかの誤解を生んでしまい、行き違いがあったのだと思います。
Glay is a different country, so there might be discrepancy in their qualification reviews. Charity cannot be used to cover up illegal acts.
バルドル事務所弁護士榊敦です。京電金融の被告代理人として弁論いたします。原告はまだ証拠を提出しておりません。私の依頼人は意見の陳述を行ったまでのこと。ぜひ裁判官には京電金融は責任感と使命感を抱き、20年もの間存続し続けた企業であることをご理解いただきたく。
被告側の陳述を認めます。原告側は証拠を提出してください。
There is evidence that Vertex Finance employees are involved in illegal business operations. Sophia Chow, a former employee of Vertex Finance, was involved in Vertex Finance's illegal business operations. As a sales assistant at Vertex Finance, she issued high-interest beauty loans at Pure Beauty Time Salon. I request to call Sophia Chow to the stand, Your Honor.
許可します。原告代理人、証人を呼んでください。
京電金融の元従業員、新井奈々子です。ピュアモメントで美容ローンの営業をしてました。私は在職中に12名のお客様とローン契約を結びました。
その12名分の契約書は現在どちらに保存されているのですか？
私が扱ったローンは比較的少額の融資で短期契約のものだけです。お客様は返済を済ませており、いずれの契約書も破棄されているかと。
つまりあなたの手元に契約書は一切ないのですね。
はい。社員が個人的に契約書を保管することは規則違反にあたります。そうしたことに厳しい会社でした。
こちらに新井奈々子さんの在職中の業績報告書があります。彼女は常に最下位の業績だったにもかかわらず賞与が支給されています。さらにある重要な投資家を接待した時、あなたの行為により 会社が多大な損失を被りかねない事態となり、懲戒解雇の処分が下っていますね。要するに、あなたは個人的な恨みから京電金融を誹謗中傷している可能性が極めて高いことになります。
Objection. The witness has sworn to tell the truth in her testimony. The witness's entry and exit records of puberty time can be verified, and her chat records with customers also prove the existence of loan solicitation. Although she doesn't have the contracts on hand, the defendant's attorney has no basis for alleging slander just because the witness resigned. It also can't prove that Vertex Finance wasn't operating illegally.
異議を認めます。被告代理人は証人の証言について適切な尋問を行ってください。
チャット履歴はいくらでも偽造が可能です。故にそれを証拠とする新井さんの証言は信憑性が不十分ではないでしょうか。
原告代理人、さらなる証拠を提出しますか。
Vertex Finance has indeed been engaging in illegal loan sharking activities, and the evidence is besides Sophie Chow, there's another employee from Vertex who can testify about Vertex Finance's illegal operations. However, he has passed away and cannot appear in court. He is Terence Stone, a sales consultant at Vertex Finance. These are the loan contract documents found on his computer, which are sufficient to prove Vertex Finance's illegal loan sharking operations.
なぜ東野君のパソコンが
Vertex Finance was negotiating with PAX regarding acquisition, and a portion of their assets has already been purchased by PAX. With PAX's consent, we obtained the data from the computer and submitted it to the court as evidence.
証拠品の合法性を認めます。
確かに東野龍馬さんは社員でした。しかしこれらの契約書はいずれも京電金融の締結したものではないようです。
ええ、東野君は我が社の幹部の一人です。私は彼は高く評価しており、私がいつ退いてもいいように大半の業務を任せていました。そんな彼が我が社の資金を使って高利貸しを、しかも自分の会社まで設立していたんですか。ああ、私は騙され裏切られたのですよ。私だって被害者なんだ。
Sebastian Miles, stop making excuses. You're the one who profited. Sebastian Miles has profited from illegal gains through loan sharking, and the evidence is these are the transaction records obtained from Terence Thorne's computer. Part of the illegal proceeds from loan sharking were transferred to Vertex Finance. Another part was transferred to Sebastian Miles' overseas private account. Moreover, all the companies under Terence Thorne's name are shell companies. They have neither employees nor business premises. Terence Thorne was the scapegoat. He made it very clear in his last words.
異議があります。警察から提供された東野さんの遺言の録音にはそのような内容は一切ありませんでした。
Defendant's attorney, I believe your client might be withholding something from you.
どういうことだ？
Sebastian Miles, where were you on the day Terence Thorne committed suicide? Did you go to the rooftop?
まさか自分の執務室におりました。大きな音が聞こえて下で工事でもしているんじゃないかと。最初は気にしていませんでしたが、自殺だと誰かが叫んでいるのを聞いて様子を見に行ったんです。そこで初めて東野君が自殺したことを知りました。
You're lying because you know there are no surveillance cameras in the hallway between the rooftop and the office. Terrence Thorne is Sebastian Miles' scapegoat, and the evidence is... Terrence Thorne had a habit of recording his work, and these recordings document Sebastian Miles' crime in detail. For his own profit, he not only issued high-interest loans but also colluded with an underground casino. And that's not all. Sebastian Miles even shipped debtors who couldn't repay their loans overseas to exploit whatever value was left in them.
その録音は偽物です。今の技術ならそれくらい簡単にできるでしょう。東野はギャンブル依存症のろくでなしが育てた子なんだ。人を破滅させるために何だってやるに決まってる。
小高さん、冷静に。裁判官、依頼人の気が動転しているようなので休廷を。
Your Honor, this recording submitted as evidence have undergone professional technical authentication. Sebastian Miles, you know better than anyone whether the conversation in that recording is real or fake.
技術鑑定の報告書によれば、原告側の提出した録音は偽造したものではありません。原告代理人は京電金融の代表取締役である小高健之助の密出国及び他の犯罪容疑について言及しましたが、本日の審理外の案件とみなします。よって関連部署に引き継ぎ、より詳細な調査を行うこととします。原告代理人、京電金融の違法営業について他に提出する証拠はありますか？
Terrence Thorne isn't Sebastian Miles' only scapegoat, and the evidence is... The shareholder behind Pure Beauty Time is Maya Peterson, Sebastian Miles' biological mother. Since Pure Beauty Time was established a long time ago, Sebastian Miles hadn't found a trustworthy scapegoat at that time. As a result, he let his elderly mother take the blame for his crimes.
異議があります。原告代理人の主張は単なる言いがかりです。
Your Honor, Maya Peterson, who currently lives in Glay, has no business management capabilities and hasn't returned to the country in years. Sebastian Miles must be the one who's really running things.
被告代理人、小高梅子に美容クリニックを経営する能力はないと判断します。この場合、小高健之助が経営権を代行している可能性が高く、さらなる調査が必要です。これについて異議はありますか？
ありません。
This is a complete criminal chain orchestrated by Sebastian Miles, using a beauty salon to lure young girls into impulsive spending. Then they deceive them into taking out huge beauty loans, leaving them vulnerable to manipulation. My witness, Sophia Chow, had no choice but to go along with them because of this.
被告、他に何か意見はありますか？
私は裁判官さん、私は本当に法を守ってきた良心的な実業家なのです。彼らは金が欲しいだけでしょう。利子も元金もチャラにしますし、賠償金も払います。我が社は、京電金融はこれまでステラ市の経済発展に多大な貢献をしてまいりました。金利を高くしすぎたことについては痛切に反省しており、今後は決して同じ過ちを繰り返さないと誓います。
それでは判決を言い渡します。原告宅間優ら他8名による被告京電金融への集団訴訟について、 審理の結果、証拠に基づき原告の訴状が事実であると認めます。よって契約書に記載された利息のうち上限金利を超える部分については被告に請求権がないと判断します。すでに支払われた分については被告が速やかに原告に返還してください。原告が提出した証拠品に見られた密出国及び人身売買の件については関連部署に引き継ぎの上でさらなる調査を行います。
なんですって榊さん、あなたにいくらお支払いしたと思っているのですか。なんとかしてください。
小高さん、こんなに隠されてはさすがの私もお手上げですよ。私は弁護士であって魔法使いではないのでね。
Looking at Sebastian Miles, who is still trying to explain himself, Sophia Chow finally shows a relieved smile.
荒い、私が捕まったんだ。君も逃げられると思うなよ。
小高、私が考えなしにこの法廷に立ったとでも？私は自分の過去も未来も受け入れる。あなたと同じにはならない。
Seeing her calm and fearless expression, Sebastian Miles completely loses his nerve and stops resisting the bailiff's custody.
以上、裁判を閉廷します。
Sophia's testimony. Summary of testimony obtained from questioning Sophia. 1. Sophia, female, 28 years old, is a former sales assistant at Vertex Finance. 2nd, Sophia took out a beauty loan from Terence to pay for a birthmark removal procedure at Pure Beauty Time. 3rd, struggling to prepay the loan, she was introduced by Terence to work at Vertex Finance, where she handled beauty loan applications for Pure Beauty Time and processed multiple loans. 4th, Sophia was later dismissed by Vertex Finance due to poor performance and conflicts with clients. A month later, the Vertex Finance case finally comes to an end. Sebastian Miles is imprisoned and all victims receive their due compensation. Sophia Chow is also sued, but due to the small amount involved and her attitude in admitting guilt, she is only fined and obtains forgiveness from the victims. Before looking for a new job, she goes traveling and sends you a postcard. There's a message for you on it. Beach.
弁護士さん、お久しぶりです。これを書きながら、危うく海風に帽子が飛ばされるところでした。一瞬、パニックになるかと思いました。私はこれまで顔のあざを隠すのに必死だったから。だけど、今は、新しい街について、ショートヘアにしようと考えている。これまで私が鏡と向き合えずにいたのは、このあざのせいではなくて、悪を許容した自分のせいだったように感じます。後悔や自責、罪悪感、それらが混ざり合い、見えない印が心を蝕んでいく。目に見えるあざよりも恐ろしいものでした。私が私を受け入れる機会をくださって本当にありがとう。もう二度と他人の悪意を自分のものにはしません。泥沼の暗闇に足を踏み入れた過去は自分への警告として心に刻みたいと思います。
You pin the postcard on your desk. Perhaps it embodies what being an attorney means to you. During this time, Sebastian Miles repeatedly requests to meet with Marius through the police, but after some discussion, you decide to keep him waiting. You only agree to Sebastian Miles' meeting request after Vertex Finance has been officially delisted due to illegal business operations. Detention Center. A month in prison doesn't seem to have knocked any sense into him.
泉社長と弁護士先生じゃないですか。お忙しくしているようですが、会いに来てくださったんですね。
俺たちが来るって分かってたみたいだな。
まあ、ここに入ってからいろいろ考える時間がありましてね。やっと気づいたんですよ。泉圭。すべては君が仕組んだことだったと。初めからうちを買収する気なんてなかったんだろう。こんなに手間暇かけて私を牢屋に入れたからには別の狙いがあるに決まってる。ベルナールさんか？グラジオラスバレーか？君らの思い通りにはならないからな。
Hearing Sebastian Miles' harsh words, Marius can't help but laugh, directly exposing his true intentions.
取引したいなら、ものを考えておしゃべりした方がいいぞ。最初から切り札を2枚も切って、俺らの興味を引きたくてしょうがないって言ってるようなもんだろ
う。泉、よくもまあ、何十年もビジネス界で揉まれてきた苦労とのようなことを言ってくれるな。青臭いガキのくせに。これがパックスを擁する泉家様ってところか。所詮身一つで這い上がってきた私のような小物じゃ。はは。大企業の跡取りにはかなうはずがない。
ビジネスについては俺も勉強中でね。ゼロから事業を築いた起業家は多い。何かと家柄を持ち出すようなやつには花から成功の見込みはないだろうな。
Sebastian Miles just sneers, clearly not agreeing with what Marius said.
ま、育った環境も時代も違う。無理して説得する必要なんかないよな。お互いに。話を戻していいか？あんたに聞きたいことがあるのは確かだが、自分が主導権を握れると思うなよ。
このクソガキが言ってくれるじゃないか。こっちは刑務所暮らしでね、時間ならたっぷりあるんだ。
Are you sure? I don't think so. Earlier in court, you pleaded guilty to seek probation, all to avoid imprisonment and retain some personal freedom. This way, you can contact forces overseas and find a way to escape through illegal border crossing. But over time, those connections of yours may not necessarily be maintained. Noticing his darkening expression, Marius immediately plays along to keep pressuring him.
まさか、まだベルナールさんとやらに助けてもらえると思ってないだろうな。違法な経営が発覚した後、グレーの株主は京電金融の株を次々と売却していった。京電は上場廃止。ベルナールは損切りして逃亡するのに必死で、お前のことなんかどうでもいいんじゃないか？お前の持ってる情報で彼は傷つかない。なんたって、スウォルトの公爵様だ。そういえば、お前の財産は軒並み差し押さえられたらしいな。グレーの老人ホームから督促状が届いているって。期日までに費用が払えなければ、あんたのお母さんの療養サービスは打ち切られる。
As the conversation touches on his mother, he finally stops pretending and shows his true self, roaring hoarsely like a beast.
良心がないのか？母は関係ない！無実だ！80になる母さんが一人で海外で暮らしていけると思うか？
If you knew you shouldn't involve her, why did you still use her name to hold shares in Pure Beauty Time? When you were committing all those crimes, did it ever occur to you how it would affect your family?
私は。
小高さん、俺たちの質問に正直に答えてくれたら、 母親の今後の生活は俺が保証しよう。
Although Marius uses this to threaten Sebastian Miles, he has already quietly taken care of everything for his mother. Sebastian Miles' face turns pale as he finally loses the strength to argue back, staring dejectedly at the handcuffs on his hands.
起業してから数年間はどん底だった。あの頃は母さんに実家の人たちの前で自信を持って欲しかったんだ。だが私には運もなければコネもない。無様にもがき続けるしかなく、そんな時だ。グラジオラスバレーへの投資計画を紹介されて、天才未来ファンドの話を持ちかけられた。このプロジェクトは収益がないのに、大金が次々と投じられる。手数料だけでも、京電金融の数年分の利益が出たんだよ。うさんくさいとは思っていた。だけど、こんな金のなる木を放っておく気にもなれなくて、結局、見て見ぬふりをした。
Perhaps behind every criminal's descent into wrongdoing lies an untold story of hardship and motives born of desperation. Is human nature inherently good or evil? If only one variable is changed, could Sebastian Miles possibly become a good person? No one can control or define the lives of others. All you can do is judge the crimes at hand to prevent evil from spreading. In response to his seemingly regretful words, you remain silent, waiting for him to compose himself before continuing to question him. Who was the person that contacted you, and why did they choose to collaborate with the Vertex?
いかにも有能そうな中年の男だったよ。仕事の話以外は話さなかったし、私も聞かなかった。鳴子豊と名乗っていたが、本名かどうかも怪しいな。私に目をつけた理由だが、多分当時の京電が目立たない存在で、資金を中継するのに都合が良かったんだろう。
手数料だけで稼げるのに、なんで高利貸しにまで手を出した？海外上場にしろ、裏で糸を引く連中はそんなこと望まなかったはずだ。
Sebastian Miles smiles and rubs his thumb and index finger together.
金ってやつはいくら稼いでも足りなくなるんだ。だいたいベルナールさんなんて高利貸しの話を知って向こうからやってきたよ。私が何か言ったわけじゃない。公爵だと言っていたが、金儲けの話になると、はあ、人とは思えない悪鬼みたいな顔でとんでもない手段を提案してくる。ベルナールさんとの付き合いを鳴子さんはよく思わなかったが、彼には手出しできなかった。相手は公爵様だからな。で、鳴子さんとは一切顔を合わせないまま、グラジオラスバレーの一件が世にバレた。
It seems like Sebastian Miles had also been discarded as a pawn early on. After all, Vertex is nothing more than a financial transit point. Do you know anything else about Marcus Bernard? I remember you mentioning before that whenever he came to Stellis, you hosted him at a specific club. At the mention of this, Sebastian Miles smirks quite mischievously, sending a chill down your spine.
そういう話は君のような若い女の子が知らない方がいい。
Miles, I won't cower before the darkness that lurks beneath the law, but you better consider how many years will be added to your sentence for covering up Bernard's crimes. Seeing that you aren't backing down, he withdraws and dares not to continue with his glib talk.
金と権力を持て余した老いぼれなんか、どんな胸くそ悪いことでもやる。生地警戒心だけは強いから、ステラ市に来るときは馴染みの店にしか行かないし、 気心知れた人間のつてでしか他人と関わろうとしないけどな。私がこうなった以上、彼はステラ氏に関わる全ての事業から撤退し、これまでの連絡手段も一つ残らず処分するだろ
ベルナール本人が逃げたところで犯罪の形跡まで完全に消えるわけじゃない。あんたらに売り飛ばされた人たちはどこに行った？知らないとは言わせないぞ。
う。教えてもいい。だが、泉社長、必ず母の生活を保証すると約束してくれ。
わかった。次の面会の時には母親の状況を知らせる。
Rooftop. After leaving the detention center, Maris immediately calls the management staff of Glee's nursing home to arrange all the follow-up matters. It isn't until nightfall that you finally have a moment to catch your breath, and he leads you to a tranquil little garden for a brief rest.
小高と次の面会の日取りも決まったし、それまでゆっくり休んでなよ。中級弁護士の試験が終わってすぐに N2X の仕事だったでしょ。休む暇もなくて疲れたんじゃない？
Yes, but it feels really fulfilling to have successfully completed both tasks. Not at all, I'm not tired. In fact, I'm a bit excited. I helped Sophia Chow and the other victims. If I hadn't become a member of N2X, I probably would have missed out on this experience.
こんな経験か。
Marius repeats your words as he leans against the railing, taking out the die from his pocket and tossing it into the air. The die dances and spins in the air before landing on his palm.
ねえ、俺の手の中にあるサイコロの出目を当ててみない？当たったらおごってあげる。どう？
You'll definitely roll the highest number anyway. Betting against you.
やっぱりお姉さんはすごいね。とっくにギャンブルの必勝法を掴んでる。そう。参加しなきゃいいんだ。簡単だって思った？だけど、貪欲で負けず嫌いな自分をコントロールできる人ってめったにいないんだよ。一度でもギャンブルに手を出せば、負の連鎖に飲み込まれて逃げられなくなる。東野金吾はその典型例だけど、本当は小高も東野も、そして新井さんも、同じ心理に陥っていたんだ。欲しいものが違うだけでね。
Gambler's mentality doesn't just exist at gambling tables and in business. It appears whenever people desperately want something. Even when reason tells them that it is futile to go on, they'll still go all in and risk everything to bet on a slim hope.
この前、京電に買収の話をしに行った時、言いそびれちゃった話があったでしょ？
You said that the game has become more than just a way to learn about business for you.
うん。最初は兄さんに乗せられて、半ば騙されるように始めたけど、やってるうちに負けたくなくなっちゃって。数ヶ月研究して見つけた、一番手っ取り早い方法がこれだったんだ。サイコロの出目を制御すること。言ってしまえば、ズルだよね。そしたら、次の時にサイコロが12面ダイスになった。その後は
Marius opens his palm, revealing an extremely intricate die, though this time the number doesn't land on the highest.
20面ダイスになって、俺は一発で最大の出目を出せなくなった。兄さんは、俺に教えてくれたよ。人生はハードルが上がり続けるもので、ずっと同じ方法で勝てるわけないってこと。
No wonder you always come out with so many tricks when we work together.
最初は本当にものを知らない未熟者でしかなかったけどね。 専務取締役に就任したその日から、パックスにいる腐ったウジ虫みたいな連中を追い出したくて仕方なかった。N2X に入ったばかりの時も、あんな連中の指示に従ってられるかって勝手なことをいっぱいしたし。
It's not hard to imagine how Maris would have reacted when he first learned about Jian's disappearance. Maris has grown so much. You can tell by how peacefully he views his past self now. It's not just business tips in this game, he must have added his experience in handling people and stuff. The small die carries the love and hopes that his family has for him.
忍耐力を持て。そうすれば、周りの人たちや自分自身を冷静に見定められるよってね。結果を追い求める時ほど耐えるんだ。心のままに周りの景色を見つめて、最後には経験したことが全部勇気になって、どんな困難も乗り越える力になる。
Maris tosses the die into the air again, but this time he doesn't catch it, letting it fall to the ground and roll freely. The numbers on the die keep changing, just like the unclear path ahead, filled with countless uncontrollable possibilities. As the die is about to stop rolling, Maris doesn't care about the final number, but instead locks eyes with you.
どんな結果になっても、俺はあんたと過ごした時間を忘れない。
The Vertex Finance illegal business operation case involved parties Sebastian Miles, Terence Charn, and Sophia Chow, handled by Sharara. According to policy investigation, the financial backing behind Guadalus Valley traces back to a company named Vertex Finance. Established 20 years ago, the company raised capital through a fund called Horizon Future to invest in Guadalus Valley. When questioned, the company's representative Sebastian denied any knowledge of the illegal experiments associated with Guadalus Valley, claiming that Vertex Finance solely engaged in lawful and compliant investment activities, a claim that remains dubious. Financial records indicate abnormal surges in Vertex Finance growth curve, contradicting Sebastian's purported philosophy of stable operations and real estate profit expectations. Recently, he has been aggressively pushing for the company's acquisition plans. As the investigation progressed, a suicide case surfaced. 2 months ago, Terence, a financial advisor at Vertex Finance, fell to his death from a building. The police ruled it as a suicide, citing his massive debts before his passing. While the exact motive remains unclear, no other suspicious evidence was found. Interviews with Terrence's neighbors and father uncovered new leads. His mother passed away early, while his biological father, Charles, was a habitual gambler who has endured years of violent debt collection. A few years ago, after graduating, Terrence joined Vertex Finance, earning Sebastian favor and rising through the ranks. He eventually managed to pay off his father's gambling debts. According to Charles, the relentless pressure of Vertex Finance's high-intensity work environment drove his son to take his own life. He accepted a sizable death compensation from the company, but the agreement barred him from disclosing any details of Terrence's work, an apparent attempt to cover up Vertex Finance's legal operations and predatory lending schemes. His assistant Sophia has taken out a beauty loan through him but later joined the company as an accomplice after failing to repay it. Following Terrence's death, Sophia was dismissed due to conflict with investors, yet her outstanding loan was mysteriously cleared. Further investigation into Terrence's computer uncovered extensive evidence of Vertex Finance's legal dealings. The company raised funds through overseas stock listings while operating numerous domestic shell companies for high-interest lending. Moreover, Sebastian was implicated in human trafficking and illegal smuggling operations, orchestrating the transfer of indebted gamblers to overseas black markets. Libra. Sebastian, Terence, and Sophia represent three different stages of life, of evil, being deeply entangled past the point of no return and finding redemption. Raven. Thankfully, Terence didn't drag Sophia into the same inescapable abyss as Sebastian did. Adjudicator. In fact, these three share the same projective identification psychology. Sebastian saw his own evil in Terence, while Terence recognized an inherent goodness in Sophia. King. And there's the infamous Marquis Bernard. He may have escaped the trial this time, but we absolutely can't let him get away. Adjudicator. Bernard is a crucial lead. I was wondering why he was missing from the files. Did you add him in the annotations as a last minute fix? King. If I include all the case characters, there won't be room for others to contribute in the next case. Let's call it strategic omission. King. The meeting with Sebastian is over. The person who contacted him about setting up the Horizon Future Fund wasn't Bernard, but someone using the alias Philip Evans. Raven, just a name that will make the investigation difficult. I guess we'll have to start with Bernard's side then. Libra, agreed. Bernard is also involved in smuggling and human trafficking. Someone with such a long list of crimes must have left traces behind. King. So, shall we put the trip to Spart on the agenda? Should our host treat us to a meal? Adjudicator. Sure, if you can handle the food there. Terence Thorne, male 35, occupation, financial sales consultant at Vertex Finance. Financial sales consultant at Vertex Finance, age 35. Terence's mother died in a traffic accident, while his father Charles was a habitual gambler. Throughout his childhood, Terence lived under the constant shadow of illegal debt collection. A few years after graduating, he joined Vertex Finance, where he earned Sebastian recognition, rose to an executive position, and successfully paid off his father's gambling debt. To add Vertex Finance's money laundering operations, Terence served as the legal representative for numerous shell companies, effectively becoming Sebastian's scapegoat. Trapped by financial interests and family burdens, he sank deeper into illicit dealings, ranging from predatory lending to the company's covert involvement in smuggling and human trafficking. He attempted to escape using a false identity, only to be discovered by Sebastian. To further tighten his grip, Sebastian not only lured Charles into accumulating massive gambling debts again, but also forced Terence to take on enormous loans. Realizing there was no way out, Terence ultimately chose to end his life by jumping from a building. Adjudicator, a person who struggled at the edge of a cliff and in the end had no choice but to let it go. King, I'm really curious, when did Terence start wanting to back out? He's been secretly helping Sophia for quite a while now, hasn't he? Libra, perhaps Terence had thought about turning back from the very beginning, but sometimes the strength and cost required to break free far exceed those of thinking deeper. Raven, what about his father Charles? Now that Vertex Finance has declared bankruptcy, will they still honor that compensation contract? King, no, as far as I know, Charles's house has been ransacked by debt collectors from his gambling, and he's gone missing. Given the temperament of those casino people, he probably won't meet a good end. Raven, call it karma. Sebastian Miles, male 58, the representative of Vertex Finance. Current representative and president of Vertex Finance, age 58. Born into poverty, Sebastian lost his father at a young age and struggled to make ends meet with his mother's meager earnings. He once considered dropping out of school to work and support his family, but with the help of his fellow villagers, he successfully enrolled in a university in Stalis. Giving back to his mother and the villagers has always been Sebastian's wish. However, after graduation, his career remained mediocre, with little savings after covering basic expenses. Determined to improve his financial situation, he ventured into business. Lacking capital and connections, he started with small trades, gradually accumulating funds through perseverance, and careful management. At the height of the financial industry boom, Sebastian invested in finance courses at an institute and later founded Vertex Finance. However, his lack of vision and decisiveness prevented him from capitalizing on industry trends, leaving him merely managing to keep the company afloat. The Horizon Future Fund under Vertex Finance was, in reality, a conduit for funds from Vertex Valley. Though Sebastian sensed the dubious nature of these transactions, the allure of profit kept him silent, reinforcing his belief that connections and resources were the real keys to wealth. Through the Horizon Future Fund, Sebastian crossed paths with one of its investors, Marquis Bernard. Having suffered financial setbacks due to Swart's recent purge, Bernard orchestrated Vertex Finance's overseas listing, allowing them to exploit public investors' funds to issue high-interest loans in sterling. Both profited enormously from this scheme and sought to expand their illegal financial network even further. King, I've made proper arrangements for Sebastian's mother. He's quite a complicated person, filial to his mother, and he really has done some good in his hometown, Revan. I heard some people are even planning to write a petition for him. I'll look into it. Libra, good and evil deeds aren't simple arithmetic. They can't cancel each other out. Adjudicator is just a self-preservation mechanism. The more sins one commits, the more they seek to ease their conscience. Simply put, is hypocrisy. Outside their inner circle, they show no kindness at all. Raven, I found an update. The petitioners are now in contact with the victims, and some might withdraw their petitions. Perhaps they're only now truly understanding what kind of person Sebastian really was. Sophia Chow, female 28, sales assistant at Vertex Finance. Former sales assistant at Vertex Finance, born with a birthmark, Sophia grew up under constant judgment. Hoping to remove it, she left her hometown for Stalis, only to learn that the birthmark was nearly impossible to erase. In her desperation, she fell for the sales pitch of pure beauty time and signed up for a cosmetic procedure, ultimately taking on a massive beauty loan under Terence's name. Unable to repay her debt, Sophia later joined Vertex Finance as a sales assistant through Terence's introduction. Unwilling to be deeply involved in the high-interest loan business, she only handled small loans within borrowers' means, causing her to consistently rank at the bottom in performance. Before his death, Terence paid off all of Sophia's beauty-related debts, erased her loan records at Vertex Finance, and then dismissed her under the pretext of poor performance. As a key witness to Vertex Finance's illegal operations, Sophia eventually agreed to testify against the company after being persuaded. Libra. Sophia's involved amount wasn't large, and she showed a good attitude in admitting her guilt. Perhaps we can work towards securing the victim's forgiveness later. King, after all these cases, she's one of the few involved who might actually get a happy ending. Adjudicator, she is fortunate, but fortune doesn't always favor those with kindness in their hearts. I just hope she can truly stay away from the darkness from now on. King, I heard she's planning to go on vacation to clear her mind, leaving Stylish to start anew. Just writing about it makes me a little jealous. Raven, I remember you said last time, vacations, dining, parties, whatever we can think of, you can make it happen. King, yeah, I can arrange anything, but getting all you busy people together is the hard part. Yep.